Hey, here we are once again. It went bright again, and I had to fix it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think because I restarted the computer earlier because hopefully the internet stays on because the internet was out for 2 or 3 hours this morning, and the crew had to come out and fix it. It was out in the whole neighborhood. It wasn't just us. So
yeah, they fixed it though.
Yeah, they fixed it because I was sitting there going, man, I have like so much work to do and I can't do anything without the internet.
So today is Friday. This is another one of basically Open Lines Friday. We call it Sidetracks. We're getting sidetracked from the regular show. This is where we were gonna bring you into the weekend, with alcohol. Sit around, drink, talk about shit, and get you, you're probably just getting off work. Well, it depends on what time zone you're in, but probably the last work day of the week. So you can either hang out with us. We don't go out tonight.
Tomorrow.
We're gonna go out tomorrow though. Yeah, our friend Anastasia's coming, also known as Stacy. She's coming tomorrow. She's been on the show before.
Yeah, she was on the show before a long time ago, and she crashed here one night.
She said she'd be up for a fucking surprise stream. We might do a stream.
We'll see how we feel on Sunday.
Yeah, on Sunday, yeah.
We might be hungover. I don't know.
Yeah. So
I mean, I will be hungover, but it's a matter of degree.
She's coming over here, and then we're gonna go to the club tomorrow, and then she's gonna crash here and leave sometime tomorrow. Or excuse me, leave sometime Sunday. Yeah. Yeah. She's back in Florida.
Yeah, she's visiting for like a week or something, like going around visiting friends and family.
All her friends. Yeah, she's down from New York.
Yeah. So yeah, she's fun. I don't remember when was that? That was at least a year ago. Maybe,
at least a year.
Probably more.
Yeah.
She's already down here, but she's hanging out with us.
She was a good guest on the show. I was able to walk off the show, and there's 2 girls sitting here and keep everybody fucking entertained.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun.
You guys will like her. She's cute. Big old tall chick. I was maybe 6'2".
Yeah, she's quite tall.
6'2". Yeah. 6'2", and she's a nuclear physicist.
Yeah.
No shit. She's a nuclear physicist.
She is.
Yep. And a goth chick.
See, you never know.
Yeah.
Thought people looked like us wouldn't get real jobs.
Yeah. You guys know the fucking Little Swole. Like, he was stories about Little Swole. He's little, but he's not swole. But he's about 5'5". He dated her.
Yeah.
For a little while. And then she dated a couple that we know.
Yeah, that's right. I remember.
Yeah, she was part of the throuple for a while. That was that fetish couple.
Yeah.
Yeah, she lived with him for a while.
She did, yeah. That was a long time ago. Yeah. But yeah, I remember that.
Long time. That was maybe over
and I
10
remember,
years.
I remember Little Spoil going out with her too. Like
that was probably about 10 years ago.
Because I think last time she was down here, he was down here too at the same time because he also lives in New York.
Yep.
And he was all excited. So they met up. I think we took her to Mannequins last time because I think the last time she was here, that was when it was either a night when Barbarella wasn't on or Barbarella was still closed. They hadn't reopened the pickleball place or something. Maybe she was here like on a Friday night or something.
I don't think she went. I don't think she went to Barbarella.
No, I'm 99% sure we took her to Mannequins.
Yeah.
Is what happened with that.
Yeah. And we got some club stories from last week to tell. We got all kinds of shit.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I got we'll talk about that fucking later on.
I forgot about that.
And then, I can talk about some shit that I fucking been seeing online. Case about the Brazilian bodybuilder type guy. He's a big old gym rat. He had this wife that were, she's fucking fine. It's over in Brazil. She's like, probably like an 8 or a 9, fitness chick. They were going to church and shit. Church-going Brazilians. And part of the thing that they were doing for the church is taking care of the homeless. Fucking turns out she came up missing one night. Dude gets in his car to drive around. He finds her vehicle, which is a fucking SUV, parked at the end of the road, a couple miles from the house. He goes in there and fucking looked into the front. And he thought he was seeing a sexual assault happening. He fucking jumps in, fucking as he's fucking grabbing on a dude. Turns out it was a consensual relationship. It was one of the bums.
Really?
Yeah. And he looked like a fucking bum.
She was a bumsexual.
She was a bumsexual. All right. And
and
it's caught on video. He beats the shit out of that dude. He's caught on security camera. One of the houses had a security. Just look it up. Church-going Brazilian couple having an affair with a bomb.
That sounds almost too good to be true.
Yeah, I didn't think it was true. It turns out it was true. They had photographs of the dude he put the dude in the hospital, man. He looked like a fucking hornet. His head was fucking swelled up, his fucking eyes and shit. And he beat the fuck out of that dude. And you could see it on the video. And he runs towards the woman, and he almost started to beat her, but she was cowering. She didn't. No. You know why she did it?
Because she likes bombs?
No. Said God told her to do it.
Okay, that's a new one.
Yeah. Ain't that some shit?
Okay.
And she was like a fucking 8 or a 9. And this dude's like a 2. It's fucking unbelievable. He's homeless, a bum. That they kept
maybe
kind of helping take it.
It was kind of like a fetish, I guess.
You looked at the dude and you're like, what the fuck? I'm trying to help that man. God told me to help that man. That's okay.
Well, maybe he didn't mean to help him like that. Help him get his rocks off.
She was helping him in the front seat
God
of that fucking
should have been
Escalade.
more specific, is what I'm saying.
She was helping him fucking in that front seat of that Escalade. It looked like she was blowing him from video, from the way they came out of there. She's blowing him. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, fucks her up.
That's pretty special.
Yeah. Ain't that some shit?
It is.
So I had to bring that one up. I thought that'd be a good fucking show starter. That's the news. That's my news.
That's your
That's
news.
my news segment. Yeah.
Woman caught.
So who's in here now?
Bum.
Okay, they're all starting to be in
CB,
here.
Zach, Hugo. Super Strange Shadow says hi from Norway. Happy weekend. Well, hi there. Hi from Florida. Oracle is here. Yeah.
Okay.
Zach says, I've been down a rabbit hole lately of music history documentaries, and I never realized how fucked shit was for the Beach Boys behind the scenes. Might make an interesting show. Yeah, I don't remember all the details, but yeah, I remember there was a lot of interesting shit about that. I might write that down, because I like I said, I watch music documentaries even if I don't really like the band. There's something about it that's like kind of interesting to me. I'm going to write that down. We also had one of our patrons asked if we'd ever done a show on the murder of Jacqueline Dowalibi, who I actually wrote about her in one of my books because it's still unsolved. She was like a little girl that got taken out her bedroom window, like in the middle of the night.
When was this?
And murdered back in the 80s. It was 1988.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
I think it was in Indiana.
Did they ever catch it? Who did it?
No, it's still unsolved. Because like I said, it was in one of my Faceless Villain books. And then I thought maybe we'd done a show about it, but I looked and we didn't.
Yeah,
So-
we gotta do that.
So I put that in a poll. Not the poll.
I think there might
today,
be
but-
more than one of those.
Yeah, there are.
Little girls taken out of the window.
Yeah, it does happen. I mean, wasn't that one that happened like that in Portugal that was like real famous?
Yeah, and they're blaming the family members for.
They always do, though. I mean, I can understand why that happens because it's just like, when a woman gets murdered, they're like, 99.9% of the time, it's their husband or boyfriend or their ex-boyfriend or something like that. So yeah, that's the first person they're going to look at. And so they're going to look at the first people in the house with her because that's more likely than just some rando, like, pulling her out the window. But, random people do pull little girls out of windows sometimes. So you got to be open to that possibility.
But somebody who knows her.
Yeah, it might be.
But it has to be. They have to know where she lives.
Like a neighbor or something.
Yeah, they have to know where she lives. They have to know how to access her.
Yeah.
And it's probably like a what was his name? Fucking original Night Stalker type dude. Fucking, what was that guy's name again? Fucking
D'Angelo, yeah.
D'Angelo. It's probably a situation like that where he goes into that house when he knows they're not home and sets the stage, makes sure that the window will open in the middle of the night and all that. That kind of shit, just disables the window lock.
Yeah, he does all that shit ahead of time.
Yeah, does all that shit ahead of time.
Unloads their guns.
Yeah. D'Angelo would do that.
Yeah.
And then he'd slip in, and he probably tested how much noise the window makes.
Yeah.
That kind of shit. See if he can open the window fucking silently and grab her while she's asleep.
It's messed up. Some people just...
Yeah, because a little girl's light enough you can pick her up.
Well,
I
yeah.
mean, if you're a guy who needs substance, pick her up, no problem. Jump out the window with her.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Dudes are gross, man. Why do they do that kind of shit?
It's not dudes. It's just, you know what I mean? It's dudes that do it, but not all dudes do it.
Well, no, I know that. I know that. Yeah, the one in Spain was Madeleine McCann, I think. Yeah, but they say they know who did it. Yeah, I remember watching. There was like a documentary series about that.
What do you mean they say they know who did it?
I think they know who did it, but they can't prove it or something like that. I forgot.
We did family members.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
we did a show about it a while back.
It was like that Italian chick that they tried to throw in prison for murdering her roommate, and there was no evidence of that.
Oh yeah, right.
It was in Italy. They had her in prison. It took forever to get her out of there.
Yeah.
In Italy, you're just fucked. If you're a suspect, you're just fucked. They're gonna throw you in prison.
The weird thing about it is that I was watching. I started because you know how I love the true crime shows, and it's like I'll sit there and watch like hours of them. You know what I mean? And then like I'm like, oh, this series is over, so now I have to go find another one. And luckily for me, like Max and Hulu are full of the shit. I mean, you will never run out of true crime shit to watch. There's just like a bajillion series on there.
I watch that shit every night. It's like a boner killer.
I don't watch it every night.
It's like a boner killer.
Sometimes I watch Ray Bradbury Theater, or sometimes I watch Riff Tracks. Yeah. Or, you know, sometimes I watch other things. But usually, or sometimes we just put on Brandon Tenold and just run through like his old, because he has so many movie reviews that I don't even remember, like some of his older ones, so I'll just put on some of the older ones that I don't remember. But I was there was one that I was watching. The one I'm watching now is called The Perfect Murder. The thing about it is that it's all murders that, you know, they either didn't solve for a long time, or they had like really weird details because they couldn't figure out who did it or whatever. But the thing about it is that, like, again, 90% of them are like the husband or the wife, and a couple times it was the wife, and it should have been obvious from the get-go. So it's like a couple of them I feel like they were trying to make it more mysterious than it was, because like one of the ones that I watched, it was this couple who were originally from Missouri, I think. They were from the South or the Midwest somewhere, and he supposedly got into Harvard, and so he moved her. Like, they got married and they moved to Massachusetts so he could go to Harvard. And then she started getting really, really sick, like with some kidney disease, and they couldn't figure out what was wrong with her, and they kept like putting her on all of this medication and it wasn't working and all this other kind of shit. And then she ended up going into a coma and dying. And after she died, they found out that she died of like essentially antifreeze poisoning. And they tried to make this, I'm like, well, clearly the husband did it. Who the fuck else had access? Who the fuck else could put ethylene glycol in your Gatorade bottle or whatever the fuck he did? Yeah. It's like, who had access to her to do that? I think at first they were trying to say maybe she did it to herself because she was so depressed about how sick she was and everything like that. But it was like, yeah, no, she would never do that. And then they were...
how do you not taste that?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's how he administered it, because he did not admit that he had done it. But there was so much proof that they were like, yeah, he ended up getting life in prison. But even from the beginning, when they said, oh, she died of ethylene glycol poisoning, I'm like, dude, husband did it. Case closed. Because, like, who the fuck else would do it?
Yeah.
There's nobody else around. Like, nobody else has access to her like that. So, I don't know. That was pretty fucking weird, too. But, and then the other one was this old guy who was, like, really, really rich. Like, he invented some shit or whatever, and he had all this money. And he got this, like, super hot girlfriend that was, like, half his age. And he didn't think that was suspicious at all. And they found out later that not only was she stealing his money, but she also had, like, a big beefcake boyfriend on the side, and she talked that boyfriend into killing him to get the life insurance. And I don't know why, because apparently she did that a lot. Like, she didn't kill everybody, but she did that a lot. Like, she specifically targeted, like, old men that had a lot of money.
How would she get the money out of them?
She would just, like, well, in this case, he bought her a beach house.
Yeah.
And he would just give her money and buy her shit.
Yeah.
And, you know, she just lived there. She had a kid, too, I think. He was a little bit older, like maybe 9 or something. But that's how she made her living, being a gold digger.
Yeah.
But I guess eventually...
a lot of them do. They just don't kill people, though.
Yeah, I don't think she killed anybody up to this point. Not that they mentioned, but she did kill this guy. Or she had her boyfriend do it.
There are a lot of sugar babies out there.
Yeah.
That British girl fucking came down and visited one time. She was a sugar baby.
Yeah.
I think. Remember? Turned out she was into old men.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess some people are, but...
Yeah, he's a sugar baby.
I don't know. I just thought that was other...
You got women that are like that.
Yeah, it takes all kinds.
And I mean, old men. She was going up to dudes like in their 60s and 70s.
Which...
She was like early 20s. 23, 24.
Yeah, like I said, if it's age appropriate, like, you know, if you're 50-something and the guy is 50, that's not weird. But it's just kind of like if you're in your 20s and you're like, ooh, look at that hot 70-year-old. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing it. Sorry. There are a few 70-year-olds that you'd think, maybe.
Yeah, well, she said they were cute. And that they were nice.
Okay.
All right, if that's what you're into. But she'd go for young guys, too, though.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, she went for both, but... Like, a lot of her boyfriends are like fucking old men. But I didn't know that.
Yeah,
until she started hanging out with her.
She was like super into it.
Yeah, she was weird.
Well, some people like that paternal kind of thing, I guess.
She married a guy only a couple of years older than her.
Oh, she ended up getting married?
Yeah, she got married.
I hadn't talked to her for a long time.
Right, kind of soon after that.
Really?
Yeah, she went back to England and got married. Like about 2 years later. 18 months, maybe.
I didn't even remember that.
Yeah, he wasn't...
Because you mostly talked to her. I didn't really talk to her
she was an online friend. She came down and visited.
Yeah, she was going around the country or whatever.
Yeah, and she asked to stop by because she wanted to come to Florida. I says, yeah, you can come over. And, but no, she was Muslim. She was a British Pakistani Muslim chick. And she married a white guy. I don't know if he converted or not. I think because
she's kind of wild though.
She was worse than a fucking. She was worse than a fucking pent up Catholic schoolgirl.
Yeah.
She'd fucking suck face on a dude in a fucking heartbeat in a club. She hit 2 or 3 of them fucking the same night.
Yeah.
And I remember we warned her. She says, "Look, you don't want to do that in here. These dudes all know each other."
Yeah.
Yeah.
It didn't bother her.
It's not.
She did end up going home with a guy we kind of know.
Yeah, she went home with dude. And fucking then the next morning says, "How'd that go?" She goes, "Oh God!" And she's rolling her eyes. She says, "Gotta be kidding me!" And I was like, "Okay."
Well.
Fucking funny.
Yeah, it was kind of funny.
I figured he was like that though. I figured he wouldn't be any good.
Yeah, maybe. Like I said, I don't know him that well, so.
Yeah, he just had that. He had that vibe to me.
I just kind of know him to say hi to, you know.
Yeah, he had that super kind of. He didn't look bad. Just that his energy was fucking real wimpy. You know that I can imagine. That's not what she was looking for. She would like dudes that were assertive, you know, and aggressive.
Oh, the CB is talking about the Madeline McCann case, and it said the person they think did it was a convicted pedo that was at the same hotel at the same time as the McCanns. Yeah, that's right. That makes total sense.
Oh, the girl that went missing?
Yeah.
The little girl?
Yeah.
And there was a pedo in there, huh?
Yeah, gotta watch, man. You never know. When
they can't prove it, but they think that's who it is, huh?
I think so. Like I said, I'd have to look it up. Super Strange Shadow says, have you talked about Elizabeth Smart? I don't remember if we did or not. I know it's like a really famous case. I'm gonna write it down. I'll check like some of our, because we've done so many shows that sometimes I can't remember.
I know the name, but I don't remember that case.
Like which ones we've done and which ones we haven't. Because the thing about it is that I write true crime books too, and so sometimes I'll think we did a show about it, but we didn't. Like I just wrote about it.
Which one was Elizabeth Smart?
See, I don't even remember.
I don't remember what that one was about.
And then Jeffy Art's talking about that Italian case you mentioned. It's like Amanda Knox was not Italian. She was American.
I didn't say she was Italian.
And accused, incarcerated, then exonerated, so she's out now.
Yeah, I didn't say she was Italian.
Oh, but...
It happened in Italy from what I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. That's why I started talking about that show, Perfect Murder. Because here's what I thought was weird. There was one case on there where this woman who was like in her 20s, and she had a 3-year-old daughter with her husband. And her younger sister, who was a teenager, and the husband's teenage daughter from a previous marriage all lived in the same house. The daughter's name was Cinnamon. She was 14. And the mom ended up getting shot in the chest and killed, like, just in her bed one night. And they blamed Cinnamon, because what happened was they found her in the doghouse out in the back, like knocked out, and she had barf all over the front of her, and she had a suicide note or like something saying, "Please forgive me, I didn't mean to hurt her," or something like that. And they found that so they were like, oh, well, obviously she took a bunch of pills and tried to kill herself, like, after she did that, because she kind of had some mental problems, but not that bad, you know what I mean? So they were like, oh, well, case closed, and they put her in juvie, and it turned out that her dad and the sister-in-law, who was still a teenager, they were fucking, and all three of them conspired to get rid of the wife.
Yeah.
Like, for the insurance, because I think it was like $850,000 insurance money. So it's like they talked about it all the time, and then they told Cinnamon, the mentally ill 14-year-old, that she should be the one to take the fall for it because she was the youngest and would get the lightest sentence. And it's like, and you can't tell anybody else that we even knew about it. Can you imagine your own fucking dad?
Telling you gotta go to prison?
And she was in, and even after they found that out, like, because for a long time they thought she was innocent because they're like, look, the gunshot residue, they didn't find any gunshot residue on her. They did find it on the sister-in-law, though, who I think was...
What was she going to get out of that arrangement?
They think what happened was the dude was, like, this creeper. He was, like, in his 40s, and he was super, like, always, like, creeping on teenage girls. And he always had teenage girlfriends, I mean, for obvious reasons, because older women wouldn't put up with his shit, I guess.
When they became 20, he got rid of them.
Yeah, and, like, because his wife was, like, 23 or 24. She's, like, an old bat now.
Yeah.
And he was, like, hitting the young, like, 16-year-old sister.
Yeah, and this dude is no keeper.
Yeah, and he looked like he looked like Ron Jeremy.
He looked like shit.
Kinda.
He looked like shit.
But he was somehow able to, like, manipulate both of these teenage girls into doing what he wanted by basically saying, it's like, oh, if you love me, you'll do it. And, like, she's gonna kill me, and you don't want me to die, do you? And all this other kind of stuff. And they kind of bought it.
Yeah.
So they all went to prison eventually.
Poor Ron Jeremy.
I didn't mean to insult Ron Jeremy. This dude looked worse than Ron Jeremy.
Yeah.
I thought.
Ron Jeremy actually was a good-looking guy before he gained weight. He was a real actor. I think he was on some soap operas and stuff. I don't know if it was a full, probably not a lead. I don't remember exactly. If I remember correctly, he had something to do. He was like an extra and did soap operas, but he had real training, but he couldn't get any jobs, so he went to porn.
Yeah.
But I think he was even in an issue of Playgirl.
Yeah, I thought he was.
Like the centerfold.
Yeah, I thought he was.
He looked good for a while, but got into porn and fucking drinking and drugs and fucking he blew up. He blew up.
And he's like, hey, I still got a big dick and they're still hiring me, so.
And he blew up pretty early. That's the weird thing about him. And he went down because he got fucking old and he still thought it was the fucking 80s and was just fucking grabbing random porn stars and putting his dick in random porn stars' fucking mouths and shit in the middle of parties or whatever, unsolicited. He thought he could do that. Well, they're just porn girls, man. Yeah, but it's now like the modern era, you know what I mean? At least you have to ask. Can I put my thing,
It wasn't okay back then either, but I think most people were just, like, afraid to say anything.
They had drugs, too.
Well, and that.
And he was a younger guy. And, you know what I mean? Fucking... And he was in that scene, a dude like Ron Jeremy would have been like the equivalent of like a big star.
Yeah.
So, he fucking tried to throw his weight around.
I mean, he's really one of the only porn stars that, like, just regular people know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He's in prison, I think.
Is he?
Yeah, he got locked up for sexual assault, if I remember correctly. I don't know how long they gave him.
I mean, sadly, that doesn't really shock me.
He got like 2 or 3 complaints. There's porn star girls.
Yeah.
Complaining.
Like I said, I was just reading something like a thread on Reddit about fucking old boomer dudes and how they're always like ogling teenage girls and shit, and like grabbing their tits and.
Yeah, they still think it's like back in the day.
Yeah. I'm just kind of like, and it's like, dude, she's young enough to be her fucking granddaughter.
They don't care.
It's disgusting.
They don't care.
They're so fucking gross, man.
Dudes do not fucking care.
Old dudes are gross. It's like, what the fuck do you say? Like, she's fucking 14 now.
Those dudes do not fucking
And then,
care.
like, all these women came on, like, with all these stories, like, telling me, yeah, I was 11 years old, and, like, this old dude at the ice cream shop, like, tried to put his hand up. It was, like, back in the 80s, or some of it was even older than that. Like, some of it was from...
Yeah, well, some of those greatest generation guys.
Yeah,
my grandparents' generation.
That too.
They were fucking kinky. They just did whatever, They thought they could do whatever.
Yeah.
They just thought it was funny.
Yeah, I think they still do think it's funny.
They think it's funny, yeah. And
I'm like, yeah, you try that shit with me, you'll see how fucking funny it is.
They're from another time. And I guess they get kind of confused. They see, fucking mini skirts and fucking all this flesh and shit, and they go, oh, these women are easy. I can grab her. Look at how she's dressed. That's kind of like something out of Pakistan,
Well, like, I can punch you. Look at your punchable face.
Yeah. Those dudes have all died
Not my
out.
fault.
Those dudes have pretty much died out now.
Your face was just asking to punch it. Sorry. That's what it looks like.
Yeah. Greatest generation. I think those guys are all gone. No, they're all dead now.
Pretty much, yeah.
But I remember them.
Yeah, I think a lot of old dudes of every generation,
but they were real inappropriate by today's standards.
Kind of go that way, because I think they just like lose any decorum or filter that they ever had, even if they had one to start with, and they're just like. And I think they think they're still young and hot too.
Yeah, it's no filter. They think they're young and hot. They might be slightly losing their minds from their age. Also, they know that they're dying soon, so they got less to lose. They don't give a shit.
Yeah.
And I think some of them from that generation especially thought that their seniority gave them respect. So therefore they could do that shit to a junior female and fucking, not like that she'd have to take it or that she would be honored.
Yeah.
That type of deal.
Yeah, they do seem to have
it's like that, yeah.
That attitude.
That they're honored to get his attention. It's funny.
It's like, no. I hate to tell you, but
the thing is, though, is
that works.
That type of thinking is not standard male behavior for the West. That wasn't the standard behavior even for my dad's generation, really. Well, I guess he was the late boomers, They were, by the time the hippie generation had come around, the guys that were coming out of that, they were fucking sex maniacs, but they were at least ask. There was a consent thing.
Yeah.
But the guys before that, they just seeing a woman, that was a consent enough.
Whoa, man.
Yeah, that caveman.
Like
if she was dressed what he thought was provocatively, that it was okay. She's a loose woman. So you can do.
Well, that's why she looks like that. Yeah. She wants me.
She's a loose woman. Well, that's like the attitude you used to get from fucking Pakistan, Afghanistan. No, not Afghanistan. Afghanistan, they don't like girls. They like little boys there. But fucking Pakistan, India, fucking in the lower working classes and shit. Yeah, gropey motherfuckers. They get them on video all the time. Cell phone, unmasking it.
Yeah, like I said, fucking try and grope me like that. You're coming back with a bloody stump, bud.
There's one that went viral the other day. Indian guy in a British dance club, and he's loaded. He's in his late 20s, early 30s. He's just dancing up on all these little pudgy, IT looking guy, harmless by my standards. Dancing with the white girls, but he's got his hands all over them, and they're just like going, "Oh no," and they're taking selfies of it. And I'm going like, "Well, if this is such a threat to you, British women, if this is such a threat to you, why are you fucking taking a selfie of this shit happening?" Because they want to get the reaction of them being molested or some crazy shit. Why don't you just go look at that motherfucker there? Anyway, that video went fucking viral. Fucking ridiculous. Club antics. You can't do that here in the U.S.
No, you'll get your shit pushed in.
You'll get your shit pushed in or you'll get shot. Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
You
depending on what kind of club you go to.
And we're club people. Dude grabbed Jen's ass and I nearly fucking ripped his throat out. And I was wired on trend. Fucking that. And then another dude fucking did some shit to fucking her and Soph, and I fucking beat him so badly he didn't know what happened. When he started trying to attack her, thinking it was me.
Yeah, he like tackled me to the ground. I had to stick my thumb in his eyeball.
Yeah, that's because I let go of him. Because they told me to let go of him, and I was like, yeah. Well, basically, I let him go, and he fucking grabbed her. He was confused. But they got to him before I could get to him. They fucking
they carried him out.
Crap carried his ass out. He didn't know where he was. He didn't know what happened.
I guess not.
This didn't happen while they were standing up. They were fucking both on the ground.
Yeah, like I said, he tackled me to the ground.
Yeah, there was a bunch of people.
And then he was on top of me like that.
Yeah, as soon as
and
it
I was
happened,
just sticking my thumb.
Then there was a bunch of people in my way. I couldn't really see because it happened in the middle of the dance floor.
Yeah, because everybody was trying to come over and pull him off. Because he was just fucking freaking out.
Yeah.
I don't know what he was on.
He was drunk.
That too, but it might have been something else also.
He was just getting up on him, and I fucking grabbed him by the arm and pulled him back off of him, and then just walked away. And as I just walked away, he grabbed my arm and fucking turned around and just fucking started beating the shit out of him. Because I didn't like him. I was just threatened. Coming up behind me. I was just like, get off of him, and then walked away, and he came up behind me. Pop, 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 and I was on trend, so there was no thought process. It was just instant response. I was just beating the side of his head. She goes, Tom, let him go. Some girl that I knew said, Tom, let him go, let him go. And as soon as I let him go, he grabbed her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't even know what was happening. I was just like,
Yeah.
I was kind of a few feet away.
Yeah.
And I was just like, suddenly I'm on the floor with this dude thrashing around like on top of me. And I was like, okay, cool. Oracle's...
You're gonna get your shit caved in if you fucking act up on the floor. Here. With women that you don't know? Oh, yeah. And another thing is a lot of these guys fucking show up to the club thinking that the women that are out there dancing by themselves, that they're available. Yeah. No, a lot of times the husband or the boyfriend is at the bar watching them. Because, just because she's out there, it's just that it's not a song he wants to dance to, or maybe he's getting drinks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So the dudes don't do the casework. They don't even ask around, who are these people? And because they don't even realize that most of these people know each other.
Well, and especially like goth clubs, people don't really dance with each other.
Yeah,
the way they do in other clubs
out there. Yeah,
because man, you don't want people getting in the way of your moves, man.
Yeah, it's all a bunch of people going solo.
Like we dance by each other.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Sometimes, but a lot of times I'm dancing, or he's over talking to somebody else, or he's at the bar getting drinks, or he's out dancing and I'm talking to somebody.
Yeah, she's talking to a fucking girlfriend or something, and then all of a sudden a good song comes on. She goes out to do it. I'm like, all right, fine, because they're normally a safe environment.
Yeah.
But you'll have some guys in there that fucking don't really know where they are. They've never been there before. They see all these fucking provocatively dressed women, okay, goth chicks. They think that they're available. Man, it's hard to get a goth chick. They're mostly not available. And if you're like a normie, you don't have a chance.
Yeah, most of them are
no chance. You got to be.
Not gonna look too kindly on
you
that.
got to be in the scene, basically. They have to know you personally outside the club and approve of you there, or you're a goth dude. And if they like you, if you're a goth dude and they like you, they're gonna watch you for months and months and months and try to get you to jump through all kinds of hoops. I know I've been there. Jen watched me. She saw all that shit happen. And knew some of the girls that did that, try to get me to jump through hoops. I don't jump through hoops. No. If you can't chill out and be friends, then... So funny. The same girl that will raise her standards up because she likes you will lower her standards to fuck a bum that she knows was disposable anyway. Yeah, he's kind of hot. I guess I'll just fuck him. Oh, this dude, he's awesome. And he starts raising the bar up.
Well, yeah.
Well, this
might be like longer term.
This might be, yeah.
Like if it's just somebody you're going to hit one night and you're never going to call them again, it doesn't matter as much.
But that is totally counterintuitive to the fucking mindset of a guy who's interested. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you like me, so you denied me the pussy. Well, I wanted my cookie then. You were giving the cookie to that worthless motherfucker, and I was sitting there and had to fucking work and spend money and do all this shit for fucking weeks and do all this bullshit. Yeah. I know girls that got dumped for that.
I know, but like I said, from our point of view, it's a lot.
Yeah.
It makes more sense.
It doesn't make any sense at all from the point of view of a guy.
No, but y'all don't have the same concerns that we have, and you don't have the same dating strategies that we have.
It's weird.
So, that's why.
What that means is if the girls like you and you're hot, you're not going to get laid.
Well, no, you will.
It's not as quick as the dude she doesn't like.
No, but like I said, if it's, if she likes you, it's, that's good. Yeah. It'd probably be worth it, and it might be something long term,
I never really
She's looking at it, like, more seriously.
I never went through that. Everyone I actually dated or married and shit, I got it basically the first night I met him.
Well, yeah, I never really worried about that. I don't do that kind of stuff, but, Any
hoop jumping, I was like, nah.
I didn't do that too.
Nah. Because what... I interpreted hoop jumping not as... At that time. I know what it is now. But at that time, back in those days in my 20s, I thought hoop jumping was... I was like, oh, okay, I know what this is. She's a hoe, and she doesn't want me to find out. That's the way I used to interpret it.
That's not usually what it is.
That's what I thought it was.
But yeah.
So I thought, she's trying to be a good girl. I know she's a hoe. And then I'd lose interest. So it would kind of backfire, I guess.
Oracle was saying earlier, I don't get that kind of age gap. But talking about the huge age gap. Then again, my husband and I are only 18 months apart in age. Yeah, we're only
3 years.
3 years. I think we're 3 years apart. About that. Elizabeth Jackson, are you guys going to do a show on everything going down with Asha Degree? We should do that. Like, I have to look into, like, she was that girl that went missing, like, all the time. I think we talked about it on one of our missing person shows because it's a very, very famous case. What are you pointing at?
Why don't you drink that and I'll get you another one?
Okay, so, but yeah, I know there have been some updates in it, so we should probably talk about that at some point. I can't drink this all at once. I'm trying to talk.
Okay, here, that's good enough.
Well, hello there said, did you ever see the John Holmes movie Wonderland? With Val Kilmer as Holmes. I thought we reviewed that movie. Somebody go back and look. I could have sworn we reviewed that movie. Because I think somebody recommended it like a long time ago. Not a long time ago, but maybe like a year or two ago. And I thought we reviewed it. I could be totally wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure we reviewed it. Yeah. Kason Lee says, hello from the bed, 5:30 a.m. Oh, man. Yeah, it's only 8 o'clock at night here. Yeah, CB said, if someone asks my girlfriend to suck her toes in front of me, we'll get my beer bottle upside of the head. Thank fuck the CCTV didn't catch me doing it. Yeah, it's just, like I said, the reason I like Barbarella a lot more than Mannequins, although the last time we went to Mannequins a couple weeks ago, because Barbarella was closed because of a private party, it was okay. Like, there was douchey people there, but they weren't acting super douchey. They were just acting like baseline douchey, which I could handle. But the reason I like Barbarella better is because you get some random people in there, because the place where they have it is called the Axe Trap, and it's like a bar and is it a cafe? Kind of. They have food and they have like fancy coffee and stuff, and you can, like throw axes and stuff. Like, one side of it has all the axe throwing shit, and like you can have parties there and shit like that. But on Friday nights and Saturday nights, they do clubs. So they move all the tables out, and there's like a big huge dance floor, and they have big screens on the walls and stuff like that. So they show all the videos and whatnot. So you do get some leftover people from the Axe Trap, but it seems like, because sometimes we usually get there real early, like right when the Barbarella thing starts, and that's usually like at 9:30. And so sometimes you get like some leftover people, but they usually seem just kind of scared of us. Like, they don't usually say anything, and most of them are like in groups or in couples anyway, so it's not too many. You don't get too many single guys, because that's kind of more of a place where you go like with your friends or with your girlfriend or whatever, like for a night out type thing. Like, we're gonna get some nice food and some nice cocktails, because they have really nice cocktails in there, and throw some axes and shit like that. So so you don't get too many just skeevy random, because I wouldn't call it like an upscale place, but it's not like a dive, you know what I mean? Like, they're kind of known for craft cocktails, and they have really nice food and stuff like that. Like, it's mostly bar food. We've gotten food in there sometimes, because they'll serve up until I think 10 or 11. Like, that's when the kitchen closes. So sometimes if we hadn't eaten before we go out, like, Tom will order some shit like with the drinks, but he'll usually they have this dip that comes with like all these nachos and stuff. Can't remember what kind of dip it is. Some kind of artichoke spinach dip or something like that. Oh my god, that shit is so fucking good. It's so good. I think it's like $12, but it's like this big, huge thing. It's like enough for 2 people, But we've got that a couple times, because our friend Charisse was like, get the dip, it's like really good. So we've sold a lot of dip, because now all the goth people come in to get it. You know what I mean? Let's see. Yeah, Casey said the other day, Tom gave me a walkthrough of California nightclub culture. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't really know what it's like in other places. The only place I've actually been to clubs other than here is New York. I've been to shows in other cities, but I've never really been like clubbing in other cities except New York City. So I don't really know. So I can only speak to like the Central Florida kind of scene. And like I said, the Orlando Tampa scene. Orlando scene in particular is small. It's not as small as you think.
Bigger than you think it is, yeah.
Tampa is even bigger.
Yeah.
And they get a ton of fucking shows there. Because I do all the posters, like, and all the scheduling for all the shows and stuff. Holy crap, we get, like, all kind of bands. But,
I've been in some of the best goth scenes in the United States. Fucking Man Ray out of Boston used to go to the fucking, where was that down in the fucking, I think it was called the Vault down in New York. Used to go there every now and then. No, it was, I'm getting the fucking names mixed up. I don't think it was the Vault. And then later on I went to the other one, I think it's called the Pyramid. That was the one where DJ Maniac would spin.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think it was called Pyramid. I only went like a couple times. But then also Detroit, fucking St. Andrews Hall, fucking City Club. And I'm telling you, Central Florida's got a fucking world-class scene, man. I think that Tampa is actually better than Boston and New York for goth stuff. It's a better club.
Yeah, you wouldn't think, because it's like hot
better.
weather and beachy and stuff, but...
Yeah, it's much better. The only thing wrong with it is the heat. And I forgot to tell you, the French Quarter. Man, I tore the French Quarter up for fucking 4 or 5 years. That was a cool scene because it was international. You have famous goths coming and, people that you would know back in the day, fucking running into Trent Reznor and fucking Marilyn Manson. They're in the club with you and shit, But, and just other people like that. And they had Convergence there. That was pretty fucking cool.
I remember that. I never went to it, but I remember it being
there. Man, all the French Quarter got taken over.
I couldn't afford to go.
Down by the Crystal and fucking, the Crystal, and then the fucking other club that was called the Convent. And that was only around Pierre that ran that. It was only for a little while, though. And then there was another one, I forgot what that was. It was outside the city. It's where I saw Bauhaus. There was shit going on there, too. The Bauhaus reunion tour.
Yeah, I remember that. I went to that.
Yeah, I saw it. It was good.
They did 2 different ones. They did one in 98, didn't they?
That's the one I went to, yeah.
Yeah, I went to that one. But then they did another one, too, in like fucking 2002 or something.
The 98 one was fucking blowout. We went to the second one, didn't we? Was that me and you, or was that me and Mini-Me?
I don't think I went with you.
I would think I was with Mini-Me.
Yeah.
What year was that?
I thought it was I can't remember what year it was. I remember the first one was 98, but I don't remember when the next one was.
It wasn't House of Blues.
No.
It was like 2014, wasn't it? 2000.
I thought it was earlier than that. I thought it was like
2013?
2011 or something. I don't even remember.
Might have been 2011. It might have been that far back.
Because, yeah.
It was a good show, too. Somebody was with me, but I don't think it was you.
No. Because I only just met you.
Yeah.
Well, no, I knew you in 2011. Like, we started going out in mid-2011. But I don't think I went to that show with you. Like, what shows have I been to? We went to... I know we've seen Psychedelic Furs together.
Yeah.
I know we saw Skinny Puppy together.
Evanescence.
We saw Evanescence together. I bought you tickets for that.
Skinny Puppy.
Yeah. We've seen... Did we see Sisters of Mercy together?
No.
No?
We saw Gene Loves Jezebel.
We saw Gene Loves Jezebel. We saw a Sisters of Mercy cover band.
Yeah, they were good. Sisters of... What was it called? Daughters of... No.
No, it was Temple of Mercy.
Temple of Mercy, yeah.
Temple of Mercy.
They were really good.
Daughters of Bristol is that band that are not a Sisters of Mercy cover band. They just sound like the Sisters of Mercy.
They're a tribute band.
Yeah.
They're not covering.
But they don't cover their songs.
Yeah,
they write their
all
own
original
songs,
material.
But they kind of still
really
sound
good.
Like Sisters of Mercy.
Got it on YouTube.
Gary Newman. We saw Gary Newman.
Yeah.
Maybe Jenna Torturers?
Yeah, Jenna Torturers.
Yeah, we saw Jenna Torturers.
We saw some other ones we didn't know the names.
Yeah.
Like the band, all the bands that opened up for all these people.
Yeah.
Don't remember the names.
And we went to Absolution a couple of years in a row in Tampa, which is a 3-day goth festival.
It's all kinds of bands.
All kind of bands. Yeah, it's like
then,
20, 30 bands.
Nitzareb. No. Mini-Me was with me for Nitzareb at the Firestone.
I've only seen them one time, and that was in 1990 when they opened for Depeche Mode.
Yeah. I was impressed with Nitzareb at Firestone. That must have been 2011, 2012, around that time. They were fucking great. Sounded great, man.
Yeah, they were good when I saw them, but I saw them back in 1990 when they were still real young, Of course, that was at what used to be called the Orlando Arena. Mm-hmm. What the fuck do they call it now? I don't remember what it's called now. It's called a corporate name something. So, and I had like really bad nosebleed seats. I could barely see. It was still good though. But yeah, it's like we haven't been to a ton of shows together. Swans, we saw Swans.
Swans, yeah.
I can't remember. I know we've seen more than that. I just can't remember what they were. Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say Combat Christ, but I think I went.
I didn't see that.
No, I think I was with Mike.
Yeah.
I think me and Mike went to that.
I didn't see that one.
Because I'm not a huge fan of Combat Christ, but I was like, man, whatever. They're alright. I got a shirt and everything. I don't know where it is now, though. It was bright red.
Yeah, there's shows I'm remembering, but I can't.
I've been to so
more than
many.
that,
I've been to so many. It's like I don't
Yeah.
even remember what all ones I've been to. And there's some bands I've seen so many times that.
See, I never really go out of my way to go see concerts. It's always somebody fucking says, "Hey, we're gonna go see this." You know, I'll get you a ticket. And okay, yeah, you know. It's always because my friends are going. They get me a ticket, and I pay them. So, you know,
yeah,
that's usually how it goes.
we missed Urban Heat, but
Yeah.
I think Corinthian are coming in May
Okay.
to Tampa, so I don't know if you want to go to that.
Maybe we'll see how it feels.
I mean, we saw them before. We saw them
Yeah.
at Absolution, but
they're headlining.
yes,
Yeah, maybe I might see that.
yeah. I don't remember what bands are opening for them. Even though I was just looking at the fucking
That same
poster
club?
today because I was making a. I don't remember. What's that one the one that we went to Absolution? That's the Orpheum, isn't it? Is that the Orpheum?
Yeah.
This year they're having Absolution at Crowbar, which I don't think I've ever been to. Because I think they're having like all 3 days. Because they used to have it, but I think it was at the Orpheum before.
Yeah.
But I don't remember if it's there.
Kason says the other day I gave him a walk through a California club culture. No, it wasn't California club culture. It was fucking Florida.
Yeah. I was thinking to myself, it's like, yeah, it's like I didn't know.
Florida, yeah.
I know you were born in California, but you didn't go clubbing.
I was too young.
Because you were too young.
I left in 81.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just a whole, like I said, I don't know anything about normie clubs or if there even is any club culture of any kind.
Where?
Like in normie circles.
Not really.
I didn't think there
They
was.
have big like club events, but it's kind of meat markety with fucking what we would consider to be shitty music and people that can't dance.
Well, yeah.
It's the kind of it's those Sam girls, woo, you know, want to put the purses in the center and they
in the center
do
and
the
a
circle and
circle around,
it's that. It's just that there's a shit ton of them.
I can't. That would be like a
There's a
nightmare.
shit ton of them.
That'd be a nightmare.
Yeah, and like kind of jockey fucking yuppie type dudes. I guess.
I see some of them dancing at mannequins, and I'm just like, "What song are you dancing to?" Because it sure ain't this one.
Bitches can't dance. Bitches can't dance.
They're listening to some random ass song in their head, I guess.
Yeah, those are the same kind of dudes that will think that if they buy a bottle and go to the VIP city, that girls will come over and talk to them. No, if those girls come and talk to you, those are hookers.
Even if anybody noticed, they'd be
right.
like, "Look at that schmuck over there,
Yeah,
spending all that money,"
yeah.
and no one cares. Well, it's just kind of like those old dudes that spend money on all those like fancy cars, thinking chicks are gonna dig them, and like younger women.
They're all over here in Florida. If you see one of those new fucking Corvettes, and they're great, right? That is an old man.
It's
driving. Always a dude in his
100% of the
fucking
time.
in his 70s or 80s driving that fucking car. And if he's not an old man, okay, one dude got out. One of them parked when I was coming out of my car and walking to Publix in the Publix parking lot. There was a blue one. It looked brand new, and a dude got out of it, and he was about 5'3" and weighed about 200 pounds of fat.
Huh.
And that was his car.
Okay.
And I was going, okay, there's your bad magnet. There's your bad magnet. You're going to get all kinds of girls, dude. You know. Let me tell you something. I've been riding motorcycles and fucking having cool cars and shit. Women give a shit about your car or your motorcycle. They like you.
Yeah.
You know, and if they like you and you're on that motorcycle or you're in that car, yeah, they go, oh, that's cool.
Then that makes it cool.
Yeah.
Because it's you on it.
It's
or
you on
in
it, yeah.
car.
But it's never the other way around.
It's not the object.
It's
we
never
don't
like,
care about that.
It's never the other way around. If some girl sees a Lamborghini pull up, all right, and a douchebag gets out of it, she doesn't give a fuck who that is.
No.
She doesn't give a fuck.
Like I said, the only women that would care were gold diggers or hookers.
Hookers.
Like they were trying to get money.
Yep, hookers.
And dudes complain about those kind of dudes. It's like no one that would actually like you as a person would give a shit about that.
If you see any of those videos, like walk through in these places, they're somewhere in Milan or fucking, you know, somewhere in fucking fancy fucking place down in Europe or Miami, and they got supercars everywhere, and a supercar stops, and this fine fucking chick comes out of it, and on the passenger seat, that's a hooker.
Yeah,
that's a hooker.
Yeah.
All right. He paid for that car, and he paid for that woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what that is.
Yep.
Because why? I mean, I don't know. I guess every now and then maybe there's some hot woman that's like, yeah, I really want a car like that, but it's just kind of like that. I feel like that doesn't happen very much.
No. It's a rich guy of random age, probably foreign. That car's not a lot of money for him, and neither is that woman. All right? And he's probably not impressed with it. Or maybe I don't fucking know. You know what I mean? I don't know the mentality. To me, I see that shit, and I know what it is, so it kind of like demystifies it for me.
Well, I always thought it was kind of pathetic.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Because here's the thing. And I've heard this out of the horse's mouth. Some of these real high-end escorts who will give fucking tell escort hooker stories on YouTube, and you know that they'd be making porn, they'd be doing high-end escorting, like a couple grand a night. They'd fucking look fantastic. There were these older dudes in these fucking real fancy restaurants with fucking, you know, fucking designer clothing. Those chicks hate that shit. They hate those clothes. They consider that to be like a work uniform.
Yeah.
They get sick of going to those expensive restaurants. They like the food, but it's the same boring motherfuckers in there.
Yeah.
That's not who that woman is. When she's not working, she's at the punk rock clubs.
Yeah.
Watching her boyfriend beat a motherfucker up. And then they go out and get high and shit. That's not, you know, that's not where they come from, and that's not really where they're comfortable. They don't like that stuff.
Well, I wouldn't like it either.
They'd be more like hanging out in the goth club with us.
Because I just,
Yeah.
I never really liked that kind of world because it feels like you just always have to put on,
It's
like
fake.
you can't ever be yourself ever.
Very fake.
And I don't really like that.
Yeah, fake.
So I can see where they're coming from.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you got to do it to make the money.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't even be able to do that, to be honest with you.
Depending on what country the girl comes from, because there's a big difference in the mentality of, say, like a Japanese girl who's doing this, and say like a Russian girl. Big difference in the mentality, and an American. A Japanese girl comes from a pretty safe society. She was never really in poverty. The shit that they do, they'll do it, you know, legally down in some of these little places where they're doing BDSM or fucking escorting these dudes in these love hotels. That fucking culture is kind of odd, and it was kind of accepting of paid fucking entertainment just to begin with. So it's not as seedy for them, I think. I mean, I don't consider it, they probably don't consider it to be high status, but they don't consider it to be as scandalous, I think,
right,
as it is in the West. And then when you compare her to, say, like a Russian girl, there's no comparison. If that girl didn't come from Moscow, then fucking she comes from poverty, man. It looks, the dudes are fucking drunks. Fucking any girl worth her salt's trying to fucking get the fuck out of there. And the ones that make it out of there are like fucking 9s and 10s, a lot of them. And they end up down in Thailand, of all places, because it's cheap to stay there. Thailand, selling it down in Thailand to the higher end clients. They make about $2,000 a week. They have their own cars and live in hotels. And then they'll go on tour to other places where they have sex tourism. And if you were to look at them, a lot of times you'd never suspect. They look like innocent angel looking, you know. She's 20, maybe 19 even. They can, you know, they can get real young. And they'll do a little bit of cam work in between stuff, and they'll have maybe like 2 dates a week. They'll call it a modeling job, you know. And then she ends up on some fucking yacht with some dude for a day. She may or may not have sex with him, depending on how much money was there. Because see, renting her time isn't guaranteed for sex. It doesn't include it all the time. It's not really include. She's going to come up with a different price once she gets to know you, or what, you know, once she sees you. I guess, I don't know. But her mentality is very different because she comes from nothing, you know. So now she's living kind of a fairly high-end life, especially for her, you know, where she comes from. But according to other girls that know him, you know, other Russian girls that know him that don't do that, that was who I was listening to. She was talking about Russian girls that did this for a living. She said she liked him. She wasn't judgmental of him. But she said if she was a dude, she'd never fucking have anything to do with them. Said their mindsets were very ruthless, and everything was transactional. And the clients, they just dealt with clients like it was just regular business, but they would have boyfriends. But almost always the boyfriend didn't know. So it was, and she looked all innocent and shit, you know. The boyfriend didn't know what she actually did for a living. And if they started to suspect or ask questions, she'd dump them and get another boyfriend.
Yeah.
That's the lifestyle they lived. Because we know a girl that was doing that. She was doing that shit even fucking seedier than that. You'd never suspect.
Yeah. It's always the quiet ones.
It's always the quiet ones. And that's what that Russian girl said. She says, all these outgoing fucking flamboyant women, it's never them. It's always the little fucking quiet one. Yeah.
It's into the freak.
She's undercover like a fucking secret agent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
CB said Russian women are best at BJ's because they do it like their lives depend on it. I was teasing Tom yesterday. He went for a ride on his motorcycle. And so I was back here. I had a fuck ton of design work to do this week. I was just getting overwhelmed because I was like, oh my God, I'll never finish all of it and stuff. And I mostly finished it, you know, because I wanted to get everything done for the weekend because, you know, we have Anastasia's coming this weekend, so I can't really get any work done. I don't really want to get any work done. I want a fucking weekend, you know what I mean? Because I had to work last weekend. So... So he went for a motorcycle ride, and he went up to, not his regular Starbucks, but he went to the Starbucks by our old house, like in Sanford, because it's a little bit farther, and he gets to go on the freeway and stuff, which he likes to do on his bike. So when he gets there, like, because I was teasing him before about, I always tease him about, like, going around to his girlfriends and stuff like that. So he made up this story about the other Starbucks, about the girl with the big ass, like, sucking his dick under the table. Yeah. And so when he was at Starbucks, and he messaged me to say he got there, and so I was like, so is that big ass girl sucking your cock? And he's like, man, I was gonna fuck these 2 chicks. I had my wallet out and everything. And then you interrupted me or something like that. And then he went off on this long thing about, oh, I'm on a yacht now.
Yeah.
Like, this big fat woman paid me to go, like, come on a yacht. Like, he made, like, a whole gigolo story and, like, what he was doing on the yacht and stuff like that.
I'm doing this while I'm jamming out I'm doing this while I'm jamming out the Slayer.
He's sitting in Starbucks listening to Slayer. And he's coming up with this whole, like, gigolo story about, like, what this fat girl is making him do.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, look out. It's like, I was like...
she was a fucking, like a Miss Piggy-like fucking... Miss Piggy-looking boss babe. Some corporate boss babe. Yeah.
And then I was like, well, what's she
She's
gonna
about
make,
30.
What's she going to make you do? And he's like, anything she wants. And I was just like, oh my God, like, watch out if she comes on with the strap on.
Yeah, the strap on, yeah.
And he's like, she's not like that.
Yeah, she's
This is the kind of shit we do. Or fucking message early.
John likes me to tell stories.
I do. I like this kind of stories. That's funny as shit. Case and Lee said, I must have another chat with Tom.
Yeah.
I love watching a good lesbian threesome, LOL.
The lesbian threesomes? What about the lesbian threesomes?
And then CB said, women on women will always be sexy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, that's a story we were going to tell. We're going to tell that story now, then.
I mean, might as well. It's a good segue.
Might as well say. Last week we were at the club. And Scott was there. Scott's the dude we're always talking about. He's a couple years younger than me, but he fucking looks like he's 15 years older. He owns a fucking pretty cool looking bar called the Capitol Room.
In Sanford,
Yeah.
downtown Sanford.
He's one who always shows up with the escorts.
Yeah.
Trans escorts, female escorts, just whatever. But he was there with a girl that was with him all the time, who's not an escort, it's just a friend of his.
Yeah.
But he's hidden.
She comes around the bar sometimes.
Yeah, he's hidden. She came and she showed up with these fucking fantastic pair of goth boots. Fucking, she's sitting showing the boots, and I fucking kiss the boot. And, oh, look how cute that boot! And Jen comes in and wow, you know. So she was flying high as a kite. She liked her new boots. She was looking the part. So Scott is fucking, you know, trying to look like a man. It's hard for Scott to look like a man when I'm around. You stay.
Oh, we got a super chat.
What's it say?
Papa77, give us a super chat. Thank you very much. We have missed a lot of the show. You haven't missed that much.
No.
But Shaby agrees that old guys suck.
Yeah.
I also agree.
We just had a normal night, you know. We're just fucking around, dancing and shit.
As we do.
Me and Jen were getting ready to leave. Weren't we getting ready to leave when that happened?
I don't remember. I didn't think so, but it might have been.
I think we were getting ready. We were leaving, and fucking as I was leaving, fucking Jen kind of got tied up behind me.
Not literally tied.
Yeah, she's doing something behind me as I was walking away, like she got held back or something. And I'm looking at fucking Scott, and he's looking over my shoulder at what they're doing. And I turn around and look. And Jen and that girl are fucking making out like fucking crazy on the fucking dance floor. And he goes to stop him, and I go, no.
What are you doing?
No, and I go, look at that. That's hot as fuck. Look at him. They're making out and shit. And he goes, yeah. No. And he had to stop that shit. He had to break that shit up.
Yeah. He's getting upset.
Yeah. So then the next day.
She's so cute, though. She's so cute.
Yeah. So then the next day, I wake up. And I fucking sent him a message. I said that shit was funny, man. Our girls were. I said shit was funny. My wife was fucking was stealing your girlfriend. He comes back about a fucking hour later, and she goes, "Well, my cum's in her now because she was blowing me before that." You know? And we were just laughing. Yeah, okay, bro. Okay, all right. And I said, "What was her name again?" He never answered.
He'll probably be there tomorrow, I imagine.
Yeah, he'll be around tomorrow night.
We're just playing around. I wasn't like.
I think she got in trouble though.
I hope not.
No, if he cracks down on her, then maybe fucking she'll be available.
Maybe so, but
they'll break up and she can hang out with us.
I mean, I wasn't even thinking about it.
Yeah.
You know.
I didn't know her name though.
No, I didn't know her name either.
It just came over.
I've seen her before, but it
just came over. You got to watch it, man. Fucking Jen will snake your woman. She's got power, man. She's got power, man. Yeah.
And I'm not predatory about it.
No, she's just.
I'm not like dangerous liaisons up in here.
No, she just comes up and fucking. She's had him come up to her. Can I kiss you? And Jen will go, yeah. If she likes.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times it's like, because I'm not real. I'm not real secure enough for myself to like go up unless I'm really drunk.
Yeah.
Like to go up to people and start, but unless I've gotten vibes like that all night. You know what I mean?
Didn't you tell her to kiss you?
I don't remember actually.
Okay,
like I said, I was pretty drunk.
All right, yeah.
So I don't remember who initiated.
Y'all missed it. It was hot. They were looking fantastic and shit. Jen's got there like fucking running like just like two fucking wet vacuum cleaners just and fucking says, Scott, look how hot that is. Oh yeah. No. That shit was fucking funny, man.
He had to put a stop to it.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny. Like I said, I don't remember like how the situation started because it was kind of toward the end of the night and I was pretty inebriated. But so I just remember like bits and pieces. I remember doing it. I just don't remember how it started, like what the initiating thing was. Like I said, I don't usually do that shit just unsolicited or unprovoked, you know what I mean? Like usually the other person would start it or would ask or something, so I kind of feel like that's probably what happened, but I don't remember exactly. But we always have a good time there. That's why we always like to go. I was kind of sad because it's like finally tomorrow night is 80s night again. We went last week, because that's when that happened. But last week was Memento Mori, which is the goth night, which we think would be better. Like, the people dress, but the crowd is like a lot of overlap, you know, because a lot of the 80s people come to the goth night too. But the music is a lot more like electronic, which I'm not super into. So I don't really dance as much at Memento Mori. Like, sometimes I do, but like, he'll play older shit. Like, Dimitri will play older shit, and like, he'll play old 80s shit like at the beginning of the night. Like, he'll throw on like some Concrete Blonde or like old Peter Murphy or something like that. But or Dead Can Dance. But then later on, it's like usually, and then sometimes too, there's another DJ named Rob, and like, he really likes synth pop, so it'll be pretty much all synth pop like after a certain time period. Although he will usually almost always play Urban Heat for us because he knows how much we like them. Matter of fact, he sent us a picture of him and the lead singer of Urban Heat. Like, he sent it to me and Tom, because it's like, hey, look, you guys should have come, because he went to the show, you know, because he's kind of a big deal. Have you guys watched the 90s flick Go? No, it's early 2000s, I think. I remember seeing it all the time in the video store, and I don't remember. I thought I saw it, but I don't remember anything about it. I'm pretty sure I saw it, because I saw pretty much everything back then. I either rented it or saw it on cable, or somebody loaned it to me. You know what I mean?
It doesn't sound familiar to me.
Yeah. I don't even remember what it's about. But I probably did see it at some point. But I've seen so many fucking movies in my life that I can't even remember which ones I've seen and which ones I haven't. Tiggly2 is here. Hey guys, so glad the work week is over. Yeah, me too. Holy crap. Time to relax. Yeah, I'm just kind of hoping. Holy shit, I had so much fucking...
Pull your drink out.
I had so much fucking work this week. I just wanted to get it all done so I could fucking... Because I knew I wouldn't be able to... Because sometimes, like, shit'll leak over and I end up working over the weekend, too. But this weekend, you know, we got friends coming, so...
Yeah.
I was like, I don't really want
to... We might have a surprise stream tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday. Because she's not coming until late afternoon tomorrow. Because she's just going to come over and get ready over here.
Yeah.
Then we're going to go out to the club. Then she's going to sleep on our couch. And then...
Yeah.
Then she'll hang out on Sunday.
Yeah.
But... Which is Easter, and I totally forgot. And then I got a text from my mom, and my mom is having like an Easter thing at her house, and my siblings are going, and I'm like, oh shit, I forgot it was Easter. And yeah, my brother said, yeah, I forgot it was Easter too. Because it fell so late this year, you know? I just kind of forgot. Yeah, Victor's seen that movie Go. Yeah, I think I've seen it. But like, I don't remember a single thing about it. I remember the cover. Like the poster, you know what I mean? But that's about it. That's about it. Yeah, why is it that dudes love watching women make out so much?
It's hot.
Well, I know, but why is it hot? Do you know?
Because you're seeing it. There's something about that.
I mean, I agree it's hot too, and I don't know either, but
okay, we'll look at it from the porn perspective. The Japanese have a whole fucking genre of lesbian porn that's nothing but kissing. It doesn't really...
Okay, I can see that.
It doesn't really...
I might like that, actually.
It doesn't even really progress any further than that. It's just fucking heavy lip locking. Now, it may be playing on the fact that Japanese are not real fucking big kissers in their culture.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Fucking public displays of affection, they're not into that. They're not fucking, you know, they're a bow type person more than even shaking hands. They kiss, but they don't even kiss in public, and they don't fucking lip lock in public, I guess.
Mm.
You know? But that isn't really, lip locking doesn't really happen in Western public, really. You don't start French kissing your girlfriend, making out and shit on the...
I mean, some people do, but everybody's like...
outside the club, people can drink.
When everyone's a little drunk,
it's appropriate. But you know, middle of a business day, downtown New York, fucking people rocking about. You're not gonna see some people. Fucking,
yeah, like I said,
you're not gonna see
look
that.
at you funny.
You're not gonna see that. Okay.
Like humping their leg and stuff.
So I've seen some of that stuff. It's actually kind of hotter.
I could see that.
Than even like girls fucking going down on each other.
Yeah.
There's some, because you're seeing the two faces next to each other.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you see the identities of the people.
Yeah.
And then they're like really fucking deep tonguing.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, fucking, and it just, it looks, a lot of times it looks like they're getting into it. I think a lot of girls do get into that.
I think, yeah, because it's more like intimate almost.
Yeah, so that kind of energy kind of comes across through the imagery.
Yeah.
And what, you know, I've seen Jen make out with like several women, many, I think, probably what, maybe 5, 6 of them, maybe.
Yeah, is that many? I guess it's many.
Yeah, over the years, depends on what. Yeah, probably about that many, maybe 5, 6, maybe. Recently, it's been 2.
Yeah,
and it's hot. And people say, "Don't you get jealous?" No,
he thinks it's hot.
No, I don't get jealous. I don't get jealous over shit like that because if it was a dude, yeah.
I wouldn't do that with a dude anyway.
But she's not gonna do that. Jenny's pretty satisfied in the man department.
Yeah, like I don't even.
Yeah. But she's bi. She likes girls. You know, I like girls too. So we have something in common when it comes to that. Yeah. And you know, really, what happens between them? That's not really a threat on my territory.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Fucking, because I'm like okay, yeah, that's cool. You know, you can ask her out. I'm trying to set them up on dates and shit. Tell me how it went.
You guys should go get some ice cream or something.
Yeah, you need to go get some ice cream. Yeah. Just make sure you videotape that shit. Yeah. No, my rules are when it comes to girls, as long as she knows about me, that nothing's behind my back, and that we like each other, then it's all right. I don't even really have to be a part of it.
Yeah, but I would feel better if you were.
I think a lot of times, sometimes, recently, I think the girls that are fucking responding to you are open to that there's like a bonus thing that you know what I mean? Fucking,
yeah, that's kind of the impression I get.
Yeah, here's the thing. I know all the older guys know what I'm talking about. If there's younger guys in here, let me open your eyes up to a different reality. A couple actually can pick up girls easier than a single woman or a single man. A couple can do it easier.
Like, they're not as threatening.
Not as threatening. And she gets to see what the guy is like in a relationship. So she sees it from outside. Oh, he's a good guy. Oh, and she's awesome. And they get along. Yeah. I like to get in the middle of that sandwich. That's
I think that's probably
that's what
why
it
we
is.
get a lot
That's
of that.
what it is. Yeah.
A lot of that action.
And the only thing you gotta watch for is and I don't get the vibes from the goth scene. Not with the ones lately that we do. You can't let a girl into a situation like that if she's trying to break it up.
Yeah.
And I don't get those vibes.
No, I don't get that impression.
Yeah.
Because, like, it's pretty obvious when a chick is trying to, like, get in the middle of you.
Yeah.
Like, because we've had that happen. But
right.
It's just kind of like, it's pretty obvious the two things are completely different.
I have had actually, and I'm a fucking good, I can feel vibes. I never got any vibes that either one of the particular girls we're talking about now was trying to get to me through you.
Mm-mm.
Nah. It was a kind of thing like, I want to get in between both. I want to get in with both of these.
Yeah.
People, you know. Most girls are bi. I think most are bi.
I don't even know if they mostly would admit that, but I'm like, girls are a lot more flexible.
Yeah, I think most of them.
Well, because here's the thing, like, female friendships generally tend to be a lot closer than male friendships do. Like, a lot more intimate. They talk about a lot more intimate shit, stuff like that. Not across the board, but, you know, generally.
Yeah.
And sometimes, every now and then, and I think a lot of women have this experience, you had, like, a really, really, really super close friend, like, when you were growing up, you know, you stayed over their house one night, and, you know, shit happened.
Oh, that slumber party shit.
You know what I mean? No one really meant for it to happen. It just kind of happened. So, I think a lot of women have that experience.
So, you know, it's just, it is what it is. You just don't, and fucking we know a lot of people that are, it's basically one guy and two girls. We know two other ones.
Yeah.
Tony and my ex now have a girlfriend. She looks great too.
They moved her in.
Yeah, she looked great. And then fucking the other two, fucking although they don't have a girlfriend now, do they? I haven't seen it.
Yeah, they haven't had a girlfriend for a little bit.
Yeah, but
usually
when that girlfriend broke up with them, did you know the first thing she did is friend us?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Weird. And I didn't know that girl's name.
I know. I never. Yeah. I know them really well, but it's like I used to go out to lunch with them all the time. But we used to go to Johnny's on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And get drinks and chicken strips.
Yeah, we didn't even know her.
Yeah, I didn't really know her. I don't know if they were keeping her, or if she was standoffish, or if she was shy, or, you know, I don't really like to, because I'm shy too, and it's like, I still don't have, I mean, I'm a lot more confident than I used to be, but I still am not the kind of person that's just going to go up and go, hi, I'm so-and-so, you know, I just don't do that. Like, Tom will do that all day long. But,
I don't do it that way, though.
No, I'm just saying, you're a lot more comfortable going up to somebody going, who are you? You know what I mean?
Hey, what are you doing here? Who the fuck are you? Oh, okay, yeah.
He's done that lots of times.
Yeah.
Well, and sometimes, like, there'll be somebody that's been there for a long time, but we don't really know them. And, like, he'll go up to him and be like, you know what? We see you here all the time, but we don't even know your damn name. Like, what's your name? Like, he'll just go. And see, I would never do that in a million years.
That's how we met Dawn.
That's how we met Dawn, actually.
Yeah, fucking Dawn was always there by herself. And I said, you know, you're always here. You dance all the cool songs. Who the fuck are you? Basically, she said, I'm Dawn.
I've been seeing her for years.
All right, come over, meet my wife. And we went up to the bar and then we hit it up.
Yeah.
And then she went and had her fucking tummy tuck. She's getting her fucking implants, and I'm going, damn, what's that? And she wanted to be, she's my fucking student, working in the gym here, but she's got to recover from this last surgery. I said, what the fuck are you doing? You becoming some kind of porn cougar? And she goes, yeah. I'm doing her lips, fucking probably next week.
Yeah, because we bought the stuff.
Yeah. And she and is you becoming some kind of porn cougar or something? She's like, yeah, I'm aging, and I'm not gonna age gracefully. I'm gonna fucking fight this shit.
Yeah, the hell with that. Like,
and I was going to say, hell yeah. So I talked to her.
Rage against the dying of the
her fucking.
still in time.
She lost a shit ton of weight. So then she had all the fucking slack taken out of her.
Yeah, all the loose skin.
You could fucking touch the front of her fucking tummy. This is when
they did a good job.
Man, it's just like abdominal wall.
Because she sent us a picture. Like, I mean, obviously there was still like a huge scar, like across. There was still stitches and stuff, but they did a really good job. Yeah.
And she goes, yeah. And then, once this heals up, and then I'll be back to the gym. We'll do that for a few months, and then I'm gonna get my implants. And I said, oh, hell yeah, you get you some big-ass fucking titties. And she goes, I'm going to. And I said, and you use them on people. And she goes, hell yeah.
You use them on people. Well, like I said,
hell yeah.
Interestingly, when I got mine done years ago, mostly it was women that were complimenting them.
Yeah.
They're like, ooh, like, because can I see that?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You're going to get another set in a year or so. We gotta hook that up. You're gonna maybe instead of going to the anatomical, maybe you should go around next time.
Yeah.
Because what it does is it gives a lifting effect.
Yeah.
Takes up more real estate, and you think you got reactions out of those fucking get some of the round ones. It's more of a cougar look, you know. It does look a little more pornified, but at your age, you shouldn't worry about that. You don't have to fucking. Your office is here.
Yeah.
It's not like you're dealing with fucking, corporate types or anything. I would get that.
That's true.
And fucking, you get a lot of attention. It's the same with fucking muscle. I fucking gained, 50 pounds, 60 pounds of muscle in a 5-year period? And most of the reactions were from dudes.
Yeah. It's kind of the same thing.
Dudes, yeah. For every one woman that reacts or says something, I have about 10 dudes say something.
Yeah.
And it can range. Other muscle dudes fucking, oh yeah, hey, how you doing, bro? It's just that.
Well, they know you're into the same shit.
And then there's a lot of, then dudes that are smaller guys, I guess. Especially in the redneck areas like here, they'll fucking run up and fucking, how you doing, sir? This and that, kind of simping on you a little bit,
Simping.
Like, relax, dude, it's all right. But they try to get in with you. It's kind of a funny. I never really had that before. I never was like visually fucking real strong looking, even in the military, because you're kind of wiry in the military. But no, a lot of dudes put on a lot of muscle, try to get girls. I never had any problem getting girls. Nope, no problem at all. Jen's seen me in action before we were, and she's seen all my exes and stuff, pictures of them. I never had any problem with that. I started to wanted to get bigger because I was watching my dad die. That's what did
when you came back. Actually, when you came back after he had his heart bypass.
Yeah.
And you saw like how unhealthy he was. That's when you started talking about I'm gonna quit smoking and
I'm just quit smoking. I'm gonna do this and that.
I'm gonna start working out and all this other kind of stuff.
And I was like everything I saw my dad go through, and he died miserably over over like a 6-year period. I felt bad for him. There's nothing I could do, though. They did everything they could for him. And I was like, man, pretty much all of that could have been prevented.
Yeah.
He lived a very sedentary lifestyle, and he had fucking diabetes. He got very skinny. All his teeth fell out, and his heart was just ravaged from fucking high cholesterol, bad diet, fucking, and diabetes. I dodged that diabetes bullet, though, I think, because my diet was good and I never got obese.
Yeah.
Because he put on some chub for a while. And then the diabetes came in, and then he got skinny. See? And he had that fucking southern diet, eating all that fucking sugar and fucking bacon grease and shit all the time. And genetics may have also played a factor in both of us. But I saw that going down. I said, no, I'm going to start living healthy. Started working out, man. I fucking gained some size. And all of a sudden it slowed down. And then I started couldn't heal up. I fucking realized I had fucking low test. Went to the test clinic and started banging me up with that. And I learned everything about how to take testosterone. And shit started to blossom. Then I said, fuck it. I went into the black market, got better testosterone, more of it for cheaper, and then I started doing fucking anabolic steroids on top of it too. But I was doing it right. I knew what I was doing. I studied everything long before I did it and tried small amounts and looked for side effects, and turned out I had great genetics for it. I don't have any side effects from steroids. Like a lot of guys will need aromatase inhibitors to prevent gynecomastia and all these weird things that could happen. I can inject a shit ton of steroids and get no fucking side effects from it at all, other than that you get stronger, you get big. So I got lucky in that case. So I don't know. I'm just saying that for me, I did it mostly because for what I thought was fucking health reasons, and then it's kind of addictive. You wanted to get a little bit more size, more shape, which that pretty much everybody's like that. Now, some people will say women don't like those big muscular type guys. They're lying. They do. Fucking, all of a sudden I noticed fucking they treat you a lot different after that. It's a lot better. And people treat you a lot better. Just that women are kind of careful about how they react to you. I've had extremes, fucking walking down there and just have some girl in her 20s reach out and grab me by the fucking titty and shit. I was walking by, what the fuck, Jen would be right with me. It's been just grabbing, thinking that they could just grab. And I've had them also fucking come up to me and just say, you don't know how hot you are. You are fucking outstanding. And I was like, oh, thank you. Just crazy shit like that. And that didn't happen to me before I put on muscle. So, you have them flirt, but you never have them come out and just grab you, So, everybody likes it, but it's not that is not a make or break deal, in my opinion, from what I've been seeing about it. If they don't like you, it doesn't matter what you look like. They don't fucking like you. Okay? If they like you and you look good and you're big, that's a bonus to them. Some women in interviews, they'll have them pick out bodies, what body styles they like, and they'll have girls critiquing what the other girl has said. Women will fucking tend to point out the body styles they like because that's the kind of guy they can get. The extreme edges, they like them, but they don't pick them because they don't think they can keep that guy or get that guy, or that that's the kind of intimidation thing is that they'll go. You take a female fitness fucking instructor who's physically just the shit, she'll pick all the guys at the top. She goes, yeah, these guys look better. At the top levels of fucking really lean and muscular. Because that's their peers. They can keep those guys. But here's the weird thing. A lot of dudes that fucking look like that will go out with a normal woman that doesn't work out as long as she's pretty. And she's nice to him. They can get that. It's just that I guess they think that they can't keep it. I guess. Or the dude's going to be problematic. Every gym bro I've run across to, he's fucking cool. He's not a dick. He's very cool, and laid back, chilled out personalities mostly. That's usually who they are. But maybe that's just the way they are around me. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it might be different if you're... Tigglytoot said, I'm a reverse cuckold. I love my husband to talk about doing other women.
Yeah, she likes that. But she's not really a cuckold. She doesn't fucking get humiliated by it.
Yeah, that's not... And actually, isn't there a porn term for that? Isn't it cuck queen?
Cuck queen. A cuck queen is like, yeah. She likes it. She kind of feels humiliated by it, but not really. She still likes it because she's watching her man perform. Basically, what it is.
Yeah.
That it's confirmation that her man's hot. Other women want him, which is kind of a. I'm like that too a little bit.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why I decided to pull the trigger on Jan is because she got a boyfriend, and I saw the guy and I liked him. I was like, she can pull some good dudes. So if I go out with her, I'm in fucking good company. And that's the thing. It's not like I think women are very jealous. They see the dude with a fucking hot woman, they might like him, but they're also jealous of the other woman. I'm not really like that. I saw her achieving, and to me, her desirability went up. You know what I mean? Because I always was attracted to women who were popular and were successful. I didn't like underdog women. I didn't like that. I like girls that were winners.
But yeah, the thing about it is that I think it's kind of a new-ish thing that I've developed. Because remember, I was talking about this the other day. Because before, like, just the thought of you with somebody else would just, like, enrage me.
Yeah. You were insecure. You were afraid I was going to run off.
But like, as time went on and we were together a longer time, and I, trusted you more and knew you wouldn't actually do that in real life.
Yeah, you know what kind of guy I am.
Yeah, it's like now it's kind of
I'm pretty loyal.
Yeah, so pretty loyal.
I'll pretend that I'm not loyal, but because that's actually part of the spice.
Yeah.
Because if you take a motherfucker totally for granted, he's not very sexy anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just the way it is. But that's the way I look at you, though. I don't take everything for granted.
Yeah.
You know? Healthy relationships aren't like that. Aren't totally fucking solid. You know what I'm talking about? They're not like it's an arranged marriage and you cannot be divorced and that's it. You're going to fucking die together. It's, you know what I mean? That's not the way real healthy relationships are. You're together because you fucking like each other.
Yeah, because you want to be.
Because you want to be, yeah.
No one's making you.
Right. Right.
And so, so I think it's important not to take the other person for granted. But like I said, I kind of recently started sort of fetishizing that idea. Like I said, I still don't know how I would feel seeing it in real life, but
you kind of have a little bit. Yeah,
I mean, I like thinking about it. I like you telling me about it because I'd like for you to make up stories about it because he makes up good stories. Yeah. About like some of them are crazy, like the stuff in Starbucks where he was talking about the yacht and everything. Yeah. Oh, now I'm on a yacht. I was like, how'd that happen?
Guess what a guy would come up with.
Like, that's
it's not real, so I just come up with a new idea.
Now I'm on an alien spacecraft.
Now I've got an alien spacecraft.
And they're putting some stuff up my butt, like Christopher Walken. How dare you?
Yeah, how dare you? I was listening to Slayer.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. But and Tom likes the same thing. He likes me to talk about taking me to the glory hole.
Yeah, anything is dirty.
Yeah.
If it's dirty and fucking.
And me making up stuff about when you were gone yesterday. Like I invited all these dudes over. Kind of stuff. Yeah. Like I didn't really do that. I was just working.
I know she's bullshit.
You know what I mean? But it's like it's fun, like making the stories up like that. So you know what I mean?
I think. Didn't that fucking famous writer and his girlfriend fucking write stories to each other like that? Was his name Jack Kerouac?
I thought that was
or was that?
I thought that was Henry Miller.
Yeah, Henry Miller and his girlfriend. Yeah,
and Anais Nin.
Yeah.
Yeah, they made a whole ass movie about that.
Yeah, that's right. They don't know if any of that shit was real. It probably wasn't.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember liking that movie. I think we talked about it before, and Zach said he hated that movie, but I remember liking it, but I haven't seen it in a long time.
Because it's one of those letters she said that she told him that she was having an affair with like an 8-year-old boy. Remember that?
Yeah, it was like weird shit like that.
Yeah, that she was having this 8-year-old boy come.
You had to keep like up in the ante.
Yeah, kept up in the ante.
Like who had to come up with the freakiest
I think it was all fantasy though. I don't think they were actually doing it.
Yeah, well, like I said, it seems weird, but when you think about it, because like we make up crazy fucking stories all the time too.
Yeah.
So that obviously we didn't do any of that. It was just,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Some of it you can't do. Like, some of it's, like, impossible, but...
You guys gotta understand that some of this shit, we're making this shit up while we're fucking. It's fucking hilarious, man. We ought to make a video.
We probably should.
Of us talking shit to each other. Probably sell.
It probably would.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, it's fun though. I like all the imagination that goes into it.
Go to the restroom here, but
Oh, Tigglytoot says, all I know is never have a threesome with a girl whose friendship you value. I've had a threesome with 2 guys and then a girl and a guy. The girl was one of my friends, and after it happened, she kept accusing me and her husband of hooking up behind her back.
Oh, shit.
And it ruined our friendship. Yeah, honestly, well, we've had...
At our age group and the scene we're in, it's not quite of a...
I guess not.
It's
Like,
not as much of a threat.
We had one with a friend of ours, and it didn't... Like I said, it didn't really mean anything. It was just fun. We did it a couple of times, and it didn't really change anything. So that was good. But I know that that's very, very... That's kind of like rule number 1 in threesome etiquette is don't do it with a friend because it'll, like, ruin the friendship. And I know I've heard a lot of stories of that happening, but in our case, like, it didn't happen like that, happily. And maybe it's just because, like I said, maybe because we're older and maybe because we've known a lot of these people a long time and everyone kind of knows the deal. You know what I mean? Because if somebody's coming in there, like, trying to snipe your person, like, you can pretty well sniff that out, you know? And Tigglytoot also said she was insecure. Orgies and swinging are not for the insecure. Yeah, I think that's kind of why it's taken me this long to even think about, like, kind of be more open to the idea. Like, I was open to the idea before because we've done it before, but it's like, even then, I was just kind of like, felt weird about it.
What you talking about?
About threesomes.
Oh, yeah.
Because I still have insecurity issues. Not as bad, by a long shot, as they used to be. But it's still kind of in there. I still have that niggling little voice in the back of my head all the time.
Don't worry about it. Don't do anything you don't want to do.
No, I wouldn't. I'm just saying, like...
Some of them girls that want to hook up with you, though, that fucking, you do what you want. You know what I mean? I'll just sit back and fucking watch that shit. I'll help. I'll just help out.
He'll just help out.
I'll just help out.
We'll see.
I'll tell y'all how fucking hot y'all are. God, you guys are really fucking hot.
Yeah, Tigglytoot said, well, I don't need confirmation that my husband is attractive. It's partially wanting to feel submissive. I guess I'm not insecure about that stuff. I've been that way in other relationships. And when it's women we personally know, it's better. Yeah, yeah, I kind of like when he tells me stories and stuff, because he's told me stories about just random-ass strangers and also about people we know. And kind of the ones that we know are kind of hotter, because it's like, because I know that person, too, so I can picture that.
So I know how to fuck with her mind about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then, like I said, that niggling little voice in the back of my head is being like, wait, well... you know what I mean? Did that really happen, or did something like that really happen, or are you using something for inspiration? But I know, I know it didn't. But...
And I'm making it up because you asked me to make something up. So
yeah.
I would pick people, because I'd ask you, want somebody we know or don't know? We know. It's okay.
Yeah.
So,
it's like, what are we doing today? It's like, you just want a stranger?
And they're friends of ours.
Or,
They're friends of ours. We know them.
Yeah.
So, of course, the more information you know, the more of a fucking crazy ass picture you can paint, and then it's something to fuck with her, because they want to be kind of fucked with. They want it to kind of bother them, or it's not gonna. It's not. Gonna be
it's not hot if it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, it's not gonna be.
It has to bother me a little bit. Because, like I said, it used to bother me a lot, like so much that even thinking about it just made me like seethe with rage.
Yeah.
But it's like now, it's like I'm still kind of bothered.
You're at the normal level now.
Yeah, I'm like 20% bothered, but like 80% kind of. That's also kind of hot.
Well, it's just.
It's hot that I'm mad about it.
Yeah. People fantasize about shit they don't want to happen.
Yeah, all the time.
That's something that.
I mean, that's why it's called fantasizing.
Yeah. I mean, women will have sexual assault fantasies. They don't want to be sexually assaulted.
Obviously,
they just want to have that fantasy. It's how they deal with it.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, though. is that the dude in these fucking fantasies that they have, he's fucking hot. It's a chick. It's a dude that she thinks is hot that's doing this, and it's her fantasy. She's making it up.
Yeah, she has control.
So it's
over
consensual. She's just pretending it's not consensual in her head, really, because she's having the fantasy. She's making the fantasy. She's writing it. She's in charge of it.
Yeah.
And then she's going on about. She's kind of sexualizing about how she has no power in this relationship, but it's always a dude who's fucking hot. It's never some ugly motherfucker. It's a fantasy man.
Yeah.
He's a rich billionaire, and you can't say no. He's got too much money. You can't say no.
Yeah.
You know, it's like that kind of shit.
That's like that 50 Shades of Grey fucking shit.
Or you could be
a terrible book, by the way.
Some crazy ass gay dude who's fantasizes that his boyfriend is an airplane, is a jet, and he's a billionaire.
As Chuck
He's
Tingle.
a billionaire jet. Yeah.
And he's at the same time is also a dinosaur.
And he's a dinosaur also. And a ghost. And a ghost.
That's right. He's a ghost.
Yeah, and a ghost.
I need to go look at Chuck Tingle's Wikipedia page. He's probably like written like 500 more books since I looked last time.
Yeah.
Like honestly, I can just get a chuckle looking at all the fucking titles.
If you get those bitches, you have to read them to me. I bet you I'd fucking laugh my fucking ass off, man.
I don't know if I'd be able to keep a straight face. I can't even. Last time I went to the Wikipedia page and just read because they have like a bibliography, and I was just reading through the titles and I was dying.
Yeah.
It was the titles were fucking hilarious.
Y'all want to fucking see some crazy ass shit? Go look up Chuck Tingle and look at the books that he wrote, and then look at him. He's gonna be a dude in a karate gi.
Yeah.
It's not him though. It's just stock photos and shit.
Yeah.
It's fucking funny, dude.
He's very mysterious. Like I think he's been on a couple shows. He's not that mysterious. But he's not like one of these authors that's everywhere, like you know what he looks like and stuff like that. Like he kind of keeps a low profile.
Yeah.
But I mean, fair play to him. He found a fucking niche and he just like leaned right the fuck into that, and it was very successful.
Yeah.
I wish I'd thought of it, to be honest. But I wish I'd thought of it. I wish I could think of some of like I can't think of them offhand because I'm like a little bit pickled, but yeah, I just went through every now and then. If you need a good laugh, like if you're in a bad mood one day, just go to Chuck Tingle's Wikipedia page and read the fucking bibliography. You don't have to read the books; just the titles are funny enough. But I'm sure the books are fucking hilarious. Actually, my one of my favorite YouTubers, Dominic Noble, he did a video where he read a bunch of the Chuck Tingle ones, and I think he did a podcast too where they read a bunch of them out loud. And he said the dude's actually like a good writer. Like you wouldn't think that because of like the ridiculous titles and stuff. They're not because he writes a fuck ton of them, but they're like short stories. They're not novel length. You know what I mean? So
Technically said that fucking orgies and swinging are not for the insecure.
Yeah.
No. Casey Lee is saying that he's on some anti-depression drugs. He can't fucking have a good orgasm. I know exactly what you're talking about. It must be like on Paxil or those SSRI. Fucking serotonin reuptake inhibitors. But yeah, you can't develop enough tension to have release, and that's the way the male orgasm is like going up on a roller coaster and falling off an edge. And there's something about the way your brain has to be in order to get that. And those drugs fucking fuck that up, and it fucks it up for women too. Women they'll enjoy sex, but they never goes anywhere. Fucking, it's a chemical lobotomy, man. Fucking, if you can get off that shit, get off of it.
yeah, it kind of deadens all your emotions.
Yeah, it deadens all
even
emotions.
the ones you kind of want to have.
Yeah, yeah.
I always want, male orgasms seem so definitive.
Yeah. Cases that we should do a UFO. We've done UFO cases.
Yeah,
before.
we have. I have one in the poll. I think maybe not this week, but maybe next week because I do the polls a couple weeks ahead. But yeah, I don't know. We've covered most of the main ones. I generally don't have a lot of patience for them, but because they're kind of samey. But I do have some that we haven't done yet that are still in the running. You know what I mean?
Technically, it says women don't want men; they have to constantly guard from other women. That's the truth.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's true. You don't really want like I said, I think the reason that I've gotten a lot more comfortable with thinking about that kind of stuff is because I know that in the beginning when I didn't know Tom that well and we hadn't been together that long, like, he's got a very high body count. He went out with a lot of women. He's kind of flirtatious.
Yeah, I'm flirtatious.
He's
right there.
He's very outgoing.
It's just normal for me though. It doesn't.
Yeah, but that's like his personality.
Yeah.
And
It doesn't mean I'm gonna do anything.
yeah, but as I got to, but like I didn't know that like at the beginning because I was just kind of like, what the fuck, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But as time went on and I got to know you better, like I got more.
I'm just very comfortable around women the way I grew up around them, and I always had good relationships with them, and I had a high body count even before I got out of high school. And dudes went to high school with me have been in this chat before to confirm all that. My body count was, by the time I tried to do a count. Now I counted everybody who I had that I had an orgasm with, or who I made have orgasm. That was also a count. Either way, women may not count that shit. Women count weird. Yeah, all those dudes on that bus that I fucked when I got drunk, none of that counts. No, that shit counts too. You know,
I never heard of anybody not counting.
That was it was exaggeration. That was exaggeration.
I mean, you would count that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that. Well, I was drunk, so none of that counts. Yeah,
it still counts, even if
Okay.
you're drunk. Because I've done some questionable shit when I was
Yeah,
drunk
it
too,
counts.
but it still counts. Sorry.
So
Much as we wish it didn't.
I was not keeping count at the time. I didn't care. I was just having fun, and it was just everything. I was just doing what I was doing was just natural. I was in a drama program in high school, fucking real popular. My friend, fucking Steve, he was super popular. We were like we were the most popular guys in the fucking drama program, and that made us. We were like as good as like a fucking top football player in terms of getting girls. We just got different ones.
Yeah.
They had the more of the cheerleader conventional. So we were getting all the punk rock girls, all the goth girls,
All the
cool girls.
all the cool girls.
Yeah.
Like the drama.
Yeah, yeah. Some of them ended up becoming celebrities
I also liked the
over
drama
time.
guys.
Yeah. So, but I tried to like tally up, and I estimated by the time I got out of high school. Now, this included Brazil too, because I was in Brazil when I graduated from high school, and it was about 50.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah. So then I started doing averages, and then Korea, because there were brothels involved with Korea. I counted all those too.
Well, that's
So
still
I'm
sex.
easily in the triple digits by the time I'm in fucking 2010. Easily.
Yeah.
And I didn't get any diseases. That's the wild thing about it, getting no diseases.
Well,
Yeah. I was careful. Jen knows my fucking hygiene
Yeah.
tactics. I fucking, as soon as I have sex, I'll fucking jump up, fucking, okay, let's get in and jump up, wash everything off.
Yeah.
Fucking, you know, just because that was just part of.
that's just what you're used to.
Yeah, and I'd use condoms if I, didn't know them that well.
Yeah.
If I was dating them, I didn't. You know what I mean? Like, if she was like a girlfriend, I didn't use condom.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean,
It's kind of rude.
yeah, I didn't usually fuck with it unless,
Yeah.
you know.
Right. But, and it wasn't something I was trying to do. It just happened that way. And, I guess I got lucky. Genetics worked out. I had my attitude worked out. And I really kind of put a lot of it on my early childhood development. Being taken to little slumber parties by little Cami and stuff. It was like kind of like my nanny. She was like only 12, 13. And, socializing with girls that were a little bit older than me, and I'm like 7, 8, 9. By the time I was 10, I don't think I had a babysitter anymore. We were feral children back in the 70s.
Yeah, I mean, 10 was
Yeah,
kind of old
I think by
enough to
10 I
stay
was
on your
on
own.
Yeah. But, so I think and then going to the fucking stables all the time with my mom and all the fucking female riders and all the little girls who were riding horses. I was riding horses, English equestrian horses. And, grooming, and Chrissy Toy, who was a girl that I used to hang out with, fucking her dad owned the barn where my pony was fucking kept. I had it out in a pasture out there, my little pony. Pony was named Fuzzy.
Fuzzy.
Yeah, Fuzzy, yeah. And,
I don't know why that's so funny as a horse name, but that's
Yeah.
like really funny to me.
so, I think because of that, I always kind of had like an understanding of women. You know what I mean? I didn't really kind of otherize them that much.
Well, I think that's a big part of
Yeah.
why I liked you, because you actually treated women like
Yeah.
humans,
Even
which
though
a lot of dudes do not.
even though like I've run across fucking like violent femcel, fucking feminist chicks who fucking hate me, like say that I'm the most toxic man. And from their point of view, I'd be toxic as fuck, but not really.
You're not though, because I mean,
it's mostly appearance and the way I fucking handle myself, and
and even when I first met you, like I think most people liked you, honestly, but like a few people that were just kind of like, oh, you thought you were an asshole or something like that. But I think it was just because one, like I said, you're very outgoing, you're flirtatious, like a lot of people like you. You know, you talk a lot, you're kind of gregarious, you know what I mean? Yeah. And so I think that some people maybe took that the wrong way, and like also you have a tendency to like be over the top to be funny. Yeah. Like and like exaggerate like these exaggerated stories, but you don't mean for anyone to take them seriously. And I think maybe if
I got a storytelling tone.
Yeah. So I think if people don't know you that well and they think, "Oh my god, listen to this motherfucker like talking about how fucking great he is." But it's just like he's not I mean, he's being funny. He's just being funny.
And I'll talk about other people that way though too.
Yeah.
Depending on what you know what I mean. Fucking, if I like you, I'm gonna talk good about you. Yeah, that's just how it is. And it'll be accurate. You know what I mean? Depends. If I don't like you, I'll usually just ignore you.
Yeah. I'm the same.
Yeah.
I don't really like confrontation for no reason. Yeah. Like now, if somebody gets up in my face, I'm gonna hit you. But like, you know, if I don't like a person, I just avoid that person. You know. Yeah, Tickly-Toot said it's exhausting having to fight off women all the time. You have to protect your relationships because women will try and move in. Even if you're a secure person, you have to know when to tell another woman when to fuck off.
Yeah, I could see how that would come. Yeah. She's in Norway, right?
Oh, I don't know.
I forgot. I think that's a Norwegian girl. If I remember correctly. Here in Florida, especially in the goth scene, that's not a problem.
Well, like I said, we mostly all know each other.
We all know each other, yeah.
So people know not to step on other people's dicks.
Yeah, and the women are not aggressive that way.
No, everyone's pretty chill.
Yeah,
like I said, everyone's known each other a long time, and even new people that come in are, you know, not obnoxious. They just come in and be like, they're just trying to learn the ropes and everything like that, and nobody gets all up in anybody's business.
Yeah,
usually.
and in our scene, and this is just the goth scene in general, if some girl wanted to fuck me, knowing Jen, she'd want to fuck Jen too.
Yeah, I mean that's usually what
it would
happens.
be. You know what I mean? It would be.
We don't usually have a situation where somebody's trying to break us up.
Yeah, that's not their situation. And there's guys like that too. You know, if I could die. There are guys in the scene that fucking want to fuck both of us. Yeah. You know what I mean? But they're friends of mine, you know. But they're no threat either. Fucking, you know, Dr. fuck, man, I'm drunk and remember. Crazy ass motherfucker.
Dr. Michael, yeah.
Dr. Michael, fuck. But Dr. Michael's a slut. He's a slut.
He will literally sleep with anything and anybody.
Yeah, and he knows he'll tell you that.
He has no shame.
No shame. And he's fucking crazy looking. He's fucking crazy looking guy, dude. Looks like fucking riffraff from fucking...
He's delightful, though. He is a delightful
he's hilarious. He's a good dude.
He's super, super funny.
But he'll try... I can't.
I've never met anybody like that. I've never met anybody like that. Yeah. And it's just kind of like when you describe him to people are like, well, he sounds creepier. He sounds what... He's not, though.
He's not, no.
It's not.
No, he's fucking funny.
But it's hard to explain why it's not.
He's not going to do
anything. You have to know him.
He's not going to do anything to you that is like fucking totally out of the... Any fucked up thing he's ever done to me, I kind of fucking set myself up for it.
Yeah, because you kind of like dared him.
I'd be drunk and fucking, he's fucking, you know, sitting there fucking dancing all like this. And so you want you, yeah, okay, bitch. And fucking, I'll drop my fucking trousers in the club. And he fucking dove down and bit me right on the fucking dick in front of everybody. I go, oh, and he's laughing.
And I was like, well, you kind of had that come.
Motherfucker.
And he's like, what?
Yeah, he's like, what? What's the problem?
I was like, yeah, you did have that.
But he knew, here's the thing. It wasn't sexual. He knew he was just fucking with me.
Yeah.
He's just got no... He doesn't have, you know, it's goths, and the motherfucker doesn't have any limits, you know, but I knew that. I didn't know he was going to do that, but it was funny, man. I fucking laughed my fucking ass off, and a lot of people saw it.
Yeah, everybody laughed their fucking ass off because it was hysterical.
Bit me on the fucking dick, man. Yeah. And my shit was off to the left. I'm a right-handed man. Your shit's going to go off to the left, right? He just bap, got it like that. I was like, ow! And he's down there on his knees laughing. Fucking hilarious, man.
I was like, see?
Yeah. Jen's laughing. She's like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Well, like I said, you can't challenge him because
No.
he'll just do.
I was
He'll do
trying to play
crazier
chicken.
shit than you will.
I was trying to play chicken with
You
him.
won't win.
Yeah, you're gonna lose. You can't play gay chicken with him.
No, you won't win.
He'll fucking throw himself at your ass first. Fucking power bottom. Fucking.
Because like I said, he has
he's like this, looking over his shoulder at you. You can't play games with him. He's the real deal. I tested him and he passed the test.
Yeah, he does not give a single fuck.
He doesn't give a single fuck.
Nope.
He likes black girls too.
That's why everybody loves him.
Yeah, he's a legend. Back when the club was downtown, it had a little porch you could go out on, and the people walking on the streets would go by. And fucking Dr. Michael sees this little short, heavy-set black girl, and he's like, "Hey, how are you doing?" And he starts chatting up this, and he's fucking kissing. Remember that? She's kissing.
Yeah.
She goes, "Oh, you guys," and me and Jen were there, you know, and she goes, "You guys are so nice."
You guys
are so nice. And I said, "You come on in if you want." He goes, "You come in here, baby." He's like, "No, I gotta go. Yeah. I gotta go. I gotta be at work tomorrow." That kind of shit. And she's like, "Well, you remember I'm here, you know, fucking Dr. Michael trying to," and she walks up, she goes, "I love black girls."
Like I said, he loves everybody.
Yeah, he loves everybody.
But we are nice. Cops are generally pretty nice.
Yeah, that black chick thought we were fucking really nice. We were being cool. Just being cool to her.
I mean,
drink? Yeah, you hand her a drink across the fucking. She'd drink. Yeah, okay, yeah. She was coming from another club.
Yeah, it was like because it was out on the sidewalk, but they had
Yeah.
like a rail around
Yeah.
there and like little chairs and tables and stuff where you
Yeah.
could sit out on a little patio.
Yeah, Dr. Michael was trying to call one in off the street. Come on in. How about you drink?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Tickly 2 said, "I'm in the U.S. I'm a Midwest girl."
Oh, okay, all right.
You were thinking of that person
thinking-
before that was from
Yeah,
Norway.
yeah, I was thinking of
We
that.
have a couple of people from Norway in here. That's probably what you're confused about. Tickly 2 said, "I mean, in your ordinary life, when you're in an environment like a party or a club, etc., that's different.
Yeah.
It's having to protect your relationship in everyday life." Yeah, we don't have that. I guess we don't have that issue too much, just because mainly we don't
really hang out with regular people.
we
that
don't
much.
one we don't hang out with regular people, and we don't like have jobs outside of the house, so it's
Yeah.
not like we're interacting with strange people on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
We're mostly just in the house,
Yeah. Now we go out to clubs.
and then we go out to clubs. Like sometimes he'll go out on his motorcycle and just go to Starbucks or go hang out at the Oasis or whatever.
Biker club, yeah.
But like at the biker bar. But
Biker boy, fucking biker mamas.
yeah,
But the thing is man, I got all kinds of girlfriend biker mamas.
yeah.
They are
definitely.
fucked up. Okay.
Some of them even have all their teeth.
Yeah.
Mostly.
One of them gave me all kinds of rings. You belong to me now. 'Cause I belong to you now. Yeah, baby. You belong to me now. She had one shoulder higher than the other. Big crushed in a motorcycle accident. You know?
Sorry, I just thought of young
Yeah.
Frankenstein. What? Oh.
Yeah. But that place there is a fun place because it's fucking really trashy.
It is very trashy.
And they know
it's kind of fun though.
They know it's trashy. And the and they play a lot. They play a lot.
Yeah.
And
Well, they're old and they don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
just
they're
like,
old, they don't
just
give a
like just like we are.
and yeah, and Amy's down there. She lives across the street here.
Yeah.
She lives on her dad's farm.
I keep expecting her to climb in a window one night.
She wants to come over here and fuck both of us.
I know.
Yeah, she's like
She keeps saying.
She's like, you guys are fucking hot. I'm gonna get it. I go to the fucking fucking Oasis sometimes, and out of the blue she goes, well, she'd be like, that bitch tried to buy you a drink again. And I said, what? Yeah, and she goes, yeah, that bitch tried to buy you a drink again. And I said, I told her, oh hell no. Fucking, and I says, she could buy me a drink, man. She goes, no. She buys you a drink, she's gonna be up there fucking all talking to you. I can't have that. Says you can't have that. She goes, nah, you're married. Yeah,
And
you
he's
married.
watching it. She's watching.
You're married, so you know, fucking.
Because she likes me, so.
Yeah, she likes you. Yeah. Yeah. She's another. It's one of her boob sisters. I'm gonna fucking pull out I got a video of Amy fucking flirting with me.
Yeah, because I thought that was so.
I got all kinds of videos of Amy dancing behind me and fucking just fucking.
Because every time he's filming, like she'll be back.
Yeah,
there
she'll be back. She sees me filming. She's gonna try to fucking act up and shit. Yeah.
But I think that's so funny that she like shuts down.
Oh, she shuts that down. She doesn't let anybody buy me any drinks.
Like old bitches like trying to buy him drinks.
She's like, oh hell no. Oh hell no.
Because sometimes them old biker chicks trying to buy him a drink from across the bar, and Amy will not allow it to happen.
No,
I mean,
she ain't gonna let that happen.
You can get free drinks if you want, but just don't let it go any further than that. You don't want her up there rubbing on your cock.
Yeah, I don't. You know,
you don't know what you might
she's
catch.
not gonna get. You know, that girl's not gonna get anything out of me. All right, but fucking Amy is fucking gonna make sure. All right,
she's the last.
She's
line
gonna
of
make.
defense.
Yeah, Amy's like, oh hell no. There's Amy. Let me see if I can get that to move.
Yeah, get it to move. Now don't fuck up my lady. Because I just fixed.
That's Amy.
Yeah, she works at Oasis.
Yeah, she's
super funny.
Yeah. She lives across the street.
Yeah.
See, I got another picture of her behind me fucking dancing. Here she is fucking jacking off a bottle of fucking tequila for me. She's titty fucking it. Titty fucking it. Sucking it and laughing and shit. I'm laughing. Okay. See the other one where she's fucking behind me. Fucking with me. I think it's this one. No, she's just... Oh, she's trying to pull her titties out on me. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, she's funny.
I think this is the one.
CB said, Tom, your friend has fantastic boobs.
Yeah. Yeah, she got big boobs.
Tom likes the boobs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got big boobs.
He appreciates, he's a professor of boobology.
Yeah, boobology, yeah.
A distinguished professor of boobology.
She gets up to some wild shit, too. She's fucking, like, showing me pictures at the club. She's like, yeah, this is what I was doing a couple years back. And it's her in a threesome with, like, some other people. And she goes, you guys can come over anytime you want. So like that. I'm ready. I'm lonely. I ain't doing nothing. She's like that,
Yeah, because she's, like, literally lives across the street.
She literally lives across the street.
But she's never come over.
She's trying to fucking jump in a sandwich. But she's open about it, she's not scamming. She just wants to do
Well, see, that's why it doesn't bother me
Yeah.
if you're not being sneaky.
Yeah, she's not scamming.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if you're just open about it,
Yeah.
then, at least I respect you for
Yeah,
your, for your honesty.
she's defending me.
That's so funny.
She's defending me for you. That's
so funny.
That's funny.
Because, like I said,
I think it is funny.
I don't go there that often, but she always likes when I go.
Yeah.
I don't usually go, but every now.
Yeah,
and
when
then.
you show up, she fucking loses it. She does.
Yeah.
Oh, here she is.
I know I'm like a unicorn.
Yeah. Here she is. Trying to find the other one. Man.
But yeah, I don't usually have. But the woman that we thought it was funny because we think the woman that tried to buy you a drink that time, or one of the women that tried to buy you a drink. We think we saw her in Publix one time.
She's kind of like my stalker.
Like, I don't know what she looks like. I've never seen her.
I didn't notice.
But we were in Publix, and he looked over there and he said, I think that's that woman that was like, and I was just like, no way, let's go look at her.
I didn't really know she was my stalker.
You didn't really know.
No, I didn't know. Fucking.
I mean, she's pretty low key for a stalker.
Yeah.
She's not like looking in your windows or anything like that.
Okay, here we go.
As far as I know, I mean, I don't look out the windows.
Here we go.
We're on the second floor, so I wouldn't. She can't unless she got a ladder.
Here we go. That's me drinking, and then behind me, fucking she jumps out. She starts dancing.
I know you're fucking my light up.
Yeah. Just fucking funny shit. That bar is something else.
It is, yeah. It definitely has a vibe.
Yeah.
It's tiny. It's a tiny, tiny little dive.
I like the place. A lot of outlaw bikers hang out there.
Yeah, it's a real
biker
bar.
Yeah, it's not a real bar. Yeah.
It's a real scuzzy biker bar.
Real fucking scuzzy. Warlocks hang out in there a lot.
And it's just like, it looks like a tiny little shack.
Yeah, looks like something out of the old west. It's like straight out of fucking Star Wars cantina.
Yeah.
Fucking security cameras all over. There's been shootouts in there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, fucking, it's wild. It used to be a gas station a long time ago. They converted it into a bar.
Yeah,
And,
so it's small.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking wild in there. But I would hang out there in there more if I had enough money to fucking totally dominate the jukebox.
Yeah.
It's got a jukebox that you can download an app and you can fucking pay for shit.
Yeah.
And fucking get
Which is
a
a
playlist
much better
going.
way to do what you can do that.
Those dudes are in there fucking doing that jukebox, man. The music they listen to is shit.
Yeah.
It's shitty ass fucking music. And I've had some of those fucking old ladies in there. She goes, play something good. And I says, what do you want to hear? She goes, you ever heard of a song called Boys Don't Cry? And I said,
You're like,
yes,
what,
I
like
do.
the Cure song?
Yes, I do. So I started,
I know exactly
The
what
Cure.
you're
And
talking
so I
about.
put that. So I played a whole fucking retro wave fucking.
Nice.
I paid $20 for retro wave. It was probably about fucking 30 songs, 10, 20 songs probably or something. I had Duran in there.
Nice.
Fucking all kinds of shit. Fucking Tears for Fears.
You gonna run them bikers out of there?
Actually, they liked it because a lot of them are like Gen X.
That's what I mean.
A lot of them liked it.
I kind of feel like, yeah, it's...
The girls loved it. She goes, "Oh, this is good music. Here, this is good music. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking play fucking Take On Me, all that shit. They fucking love that shit. And it was daytime. It was daytime.
Yeah, it's not like...
It's not nighttime.
I feel like the old bikers that were still into like
Yeah.
all that old classic rock and stuff, a lot of them are kind of dying off.
They're dying out. Yeah. But they still go in there, and they're not really the ones that are
Because
doing.
it seems like it's always, every time I go in there, it's always old classic rock or it's country.
Yeah, and the thing is that the dudes playing that are not bikers.
Yeah.
They're dudes that fucking work in the local like lawn grounds crewmen and fucking guys that run lines and
Yeah.
do shit around here, you know, fucking, and they're old, and they start playing that, and they're like day drinkers. They're not riding motorcycles; they come in there in cars.
Yeah.
When the motorcyclists come in, when real bikers are in there, shit's gonna change. It's gonna be like a lot of like Kid Rock, a lot of heavy metal. There's gonna be fucking Motley Crue and shit. Real cheesy heavy metal sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden,
Kid
fucking
Rock.
Pink Floyd comes on. You're
Alright,
like,
Pink
okay,
Floyd,
and
that's
then you're
alright.
like, then it goes back to, you know, fucking lots of Metallica. You're like, oh, I'm kind of
that's
sick of
alright.
this.
I mean, that's all right, but still.
You get sick of Metallica. I'm sick
better
of
than
Metallica.
it's better than Leonard Skinner.
Yeah, yeah.
Look at it that way.
Right, yeah.
Or Molly Hatchet.
So I say, fuck it. When those motherfuckers show up, I start fucking bringing in the fucking classic 70s Judas Priest. They like that, too. They're like, okay, yeah. Oh, this is old Judas Priest, yeah. You know. Shit off of fucking British Steel, early 80s.
That is fun.
Mm-hmm.
I have a lot of Judas Priest on our Spotify.
Yeah. Oh, let me get you another drink.
Yeah, my shit is empty.
Okay.
And it's still early.
Yeah.
It's only 9:30 on frickin' Friday. Frickin' Friday, I said. Not that drunk, I swear. I swear. Even though I did have half a drink before I even started. I usually make a drink... I don't know why I started doing this, but I usually make a drink like an hour before the show starts. It doesn't seem like an hour to me because it goes really fast. So I'm like, oh shit, I gotta get ready, and so I put my hair on, and I fix my lipstick, and I'm like, oh, I gotta go make a drink. So then I'll just sit there and kind of fart around, you know, just reading random shit on, and then but I don't chug it. I'll just like sit there and sip it, you know what I mean? But sometimes I do chug it without realizing. So sometimes by the time the show starts, I'm like, oh shit, half the drink is gone. So that's not great. But like I said, we're not going anywhere, so I'm not too worried about it. Not too worried about it. I just don't want to be too fucking hungover tomorrow. But like I said, our friend is not coming until 6 o'clock. Ooh, soda.
Yeah.
So, which is good. That means I can sleep till fucking noon, maybe. Well, no, I can't sleep till noon because the cats will wake me up. Feed me. They usually wake me up about 7 or 7:30. But sometimes I can go back to sleep. Not usually, though. Once I'm awake, I'm usually awake. Our cat Bambi will... Pookie's like pretty chill. She's just like, food, whatever. As long as there's treats there that she can access, she's alright about it. But Bambi, as soon as the sun comes up, like if it's like 7 o'clock, she comes in the bedroom and stands right next to my side of the bed and starts yelling. So I have to get up and give her wet food, or she gets very put out. Because she'll just keep coming back. She'll do it for a while. If I don't get up, she'll leave, but then she'll come back like 5 minutes later and then do it again. So you have to get up, because otherwise she'll just sit there and do that and keep you awake. But, you know, on weekends I usually go back to sleep. Because she only does it the one time. You know, just to get breakfast. And then she's like, all right, fine. Now I'm going to go take a nap.
So what's everybody saying?
Let me see. CB says sex and fetish. Fantastic 13 o'clock episode as usual. I mean, that's our favorite topics, pretty much.
Everybody likes to talk about sex.
I mean, I do. That's probably my favorite topic.
Sex and relationships and
horror
shit.
movies, and music. Those are my favorite topics, I think. Probably in that order. But yeah, but like I was saying before, I don't worry too much about... Because anywhere that we go, if we're not together, we're almost always together. You know what I mean?
We've always been together for fucking 13 years.
Which is crazy to think about, because it doesn't seem like I'm not annoyed by you or nothing like that.
We didn't get sick of each other.
So
that was one of the reasons why we ended up with each other. We weren't getting sick of each other. We fucking liked each other.
Because we're literally like up at... Well, I mean, not exactly, because it's like, you know, usually I'm in here working and he's in the other room.
We
like,
have
doing
alone
stuff.
time and shit.
Or he was out like power washing the driveway or whatever.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're home like together like all the time. Like very rarely. Like I said, Tom will go out on his motorcycle once a week or once every couple weeks.
Well, it's kind of slowed down.
Yeah, like once every couple if the weather's all right.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm usually working, so I don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm just usually here, kind of slaving away. Yeah. And then on the weekends, we go out to the club. Sometimes we go to a restaurant, but we haven't been lately because, you know,
bills and shit.
Trying to save money.
Yeah.
And we can cook nice stuff at home.
Yeah, I got a lot of good shit here. And I have to kind of pay off that fucking squat machine.
Yeah.
And then there's a what do you call the thing? There's a machine out there I'm gonna buy. It's about $650. I tried to see if I could find a used one, but they were like the same price, and the machine's not quite as good. You can sit on it, it's a chair, and it's you can with your knees push your fucking legs out under weighted, and then you can flip it around and push them in. And what it does is it does the in and outsides of your thighs, and it fucking works on your booty and shit. Because Jen's doing booty training, and her shit's fucking coming along fucking fantastically off that fucking new squat machine. Squat machines are known for building mass, but this other one I forgot what it's called, a hip something or other. Damn. And agitator machine. I forgot what the fucking thing is called.
Adjudicator
machine.
I'm sure that's not what it's called.
I saw it spelled, but I don't think I've ever said it.
You're like, I've never seen that word ever.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. And then what that does is it kind of fucking puts muscle up on the top of the fucking glutes, underneath the small of your back, the top of your booty. It puts it there, and then it puts it on the outer thigh. And what it does is if you add muscle on the top part of that glute, it acts kind of like a BBL or Brazilian butt lift because you have more mass on the top of it now. So when you have booty mass, that you gluteal mass or big glute muscle, you can enhance it with that other machine. And also what it does is it enhances the outer thigh to kind of give a bowed appearance. And mostly for Jen, because Jen's on gear, and most of the fucking woman's development is lower body and core, and they respond real well to that. Dudes all upper body and core. And genetically and everything, I already have fucking super good legs. My calves are better than a fucking IFBB fucking pro. My calves look like fucking rotisserie chickens, and they got fucking V's in the back of them, but it's mostly genetic. It was because I was in the Army carrying rucksacks, and they were good when I was in the Army. As soon as I started going on gear, they just boom, and immediately got big. Didn't have to work out at all.
Yeah, you didn't really even work out your legs. You mostly just worked out.
Damn. So you didn't really have to work for those. It just happened. And a lot of stuff when you're on gear, taking a lot of testosterone, it's just the genetic factors start coming in. And for me, it was fucking calves. Yeah, calves and shoulders. Fucking arms. It's just basic dude stuff. But most dudes don't have calves. Not real good
I mean,
ones.
they do have calves, but you know what I mean. Tiggly
Not
says,
like mine.
yeah, you don't drink beer? You seem like a beer
No
drinker,
beer.
Jen.
No beer.
I'm not a huge fan of beer. Like, I will drink it.
It's good, but the calories are too high.
Yeah, but it's not usually something, like, every now and then I'll be like, we should get a 6-pack or something like that, but it's very, very rare.
Yeah.
I think last time we went to my mom's house, I think we got like a 6-pack or a 12-pack and took that, and I think I drank most of them.
Yeah.
Because I took them for my brothers too, but I think they just drank 1 or 2, and I ended up drinking all of them. And she says you don't own a cat owns you. Oh yeah, that's all right. I'm all right with that. Are you guys best friends? She says.
Yeah.
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 We were even before we were.
Before we were a couple, we were best friends.
Yeah. Yeah, he knows, like, I think literally everything about me.
Yeah. We were watching each other date other people.
Yeah.
Then eventually we just and we were watching us date other people after we had already hooked up a couple times.
Yeah.
We would sometimes sleep with each other.
Yeah. Yeah, we did a few times.
Yeah.
Just kind of happened.
Yeah. We were attracted to each other.
Yeah.
Just that, Jen was freshly divorced though, man, and fucking there were other women that were fucking telling me, "Hey, look, man, don't get too serious with her. She just got divorced. Let her play the field." And I was like, "Yeah." But we were all the same, and those were girls that were gunning for me.
Yeah, well.
Kind of. But that girl ended up jumping in a sandwich anyway.
True.
So, but
that was, I think, maybe why I didn't have a huge problem with it, but I think because I knew that I don't think she was trying to get you necessarily, but I think in a way she kind of was.
And you know what was happening during that time?
What's that?
She was going to say, let's see if this bitch actually does it.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'll do it.
Yeah.
So she was kind of trying to out-compete you.
Well, yeah, I know. I think that's kind of why, as it was going on, I was kind of getting mad about it.
Yeah.
Because I was just kind of like, this is almost like she's testing me or something.
Yeah, she kind of was. I saw it.
Because I know what she's like.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't. Because like I said...
She was basically like...
What? Tell me.
She was like, you sit back there and watch how a dick is sucked. Fucking it was that kind of attitude. She says, you ain't gonna be in no threesome. She was like, you're gonna run.
Yeah.
That's what she was thinking.
Although she was pretty hammered.
Everybody kind of was.
I mean, we were all kind of hammered.
Yeah.
It wasn't like we were taking advantage of hammered. We were all equally hammered.
Yeah, and a lesbian girlfriend of ours was watching.
True.
Yeah.
That was the second time.
That was the second time, yeah.
Because the first time, I think it was just 3 of us. But the 4th time...
Yeah.
Yeah, she was there too, but
like cute lesbian girl we knew.
She didn't get involved. I don't think. I think they made out some.
Yeah, I grabbed.
I didn't do anything.
I grabbed Sonia and fucking drug over to that chair, and I said, she was giggling and shit. And I said, "Go ahead, you handle that, Sonia." So they started making out a little bit, but then she was like, "No, I can't. No." The lesbian girl,
she's kind of shy.
She started to get bashful.
Yeah.
She started to get bashful.
So she just sat there and watched.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that was actually kind of a foursome, but
yeah,
she didn't really get involved.
Yeah.
And I didn't do anything.
You guys know who she is. We fucking talked about her.
But yeah, that was a weird.
Yeah, that was the Ninja Kitty.
Yeah.
She's dead now.
Yeah.
She died.
Yeah, she died young.
Died of cancer.
Cancer.
Died of cancer. Poor girl.
I know. It was like.
I think she just made it to like 30, 31.
She was 34.
34.
She was 34. She died.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah.
She was only like.
Of all the fucking.
She was like 4'8".
Yeah, she's tiny.
Tiny.
And she looked super young. You would never in a million years know she was 34 years old. She looked like she was about
13.
13.
Yeah, she looked like she was about 13.
She wasn't though. She was 34.
Yeah.
Because she was so small.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I saw pictures of her fucking before she died, man. It was fucking pitiful.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
she weighed like 60 pounds.
Yeah, and it's just like nothing. It's.
And she was the size of a dog. Fucking,
weird, and like I said, we know another girl that died of a brain tumor.
Yeah.
And she was like 28.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That was another one that tried to jump the sandwich.
She did.
Did you know that? I don't know if. Yeah, I think I told you.
Wait,
she came in one time. Fucking, we were both sitting at the bar, and she fucking leaned up against me like that, and fucking looked at me, and she looked at you. You weren't looking. I think you were talking about that, and she goes, "When we gonna make this happen?"
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I kind of remember.
So when we gonna make this happen? She goes, "Yeah, when we gonna make this."
Was
happen.
that it? Was that it?
It was at fucking.
At Southern Nights.
No.
It
was at.
I'm thinking of something else then. That's happened so many times.
Yeah.
I've lost track. I do remember that though.
Yeah, she goes, "When are we gonna make this happen?" And I was like, What? She goes,
I do remember that. But I thought I remembered it happening at Southern Night, like at Escape, like the fetish night at Southern Nights, but maybe not.
No, that happened at Ibar, the old Ibar.
At Old Ibar, okay. Mm.
Everybody was pretty hammered.
Well, that's usually the case.
Yeah.
That's usually the case. Well, that's what I was saying.
I told you later. I probably just was like, yeah, we're gonna work it out. We'll work it out. We'll make this shit happen. That's just how I am. Yeah.
Yeah, because like I don't know if I remember her saying it or if I remember you telling me.
I think
about
I just told
it.
you. I don't think you heard it. You didn't hear it because you.
No, I probably not.
You were talking to somebody else.
Well, and the thing about it is like my hearing is bad.
Yeah.
So it's like especially in a like a club environment, like unless you're talking right in my ear.
Yeah. I'm
not gonna hear a fucking thing.
That's another one for you
you're
guys
saying.
worried about height and shit. She was pretty big. She was like 6'1", long blonde hair, long skin, and fucking her ex was about 5'4", 5'3" maybe.
He's shorter than me.
Yeah, and I'm only 5'6".
And I'm 5'3".
Yeah, and he was short and annoying.
And he's shorter than I am.
Short and annoying, really annoying.
He's
guy.
annoying as fuck.
Yeah,
I cannot stand that dude.
But they lived together for a while. Then they.
I don't know
up.
what she saw in him.
She just needed a place to live, I think.
I guess. I was gonna say like
annoying.
Yeah, he's annoying as fuck.
And if we were to show pictures of all these people, which I could dig. I got all the pictures of. These were all really good-looking people that we're talking about. Little Kaylee, little lesbian girl, fucking Sonia. What was the blonde girl's name? That blonde girl I'm telling you about. She's the one that died of the brain tumor.
Well, her name was Jen.
And it wasn't long after that.
Well, her name was Jen too, wasn't it?
Jen, yeah, it was Jen.
Yeah,
I think it was Jen.
it was Jennifer.
Yeah, I think it was.
Which is the same as my name.
Yeah, she was trying to make this shit happen, and then I heard she was in the hospital and dead. It was like a month later.
Yeah, it was kind of sad. Well, I mean, she'd had health problems leading up to that because I remember seeing her on social media like all the time, and she'd be in and out of the hospital for various things. I don't remember what exactly.
She was totally healthy when you looked at her.
Yeah, you would never know.
You never know.
She had anything wrong with her.
Tall, thin, long blonde hair, glasses, like round glasses.
Yeah. Kind of like a little bit.
Kind of like a tall bookworm, kind of.
Yeah, with a little bit of an anime vibe.
Yeah.
She had a little anime vibe.
Yeah.
CB said, Tom and Jenny, what is the weirdest question someone's asked you at the bar?
Oh, I don't know. People don't really ask it. People are scared of us at the bar. The people that don't notice don't even come close.
Well, yeah, here's the funny thing.
There are people who say that, oh, I thought you guys would be an asshole. When they know it's just, you guys are super intimidating.
Which is so funny.
Yeah, people that don't know us are scared of us.
Because we're super nice.
Yeah.
We're super nice.
Yeah.
And like,
the way we're dressed at the club and the people that are around us and shit, fucking.
Well, like I said, I was saying earlier, I think you were in the bathroom, but I said now that they have Barbarella at the Axe Trap, I said we don't usually have too much because we get there early, and we don't usually have too much trouble with the normies that are kind of left over. I get the feeling that they're kind of scared of us.
I think so.
I mean,
they don't know what the scene is.
They kind of are looking at us like they don't really.
And I think because of the way we dress, they assume that we're real snotty. I think they think we're snotty and pretentious.
Which is funny because we're not
snotty, pretentious, underground people. Well, no, in some ways we kind of are. It's just we don't realize it.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, some of the fucking douchebags that show up in there, man, they're just embarrassing to even be fucking seen with. You're like, oh.
But see, I don't even consider that being snotty because those people are just dicks.
They're just dicks.
So I think it's just normal to be.
Just depends on who it is. If
offended
here's
by that.
Here's the thing. If you're fucking cool and you know how to talk and you know how to handle yourself in a club, you're gonna be fucking. You could do well in a goth club without even being gothic. There was.
Yeah, we know like a lot of people that just look regular, but they've
Bill
been
Rivera.
there. Yeah.
Bill Rivera was like a 6'4", 6'3" dude that worked for a drug industry. He was a corporate salesman. He made a shit ton of money. He was like an office dude. No, he was a field salesman. He sold drugs to hospitals. That's what he did. There was nothing goth about that dude, but he was cool as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
And he was hooking up. He hooked up with Sonia, the chick that we messed with, and I think that was it. Was it just her? And she was a high caliber goth girl for the time. And he did that because he came into the scene. He knew that he liked the music. He knew a lot of the music, some of it. especially if it was more new wave, because we would hang out at the same nights, new wave and goth nights. Kind of there's some crossover. He knew the music. He knew that he was he was dealing with subculture people, so he approached them at that level and was like respectful, and fucking listened to people and fucking told you what he did. There was no deceit. There wasn't any kind of like putting up a front. It was just very honest and interested. And
he wasn't trying to fetishize us.
No.
Which is something that a lot of normal dudes do. And normal chicks do it too, but
he humanized everybody. He dealt with you for who you were.
Well, he just seemed like a regular ass person.
Yeah, and he became popular. And he was not goth.
No, he didn't look goth by any stretch. He just looked like a regular dude.
Regular dude. But he knew how to handle himself.
Yeah. So we're not completely averse. We're not going to be totally snotty.
Yeah.
It's just, we're initially going to be standoffish if somebody comes in looking like a normie, because
I can size them up
90% of the time, that person's going to be a dick, or they're going to be a douchebag, or they're going to come up to you and say some stupid crap, or whatever. But, if you look normal, but you're just, like, act like a regular human being.
And talking to Bill was kind of like talking to a professional, because he was a professional. It was a lot like talking to a doctor. And, I was a salesman, too. But I'm not a fucking medical salesman. And I think what it was is he'd go into the sales mode. So he would talk to us like he was talking to a doctor.
Yeah.
And fucking that worked for him. You know what I mean? And he understood subculture stuff and girls the way they are and what fucking things meant, the way they were wearing it, and fucking styles and what was in style and out of style for the goth fashion. He knew all that. Because he was observant.
Yeah.
And he could... Because I noticed that those girls are wearing that type of shoe now. He says, it's a new thing. And he says, I like that shoe, though. How many motherfucking dudes are going to fucking talk about girls' shoes?
Yeah, a lot of dudes don't notice.
That's a goth thing, really. So he's like, you see the boot over there? We're looking at, the fur? Yeah, that shit was fucking hot, isn't it? Go, yeah. So,
That was such a thing, that fur thing.
Yeah, the fur for a while, yeah.
In the
it's like a platform with fur.
Yeah.
Had fur around the top.
You don't really see that much anymore.
You don't see it as much anymore.
I mean, you could still get away with it probably if you had the right outfit, but
it's got to be a retro outfit.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of dated. And I'm gonna say like the goth scene is pretty open as far as because we have we have trends in the goth scene just like every other fashion scene. So there's some stuff that if you wear it, it's a little bit throwback.
Yeah.
But I kind of feel like it's wide, like you can get away with a lot more if you wear it right.
There's negative throwback and good throwback.
That too.
The best throwback is it's a throwback, but all those fucking items of clothing are brand new.
Mm.
And they've been slightly spun, so they're variants.
Yeah.
It's not the actual shit that you really wore in '92. It's not that, because the shit that you wore in '92, the quality wasn't as good as what you can get now. So and what we actually wore in '92, '93, '94 doesn't really give a goth feel to it anymore, because that's just normal clothes now. A lot of that. Remember?
Yeah.
Because it started to go kind of mainstream for a while.
But you could totally do. I mean, we've seen like some of the younger, the baby bats. They come in like in a total '80s death rock look, but like with modern clothes and stuff. But like it looks fantastic.
Yeah, they're real good at it.
And nobody looks at it like, ooh, so old or whatever. That's like, that looks amazing.
Yeah, they get away with it, I think, partially because they're young people.
Yeah.
They're young, they look good, and they're wearing a retro style goth clothes. But it's
like the big mohawk and like the fucking shaved heads with the
death
little
rock.
Yeah,
it's
like that big death rock look. I love that look, by the way.
And they actually
that looks really.
And
they
actually look better than what it actually
looked like back then.
It looked better.
Yeah.
Because back then it was all you had to make it by hand.
Yeah, you get the clothes a lot easier nowadays. Tiggly Toot says Tom looks like he could be a dick. Maybe he needs to smile more.
No, I'm a dick.
You are kind of a dick.
I'm a dick.
But I don't know. I think you look friendly, Jen.
Yeah.
Well, here. Oh, you want to hear something funny? So remember, like a couple weeks ago, we went to Disney with my family, and me and Tom were going on Space Mountain, and we were walking into the building to go on Space Mountain, and the guard there, whatever, said, "Tom,
this black dude was there.
This black dude," and he says, "You look like you're going to beat someone's ass," or something like that. What did he say exactly?
He goes, "Hey man, come on!" He says, "You look like you're coming here to beat a motherfucker up." And I just went, I just did. I said, I already
Then he
did.
laughed his ass
And he laughed his ass off. He laughed his ass. He said, no, he said, you walking like you gonna beat somebody's ass. That's what he said.
That's what he
and
said.
I said, I just did. And he's ah!
We were getting on Space Mountain, as you know.
I haven't seen. I'm not really aware of it.
But you do. You look very, because you walk like with your arms out like that, and you look very purposeful. And
My arms are not out like that.
You're always kind of scowling.
My arms are not out like that.
You're actually very friendly, though.
Yeah.
But
it's just that my arms are thick, so it looks like they're out like that.
I know, but like the guess.
What it is, I noticed that shit when I started fucking with Deanna Ball. Deanna Ball is a testosterone type substance. Okay, the molecule is kind of similar, but some of the proteins have been rearranged in it. And one of the weird things that did is it fucking made you walk weird. It made you walk more sexy. I can't explain it. Yeah, you fucking slink on this shit, and it becomes very fucking normal to. I caught myself doing it, and you're sexually aroused, but not in the hard on way, more like the chubby way. You could fuck at the drop of a hat on that shit. It's like testosterone, but it's better. And I was using injectable Deanna Ball, not pills. I had a high quality injectable, which that shit didn't exist when it first came out back in the 60s. And it just gives you a very fucking slinky, sexual fucking walk, and it's unconscious. You're not doing it on purpose. I realized, and it wasn't just me, other dudes said the same thing. There's something about that particular molecule. Well, over time, sometimes testosterone will do that, real high levels of it will get you to walk that way. And that's the way, like if you see the way a tomcat will walk, or a fucking dog that has fucking not had its nuts cut off, they have a slink to their walk. They're not trying to do that. That's how they feel. So that's come across, because there's a lot of testosterone in them. And my shit's not normal. Okay, fucking, if you were to, and I don't really cycle the way other people cycle, which, if you don't know anything about steroids, you would, I always have probably about anywhere from 600 to 1,000 milligrams of mixed shit, which is with a mixture of fucking testosterone or some kind of anabolic agent. And over time, it just kind of changes the way you feel and the way you move, and you're not conscious of it. And according to people that have fucking seen me and fucking know me, says I look totally different, that it's changed me a lot, and I think it did. It changed me a lot. I think for the better. I feel a lot better. But it makes it look like you're walking around and you're getting ready to either kill somebody or fuck somebody. That's and you don't feel that way. You know what I mean? You're not. That's not. You're not even thinking that. It's just the way you walk. I'm an old dude. I'm fucking 55. A young guy who is like very kind of alpha. He's genetically gifted. He's going to be making about 9 in his bloodstream at certain times. He will have about 900 to 1,200 at the very outside. 1,200 nanograms per deciliter of testosterone in his fucking veins. But it will go up and down. Usually at night it has that in it. It's not all the time. Me, at all time, probably like 3,000 nanograms, so maybe like 3 times what a human has in them. That's about what I'm running. Because when you're older, that's what it takes. But one of the weird side effects is the way you walk. It changes the way you walk. It changes the way you feel. But Deanna Ball started that shit. The only downside about Deanna Ball is that you retain a shit ton of water in your face. I had a fucking pie face. And I had my fucking driver's license taken on that shit when I was just fucking juiced up with Deanna Ball, and I looked like I weighed 300 pounds. And the only thing that was fat was my face. It's just this round fucking moon face.
Yeah.
It's fucking... And...
Hey, I have a round face. I can relate, you know.
Round fucking moon face.
At least I have hair to like cover most of it up.
Yeah. Now...
I can't be bald as much as I would like to be.
from my steroid brothers in there, I didn't really gain anything from fucking from Dianabol. I could whatever I got from Dianabol physically in terms of like muscle growth, I could have done the same thing with testosterone without all the side effects. Really, there's only a couple of them that are any good. Now, testosterone, nandrolone phenylpropionate or NPP, and nandrolone decanate, DECA. Those are the three main ones. The rest of them, they either don't do enough or they're too expensive. Like Primobolin's very good, but it's very expensive and you have to take a lot of it. It has a very has a very good safety profile though. And it's great for women, but because a woman can take a lot of it without fucking turning him into a man. But it's just so fucking expensive, you know. And the cheapest of them all, really, most bang for the buck is Trenbolone. And if you take that shit, I've taken that shit, that'll eventually you become a monster. You just go fucking crazy. You become a psychopath on it. Hormones are very powerful.
I wanted to say earlier, like, when Tigglyteeth said that you looked like you could be a dick, and you said you were a dick.
Yeah, I'm a dick, yeah. I'm a dick that's cool to you, though.
I can be cool to you. I mean, you're kind of a dick, but, like, you're like a good person, though, like, deep down. I know you don't want anybody to know that, but... No, you're actually, like, a really good person. But you kind of present as a dick sometimes. You identify as a dick.
Yeah, I more identify as a dick. I'm a dick, but I'm fair. I don't ever, you know what I mean? If somebody's... Whatever energy you give me, that's what I give back to you.
Well, and you're very blunt, and you're very honest.
Not for a Russian. Russians are even worse.
Well, no, I know, and like when I was in the UK, I was actually shocked by how like upfront they are.
Yeah.
Like, because Americans generally will kind of try to beat around the bush.
Yeah.
Like to try to not hurt people's feelings. And when I moved to the UK in the 90s, I don't know if it's still like this, but they will just straight up tell you, like, hey, you look kind of fucked up. You know, like, they'll just tell you right to your face.
You're ugly. Yeah.
Yeah, or like some shit like, and I was like, oh, okay. You know what I mean? I wasn't really used to that.
We're Southern. Some of the, in the North, it's a little bit like that.
Yeah,
they're dicks too. You can't do that in the South. We have the highest per capita murder rate, even though we have a low population density.
Yeah, and in the South, there's kind of like this weird culture of like fake politeness and like fake.
Yeah, and part of it is because the South is an honor culture. If you dishonor a dude, he could get a gun and kill you if you're stronger than you.
You know,
or he'll fucking just attack you. There's a lot of murders here per capita.
If you're not from the South, like, you know, if somebody says to you like in a Southern accent, it's like, oh, bless your heart. That means fuck you.
It means fuck you.
That means fuck you.
Or go fuck yourself.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, there's all kinds of shit.
That's what that means.
And if you try to get real. Okay, if you were to go to the fucking Oasis, that biker club, and you start trying to be clever with somebody and try to fucking do backhanded comments, they'll kill you.
I mean, yeah.
They'll kill you for real.
Yeah.
You know, so you can't do that here. This is the Wild West. No, it's worse than the Wild West. One of the most famous gunfights in the Wild West was the shootout at the OK Corral. That wouldn't even make the news today.
Yeah, that was like nothing.
That was like nothing. There's only like 3 or 4 guys got killed.
Yeah, big deal.
To make the news, you got to kill about 30, 40 people. Then you'll make the news. Yeah.
When we were talking about cats before, Tigglyteeth said, every girl cat I've had has always been a bitch.
Yeah.
Just luck of the draw. We have 3 girl cats, and they are all delightful.
Yeah.
But they each have their own little different personalities. You know?
They're all fixed, though. And it's different.
That's true.
It's different when they're not fixed. Like a tomcat is its own fucking species. My dad had one, and that motherfucker walked around like he owned the place. I mean, he fucking walked around slow motion, fucking flexing his shoulders and looking and scowling,
as though there was an explosion in the background that he was walking away from.
Yeah.
That's what I was picturing.
He'd look at you and scowl, and then he'd walk over there and lay down next to you, like, pet me, bitch. He's friendly, but he just didn't look friendly.
Yeah.
You know, it's
kind of like you.
Hormones.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's hormones. Hormones do a lot of things. You do things unconsciously on them.
Yeah, but like I said, our cats are they're not bitches at all. They're not any trouble. But they have their little ways, and they know what they want. And they know how to get what they want. You know what I mean? Like, by manipulating us. But that's how they do their shit. Pookie's the best at it, I think.
Yeah.
She's really good at getting Daddy to do what she wants. By being kind of a little brat, but not too bad. She's never, like, broken anything or torn anything up that bad.
You know, fucking before I got Beijing fixed, you know, fucking female cats unfixed are fucking, they're uncontrollable too. I mean, they're fucking sluts.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fucking sluts. They're just trying to get fucked. You know.
Aren't we all?
Especially when they get in the heat, you know, they're just...
Oh my goodness.
And that, it drives you fucking crazy. You gotta go take them fixed. You're like, bitch, I can't fuck you. You're only fucking 12 inches long. What are you talking about?
You're a cat.
You're a cat. You're like this big. I can't fuck you.
But come on.
Please. You know, they're fucking presenting it and shit. You know, I can't do anything. It'd kill you.
I can't do anything. I feel so bad because it's like when Pookie was little, we had made the appointment to get her fixed. And she went into heat for the first time, like, a few days before the appointment.
Yeah.
And she was still so little, because it's like, you know, they're... I don't even remember how old she was, but she was still really small. She was just a kitten still. And I took a video of it, and it was making me feel so bad, because, like, she's on the kitchen floor, and she's just, like, yowling, and she's, like, putting her butt up and stuff like that. I'm like...
She's like, please!
And I was like, oh, no! And I was like, I'm so glad we're taking her in a couple days.
Yeah.
I called the video Little Pond Fire.
Yeah. It's like something out of fucking Star Trek.
I still have it somewhere.
Star Trek Vulcan mating and shit.
I felt so bad. Because I wasn't expecting her to go into heat that quick, because, you know, we'd already made the appointment, but it was, like, a couple days before the appointment, and she went into heat. And I was like, oh, shit. It was, like, so sad. But, yeah, well, when we got Bambi, she was already fixed, because she had already had a litter, they told us.
Yeah. She had nipples and shit when we found
she was only 18 months old when we adopted her. But they said she'd already had a litter, and I think that was what contributed to the family getting rid of her, because she had kittens. But, and I don't know what happened to her kittens, unfortunately, because we just got her from PetSmart. They had just brought her from the shelter over in Tampa. And, but yeah, it's funny, they each have their own little personalities, but none of them are bitches, though. They're all very sweet, but they all have their little personalities. Like I said, Beijing's kind of a princess. Pookie's like kind of a little bratty tomboy.
Yeah.
And Bambi is kind of like a little needy. She's a mama's girl. She just follows me around all day, and like plops over and wants to be petted. She just like she's wants attention. That's all she ever wants. She just follows me around all day and please pet me, please pet me, please pet me, please pet me. You know what I mean? Wherever I go.
Man, I accidentally deleted a message. I just touched it and it deleted.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I was just going through the things.
Was it super important?
View the deleted message. Okay, viewing it. Can I undelete it? It was one of Trigglyfoot's messages.
Tigglytoot.
Tigglytoot, yeah.
Tigglytoot says, "You're 55." I don't know if she's talking to you. My dad is 62. You could be my dad.
Yeah, maybe. Well, there's generational differences and shit though too. You know, fucking. I don't know, because a lot of dudes in their 60s, I don't really have anything to do with them.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Like I said, I kind of feel like there's a big gap between the Boomer generation and the Gen X generation, because we're Gen X. But after that, the generational differences don't seem as stark to me as the differences between us and our parents and grandparents. But I don't know. I could be seeing that wrong. But like I said, we know a lot of people that are young enough to be our kids, but we don't really think about it like that. Yeah. Because they don't seem like that. They don't seem all that different, like, to talk to.
Yeah, Tigly, it does. Testosterone and some of the other androgens, which, you know, like the steroids are just modified testosterone, super testosterone. Okay, and they're not bioidentical. You can't take them on their own. You got to take a mixture of shit. But yeah, they give you swag. But that's why animals look and act the way that they act and the way they move, the way that they're not consciously doing that. Their hormonal profiles are making them do that. It's not conscious. It's just part of the animal kingdom. Hormones are powerful drugs, basically. I mean, they make very subtle changes. sometimes dramatic. Like trenbolone is a mind-altering substance. All right, it's a hormone. It'll turn you hyper-masculine to the point to where you try to eat people, you know, or thinking about
Which
it.
is going a little far.
Yeah, you know.
A little bit.
And makes you wonder if maybe some serial killers are producing hormones in their bodies that might be versions of it that make them do weird shit like that. Fucking trenbolone, if you do it long enough, and I almost did it for 6 months, basically. You know, let's just do it for like 3. I was going on 6 when I finally got off of it. Trenbolone was probably more mind-altering than LSD. LSD's visual. You can have some ideas and shit, but you still could be grounded in reality.
Yeah, I mean, LSD was kind of like...
Yeah. Fun.
Like being drunk, but not still lucid.
Yeah, you're not intoxicated.
Like you remembered I remember everything.
Yeah.
Like even the weird shit that I saw and everything, but I remember everything crystal clear.
And
like
when
I'm drunk, I kind of forget large segments of stuff.
And it really doesn't change who you are. You can make decisions and shit.
Yeah.
On LSD, it's more visual and mental. Not trenbolone. Trenbolone, you don't know you're under the influence of it. You start acting differently.
But you don't realize it.
You don't realize it. You think everything's normal. And no, eventually you start acting like a werewolf, basically, or the Green Goblin off of fucking Spider-Man. Kind of a split personality, kind of. You're real confident, and then you also think everybody hates you at the same time, and weird stuff, you know, violence. You get real violent because fucking weaker men are around you that you don't know. You know, that's some weird shit. Big strong guys, you fucking, hey, what's up? You love them. If anybody's weaker than you, you fucking want to get them. You want to get rid of them. You want them away from you. And I think it's what animals do. The stronger males are fucking trying to push the weaker males out of the breeding space. And then felt like the things I was doing was kind of like nest building, kind of like protecting the mate and the eggs. It's very animalistic.
I didn't have any eggs.
No, but that's just what it's like.
Yeah.
You become real protective, and then kind of simpy a little bit.
Yeah.
Towards women, real hostile towards men, and then like the aggression and the anger. If you're in the fight, like I'd fight on it. It's great for fighting. The fucking you like to be hurt. It's another thing. You become kind of sadomasochistic. During the fight, it starts to kind of become kind of almost like sexual, almost kind of sexualized. Like you start to say, like, I'm gonna fuck this dude. You know, that's one of the things. And then it starts to morph into, I'm not gonna fuck him, I'm gonna eat him. That's some weird shit there. And you think it's normal.
Yeah. Like I said, that's some serial killer shit.
I'll be sitting there and I'll be looking at some dude and go, what's wrong with it? Just see that guy? You know, I'm gonna cut his head off. And I absolutely meant it.
And I was like,
absolutely, I'm gonna cut his head off. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then your thinking changes. You forget about it.
I feel bad for people that listen to these shows just on audio only because you're missing like all the facial expressions and stuff. Because that's like the best part.
Yeah, what was happening? I didn't see what I was doing.
I made a face.
You made a face.
Like,
okay. Yeah. Interesting. Like it was a weird time, man.
It was weird.
It didn't last fucking 5.5 months. It was the last 2 months is what it got really bad. The first 3 months I didn't really notice anything, but that last 2 months, fucking, I started to go fucking sideways.
You could put it like that, sure.
Yeah, there's a couple videos of fucking dudes on trend confronting the cops, man. One of them's hilarious. Got the veteran guy, he's about my age. He's fucking jacked and shit. He's in the fucking real low end fucking housing complex, and they called the police on him because he was out in the middle of the fucking housing complex, fucking screaming. And the cops show up, and he challenges them all to fucking push-ups. And he's an ex-Marine and shit. He's going on fucking. He's trying to intimidate all the cops, and the cops are kind of scared of him. They're younger than him and not as built as me. This motherfucker's huge, you know, probably about 240, 250, all muscle. He goes, look at you, you're a weak man. Let's do push-ups. Get down. I'm going to do it. He's doing 1,000 push-ups. He's fucking screaming at the top of his lungs.
You have fun with that.
Yeah, and he's just fucking losing it. He was on tren and methamphetamine, which I can't imagine that shit, man.
How are these people still alive?
I don't know, man. He looked great. He looked great for his age, but he was just like fucking...
So I read about these people like, look, I drink a lot, okay? I'm old, I get it. But it's just like... I drink a lot, and it's just like the next day I feel kind of shitty, and it's just like... And then I hear about these people, and it's like, yeah, we drank like 2/5, and then we did all this meth and all this... I'm like, how?
Yeah.
How are you alive?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
It's funny, man. I think he was on trend. He was working out. He'd been on trend for a long time, and he decided he was going to take meth for some reason.
Might as well. I mean,
well, you're on trend. You think you can do anything? Oh, I'll take meth. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that was
definitely burn off some
something.
fat. I'll probably lose a fucking 2 pounds.
Yeah, why not? Give me that shit.
Yeah. I'll take some of that. And then next thing you know, he's out there fucking screaming at all the neighbors and yelling and trying to take.
He's out there like Ozzy Osbourne, like sucking up ants, like fire ants through his
I think they said he was trying to take charge.
I
think they said he was trying to take charge of the apartment complex. Tell them all to come out and fucking try to get he thought he was in the army. Tell them all to form up and shit.
At which point I'd put my head out the door and be like,
yeah. They called the cops on him. And then what ended up happening is fucking. They sent one. They got one of the older guys. The older cops came in and fucking talked to him, and they talked him down. And he fucking gave up and got on the gurney.
I mean, they're probably used to dealing with just
They had him all handcuffed in the fucking.
Oh goodness.
In the fucking the stretcher. They were putting him in an ambulance, and he's going, "I love you guys. I love you guys.
We love you too, baby.
I love you." Yeah.
Get in the fucking ambulance, dipshit.
I said, man, I know what you're talking about, bro. I was like that. I love you. You're all right. I'll kill you, but I love you. Yeah, this kind of weird shit.
That was exactly what you were like. It was really something.
It was weird, man.
Full Metal Nosferatu says, Jenny, will y'all be watching some Easter horror movies this weekend? I had totally forgotten it was Easter, honestly. We do have a ham. We should probably make that. But, I don't know. How many Easter horror movies are there? Not many. I can't really think of any offhand. There's got to be one. Well, I was thinking about it the other day because I think when I wrote my review for that movie Thanksgiving, that Eli Roth movie, I was like, wait, are there any Easter horror movies? There's ones for every other holiday. Why isn't there any Easter ones? All I thought of was Santa and the Ice Cream Bunny, which is kind of more a Christmas movie, I guess. CB said, yeah, my mom was worried when she found out about my fetish because she was told serial killers have a fetish.
Fetish for what?
I kind of feel like, well, just fetishes in general. Okay. Well, I think most people, CB's mom.
Okay.
I think most people have fetishes. Everybody's
got them.
I don't know if I'd go so far as to say everybody has a fetish because a fetish is a kind of a specific thing, but like you kind of need that to get off, but everybody has like shit they like, and I'm sure that like most people, I don't want to say all people, but most people probably have some shit that they really like that they don't really want other people knowing about. Which, I'm not worried about it like you guys know, but like CB and his belly button thing and stuff like that, that's not weird. Feet, that's not weird. It's a lot of stuff like Tiggly Toot saying about golden showers and stuff like that. That's very common. So I kind of feel like most people have fetishes. Most people. And like I said, me and him have a thing where we just we like to make up stories about fucking other people. That's kind of our latest thing. Plus I like we have that we have the sex doll too. So I like watching him fuck the sex doll. He's not super she's hanging in our closet now because we didn't build a thing, but she has like a hook thing in her head, and you can hang her standing up. Because if you leave her laying down too long because of the shit that she's made of, it'll get flat in certain areas, and you don't really want that to happen. It's better to suspend them so they're standing up. So we kind of put her in the closet because, there was just a thing where, well, we needed a place to put her if people came over. Because, even though most of our friends know us and they know how weird we are and stuff, but it's just well, what if my mom came over? It's I don't want her touring the house and being why do you have a sex doll in your bed?
Yeah.
So it's we need to have
some little Ariel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we kind of hang her in the closet when she's not.
I'm talking to a Chinese dude who runs fucking Pygmalion fucking dolls. we're talking about politics and shit. But he's the one, you know, those high tech dolls I was looking at on Instagram. Yeah, I'm talking to the owner of that company.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I was making comments about sculpts. You know, and I started showing him pictures of fucking inspiration, like, you know, like some of the anime pictures and shit. And I showed pictures of me and you and fucking some of the fucking female bodybuilder type stuff. And he's going, oh yeah, those legs are perfect. And he goes, I think we have a legs, some sculpts like that. You know, just talking about. He started talking about fucking tariffs and shit, the trade tariffs with China, because it was fucking them up real bad. But yeah, I know guys in the sex doll industry. But yeah, it's funny. You know, I said, yeah, no, my wife loves the dolls. She's like, really? Oh yeah. You know, he's like, wow, okay. You know, because they're in China. I guess they're slightly reserved about that. Yeah, but he's like, okay, yeah, I can see that. Yeah,
they would be horrified.
What's that?
Hanging out with us, probably.
Yeah. Well, they make the dolls, though, so they want to know what the market's like.
I guess so.
Want to know who the people are.
Well, I
mean,
mean,
it's not just all incel dudes buying that shit.
No, that's what I mean, and I'm not really sure how common it is, because we initially bought it because we were going to do videos with it, which we still haven't done, because we just haven't had time.
You haven't had time, yeah.
But then we discovered...
doing other stuff.
Then we discovered that I'm kind of into watching him fuck it.
Yeah, she loves this shit.
So I'm just kind of like, all right, so every now and then, we'll pull her out the closet.
Yeah.
And Tom's like, you want me to bring out the gimp, he says.
Yeah, we bring out the gimp. I just won't call her that. So I'm respectful.
He did call her that one time.
Yeah, the fucking... She's got a fucking thing you screw into her head. You can put a hook through it. And the hook's fucking attached. And in the coat closet, she's fucking hanging by 550 cord from her head in the coat closet with her feet on the ground, and usually keep it in a cute pose. You open it up, and she's like, "Hey!"
That's in the closet.
Yeah. She weighs almost 100 pounds, so it's kind of heavy.
Yeah, she's like 80-something pounds. So it's kind of hard to like maneuver her.
Yeah,
it's kind of like
yeah. But to get it right for you dudes of what's going on, of what you would use that for, if you're making porn, and you have to have everybody's ID, and it's a long process to fucking get somebody approved to post it on any one of these platforms.
Yeah.
If I bring somebody in for gender, I have to hire talent, and I know all the talent pool. I can do that shit.
But they have to do all their paperwork, and
and
it takes time.
And then the STD testing.
Yeah.
So you have to cover that. So just to make the video, you're probably talking about $1,200.
Yeah.
All right, just bare minimum $1,200. That's what talent is going to cost. And they're going to want all these things. You know, talent's going to say, "Well, we're going to have to do this in a neutral area, you know, until I know you in a hotel or whatever." And it's a fucking pain in the ass.
It is, yeah.
So some girls were just using those dolls,
which I don't blame them.
Yeah,
because you can just do that whenever. It's a lot easier.
It's a lot easier.
You don't have to worry about getting another person's permission. Like, you can do it whenever you want to.
You don't have to worry about getting all their IDs approved.
You don't have to worry about getting diseases or nothing.
Yeah.
You know.
So, is it nothing or anything?
Anything. But, you know, I'm being...
Okay.
I was being grammatically incorrect.
On purpose. Because I was like, man, this bitch is a grammar Nazi.
I know, but sometimes I do that just to
be... All right, yeah. I didn't get...
Because if I talked the way I think...
I thought that's the way you really talked.
If I talked the way I think, then I would sound like a nerd.
Okay.
So...
So I... So for the price to fund one scene, we could get that doll. You can get that doll for about $1,200-$1,300.
Which you could do multiple videos.
And then you can use that forever, right?
Yeah.
Let's fucking around with that thing. Fucking Jen fucking like to see me fucking hit that thing. And you can say, well, wow, that's kind of weird. No, think about it.
No, that's not weird.
Don't you like to see your fucking woman climb up on top of a fucking dildo and fuck that shit? You're like, oh yeah, yeah, you do. It's like that.
I mean, he does.
Yeah. They got these little cheap...
And the bigger and weirder the dildo is, the more he likes it.
It's like that. Yeah. So you put on a show, you know. Put on a show for her.
Yeah, and I like that. I like that. And like I said, it's cool to like see you from a different angle, because like I said, you know, usually when we're fucking, I don't get to see you from that angle, you know. I just see one angle. I either see...
You need to go third person.
So it's like, it's kind of interesting to see a third person, but it's not threatening, because that's not a real person, you know.
Yeah.
I think that's why I like it so much.
Yeah, you just see what it looks like from another angle.
Yeah, but I like you to pretend it's a real person, but I know it's not a real person.
Yeah. I'll be fucking snapping it on ass and shit.
It is pretty funny.
She's, how is this? Oh, this pussy's good, man. Yeah, she's like, is it tight? He's like, oh, it's tight as a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Talking about, yeah.
It's like
So
super
she asked me
fun.
all kinds of fucking shit. I'll talk
Yeah.
during.
Then we'll make out and stuff. Like, what
yeah,
he's
yeah.
doing.
She was like, here, you hold her down, hold her down. Shit like that. Anything comes to mind. Yeah. I have her on. I had it doll up on her knees, all bent over, fucking head fucking smashed in the ground, ass up in the air. That pink wig on.
Yeah, we don't do it every time because she, like I said, it's a pain in the ass to get her out because she's
and then
heavy.
Put her back in there,
and then have to put her back in, then you have to clean her out and everything like that. But,
yeah.
But you know what I mean. Clean her up. But it is fun though. Yeah. It's fun to watch. I like the entertainment value.
Hey man, fucking gotta show you women a good time, man.
I know, right?
Yeah,
I'm into that.
Yeah,
like I said, I like your stories too because I can imagine stuff.
Yeah, fucking. We got all kinds of fucking toys and shit. We've recorded the videos that we put out. That was just our first batch,
and that was a long time.
That was a long time ago. We're fucking getting ready to make a comeback here once the timing gets right. She's just making so much money on graphic design.
Like the last couple of weeks, I've been so fucking busy. Like I have had literally zero time to do anything else. I was working over the weekends and everything because I just had so much stuff.
And we don't really make money on them. We make money, but it's not very much. It's not really worth it. It's not where we're doing it. We just like to make them. In a way, it's kind of like street cred. Like, yeah, we do that. And fucking, you know.
Well, it's kind of hot. I like to watch them back later. I still watch some of our old ones sometimes.
Do you? Okay, yeah.
Especially that one like that we did like right there on the floor.
That was actually the funnest one to make.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, that shit.
It's short.
It was like Gonzo porn.
Yeah, it's short, but it's like I like it because you could see.
Yeah, weird angles.
Pretty much everything. Yeah,
because
I slipped the phone like underneath and all this.
Yeah.
And it's like I really like that one.
Yeah.
I watch that one sometimes.
That crazy ass fucking dildo looked like a damn dragon. Wasn't that in that one?
I don't think that was in that one. That was a different one.
Okay, yeah.
I think I did a video with the dragon dildo and the alien dildo.
Okay, yeah.
Both of those hurt.
Yeah, man,
a lot.
Yeah.
Because they're all weird shaped and everything.
Shit, yeah.
So I think the whole video is just me trying, like making faces, like trying to fucking get it in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I don't know. It was kind of fun to do though. I think like because Tom told me he's like because I was like that's really dumb like because I'm just sitting there going ow this fucking hurts you know what I mean he's like no that's hot.
Yes, that's what they like a real reaction. It's just like a real reaction. She was doing one video. It was just solo video. We were gonna sell that. We had it for sale on StreamMate for a while. Till our StreamMate fucking got taken from us because we stopped streaming.
Because we didn't.
If you're inactive for a certain amount of time, it just.
Well, yeah, because they don't want you taking up the bandwidth.
But it's easy. You can get back in a day, so it doesn't really matter. You can open another one. They just don't want the bandwidth. But there's one where she's looking like blowing a fake dick, basically. And fucking, she was gagging on it and shit. She cut all the shit out. I said, "Would you cut all the good parts out for?" Because dudes love that shit, man. Fucking, I don't.
Because I'm like crying and stuff. Because it was just like,
would you cut all the good parts? That was
it
awesome.
was messing my makeup up.
Yeah, makeup was running. Dudes fucking pay money to see that shit, man.
I know.
And she's fucking kind of hamming it up a little bit, and just I says, no, yeah, it looks like it's too much for you. It's like, that's hot. It's like, oh, I can't take it. They're making me do this. Okay, where's okay, let me make it. Want another drink?
Yeah, why not? It's Friday.
Yeah.
Why not? Tiggly Toot says, as long as you're not fucking dead bodies, then you're probably okay, but what do I know? Yeah, as long as you're not fucking dead bodies or children, you know, or animals that are non-consenting, then, yeah, honestly, I'm at the age now where I'm just kind of like, whatever floats your boat, man. Like I said, as long as you're not hurting anyone else, as long as everyone's consenting and of age, I really am not concerned with whatever it is that you're doing. It has nothing to do with me, and I'm really not bothered by it. Even if I wouldn't do it myself, I'm just kind of like, okay. That's your thing. And Tiggly 2 says, I've always been too scared to take hallucinogens. I've seen people have some bad trips on mushrooms. I've never done mushrooms. I've done LSD, though. But honestly, I really liked LSD. I'm not like a big drug person. I've only smoked weed a few times. Didn't like it. I did coke once. Didn't like it. I mean, it didn't really do much. But LSD, I really liked that. I mean, I had a good experience on it, and I think it was just because the first time I did it, like Tom had done it before, and we got some from our friend because I'd been curious to try it. I'd never done a hallucinogen before, and so he's like, well, okay, well, the first time, you know, we're gonna do it together. It's like we're gonna stay in the house, you know, so we're not gonna go run around or do anything just until we see how you react to it and everything like that, which is what you're supposed to do. That's the safe way of doing it. And I mean, we just stayed in the house and like watched music videos and talked and stuff like that. But it's like I had a really, really good experience. It's funny. I was talking. Well, I was trying to talk to my friend Jen because she was interested in trying it. She wanted to know what it was like. So I was trying to tell her over Messenger what it was like while I was on it, but I couldn't type because my laptop kept breathing like that, and I was just kind of like, okay, I can't type. So I had to call her. So I was talking to her like while I was going through, and I was trying to explain like how I was feeling and stuff, but I was just kind of like, it's funny because later on in the night, because you know it lasts a long time, so I'm sitting there by the sliding glass door, and it was nighttime, and I'm sitting there, and Pookie was sitting next to me, and we're looking out into the night and everything, and I said, I know this is gonna sound dumb, but I said, you know, all those obnoxious, like, Grateful Dead fans, and they're just talking about, man, oh, the universe, man, we're all one, and blah, blah, blah. I said, I get that now. I get that. You know what I mean? And I said, I know that's dumb, but it's like, I get why people say that now. Because it makes you feel like everything's going to be okay, and everything is, like, connected. And I feel like I kind of need that. Like, other kind of drugs, like, whenever I smoked pot, like a lot of people smoke pot and they say like it chills them out and stuff like that. It had like the opposite effect on me. It just made me like even more anxious and paranoid. And I was like, oh my God, everybody's looking at me and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yeah, I don't need that. So, cause I already feel like that anyway. So I don't need that amplified.
Yeah.
So any kind of drug that's going to like amplify anxiety or paranoia or anything like that, I don't need that. I need something that's genuinely going to fucking chill me out. And LSD genuinely chilled me out. It made me feel like everything was okay.
Ticklyfoot asked the good questions. Do you name it sex doll, or is that bad luck, or something like that?
Well, we just call her.
Came with a name.
We call her Ariel because we didn't name her that. That's just the model name.
That's the model name.
Because they modeled her after the Little Mermaid, the
Ariel,
Disney
the Little Mermaid.
Ariel, the Little Mermaid from Disney. Like her face was modeled after that. So that's just what they call her. They call her the Ariel. That's the Ariel model. So we didn't think of a name. Well, it's weird because we have a friend named Ariel too.
Yeah. It's
not spelled the same, but
yeah. So that particular designer was a Japanese guy who designed that series of dolls for a company called Piper, and he based all of them on Disney princesses, and they were all kind of named Disney princesses and famous cartoon girls.
Yeah.
Like the other one I want to get is Jessica Rabbit.
Yeah, because one's based on Jessica Rabbit.
She looks fucking really cool.
And she's just called the Jessica.
Just called Jessica. But it's Jessica Rabbit. And fucking camp guys, I think a real girl would turn me on more. But don't you have a real girl?
Yeah.
Well, I got a real girl.
Yeah.
And a doll. And you know what I mean? So it don't fucking matter. It's not a substitute for a woman. Just like in the same
It's like
way.
a toy.
It's just a toy. It's just it's like a dildo is not a substitute for a man. It's just something the women like to fucking ride on, you know?
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Yeah, I don't think of that as like a dude.
Yeah, now here's something though. I was talking to fucking dude from Pygmalion and some of the shit that they're making. They're making sex dolls with AI facial expressions. So they're like animatronic. The facial expressions change. It's gonna be fucking bizarre. All right. Within about 20 years, they're gonna be fully animated and walking around with AI and interactive.
I'm kind of into that though. I think that would be kind of cool.
So it'll be a little personality there.
Because after we saw the movie Companion, which we reviewed a while back, I was like, yeah, she murdered somebody. I mean, they did that to her, but you know what I mean. I was kind of like, I kind of would want one of those.
Yeah.
I think I would want one of those.
Well, another thing is...
Like, I'd be weirded out by it because it's like it's not a person and it's like it would act like a person, so that might be a little strange. I think I would like it better, like you said, if it didn't look...
Didn't like a person.
Like a real person.
No,
like if there was something weird about it.
You want to look like a cartoon.
Like a cartoon character or something.
Right,
like
yeah,
I think I would feel better about it.
I don't want anything that looks too much
that
like
looks
a human.
too much like a human. That would be creepy.
Yeah. I don't think that's mentally healthy, if you ask me.
Because
you want to know that it's a robot.
Because the sex doll that we have, she looks kind of like a person, but she doesn't look like a real person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And we always kind of liked the ones that looked like elves and shit like that. Like, that don't really look like a human.
This is what the future sex dolls are going to look like. And we're talking that kind of proportions. No human woman looks that way. If you're going to have an AI sex doll, why would you limit it to human proportions? You're going to have fucking superhuman, supernatural proportions.
I want her to have a tail
you're paying,
and wings.
You're paying money for the shit. You know what I mean? You're paying money for the shit. So why would you want to make it look like Susie? You know?
Not Susie of Susie and the Banshees, because she's super
It's
hot,
gonna...
But...
Now, I'll show you...
Susie from down the block.
Now, my other friend, the one who's designing other ones right now, he's a French amateur porn star. This is our doll. That's Ariel.
Yeah.
Yes, her nipples are pierced.
Just like mine.
Yeah.
We have, because I have lots and lots of nipple rings.
Yeah.
So she has some of them. And demonetized.
No. All right. Now, I'll show you, my friend, he takes even better pictures. And this one is, here's a full body shot. Not really a good picture, but that's Ariel. That's ours. That's when we first got it. And she's 4'9".
Like I said, we got one that's smaller because they're not as heavy.
Yeah, the heavier
because you have to carry them around.
Right.
Like when you have to put them places, so it's like you want one that's not super heavy.
Yeah.
Because they're kind of unwieldy a little bit.
Okay. He designed pretty much all of those, and the one on the left, the little one, that's an Ariel. The other ones are actually the size of 5'2" woman.
We need to get a body for the head. Too. We also have a sex doll head that we bought a long time ago.
Yeah.
But we haven't got a body for her yet. So we just have a random head.
That's also an Ariel. Just he's got his hooked up a little bit different. He's the one that recommended Ariel to me.
Because we were looking for one that was easy to do videos with. Like I said, it's like I want one that looks like, kind of not entirely like a human, but one that's not super heavy. So you need one that's a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
Tickly Tooth says, I don't even own a dildo.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Do you know how many dildos I have? I don't even know how many dildos I have.
That's a Jessica Rabbit right there. It's a really good photo of it. You can change the eyes. You can do the own makeup. That's also a Jessica Rabbit. It's the same doll. You can get those. You can get a Jessica for probably about $1,300. Some of these are nude, so I can't show them. They'll probably get demonetized. No woman is built like that, and they're getting better than that too. That's also a doll. That's one of his other ones. It's a Japanese doll.
But yeah,
that is a doll. Ridiculous, but yeah.
But yeah, I actually started getting... I had some dildos before, just for, their intended purpose. But when we started doing videos, we started...
Go ahead, you can talk.
I know, but
All right.
I can't really see.
All right, go ahead.
We started buying more of them that would look good on camera. You know what I mean? So I ended up... And then now, every now and then, Tom's like, hey, I'm going to buy you this one, or I'm going to buy you that one. Like, it's kind of freaky. And so now I have, 2 drawers full of them.
This is a good picture of our doll. It's just this is the other guy's. And that's a picture
But that's
he did.
what ours looks like.
Ours looks like that.
Although she has fake eyelashes on.
Yeah, ours has fake eyelashes.
I know, but not that big.
They're just not that big.
Speaking of which, I should probably go get some more fake eyelashes tomorrow. I'm out. I'm out of falsies.
And then, check this weird shit out. He's got a hole in his studio. He's got whole walls of fake eyes, tongues, teeth. Because you can put that inside the mouths. And they do it for photography. Because as the dolls come out, the companies that he works with want high-end photos of them to help him sell it. That's a whole wall of eyes. But eventually those are going to be walking and talking. And they're going to be AI, which means they'll have access to online AI. So you could do things with it like, hey, tell me about what happened last week over in fucking Thailand with that airplane crash. And she'll sit there and tell you everything, like the news. Or, okay, well, teach me everything about fucking astrophysics. He goes, okay, where do you want to start? You want to start with fucking, right here in the solar system? Or do you want to talk about, what that's what you're talking about. So you could use it as entertainment, sexual entertainment, a teacher. It won't be just a sex doll. They'll be better than that. And dudes will finance them, like a car. They'll probably be 20 to 40,000, probably. In that movie, Companion, that's what they were talking about. All right. But those things were designed to pass as human. I don't think they're going to be that popular. I think characters will be more popular. Like what I just showed you. Like cartoon character type people. But they'll be very useful. You know what I mean? Fucking teach you stuff. Because they have access to everything. Making reservations for you at the fucking restaurant. Just all online.
Camp Guy says, I've only had one really psychedelic wall bending, neon orange, purple, red, green sounds bending. That was some good acid. And then he said, acid makes me feel at one with the universe, all of creation. Yeah. I think that's what I liked about it. Like, that was the only drug that ever, like, chilled me out. Because, like I said, when I smoked weed before, like, everyone was like, oh, it's, it makes you so chill and stuff like that. It did not make me chill at all. It made me, like, super paranoid and anxious. Which I already am. Yeah. So I was like, I don't like that. But LSD genuinely did do that. Like, I was on that and I was like, man, everything's all right. Yeah. Like, and I never feel like that. So it's just kind of, so that was really cool. I had like a really, really good experience. I actually would like to do it more, but we just don't get our hands on it the same way. Our dealer's not around anymore. He's not usually here. He knows all the people to get it from. We could probably get it somewhere else. I don't know. Kevin says, Jenny, I miss you on Meta, but they banned me. I'm consistently posting your content on X and MeWe. Well, thank you very much. I post on Facebook and Instagram. Those are pretty much the only two places. I probably need to go on some other platforms. I just never have time to do it,
Trigglyfoot said, Trigglytoot, is that her name?
Tigglytoot, yeah.
Tigglytoot, she's saying to put the doll in a stroller and push her around. She won't fit in a stroller.
No.
They're too big.
Well, she's not child size.
No.
She's like a small adult.
Yeah. She was the size of fucking Ninja Kitty.
Yeah, we had a friend that size.
Yeah.
That was, you know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I got a friend, a girl I dated is even smaller than that. She was fucking Tinkerbell at Disney World. She's the one that gets in the damn fucking slides down the top of the tower.
From the top of the castle.
Yeah. Kristen Cavanaugh is her name. She's one of two Tinkerbells that they have. I think they only have two. At least they did last I heard. And that's what she does. And she's just a little, like, 4'7", maybe 80 pound, 75 pound acrobat. She's an acrobat. And she's a little goth chick. She did that, and she was also one of the Minnie Mouse.
Yeah. They like the small people to put in all small costumes, yeah.
But I dated her once and didn't go back. Because I fucking hate dating. I don't date. And I felt like I was at a job interview.
I was fucking frustrated. I told Jen about this already.
Yeah.
This is before me and Jen met, I think. Or maybe we met, but you were still with your husband.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
I know. I don't go on dates. I did that shit in high school. Did it a couple times in Boston. I was like, man, fuck this. This is like a job interview.
Yeah, and job interviews suck.
Yeah. So I stopped doing them. But Kristen, I knew Kristen from the club. And her friend, Tracy, says, you know, Kristen wants to go on a date with you. I said, she does? She goes, yeah, she wants you to meet her. She says, where does she want to meet me? It was at a mall. At a restaurant in a mall. So I go there, man, and I was just really uncomfortable there, you know, and fucking the shit didn't go well. She was real cool in the club, and then as soon as I got there, I felt like I was interviewing for a job. And, you know, women would get kind of like, you've almost empowered her too much to be judgy over you. And I felt like I was a fucking performing monkey. And she thought it went well. I just left, you know, afterwards, you know, just went through the whole thing and left. A couple of days later, Tracy was like, so do you want to see her again? And I went, no, not really. Just why not? And I was like, not really for me. Okay, that was it. But looking back on it, you know, it was the whole date concept. Like, she knew who I was. What the fuck was I doing? She should have just fucking hung out with me at the club.
I mean, that's how it's traditionally
that's how you,
done.
yeah, right, yeah.
At least in our circles.
In our circle, that's how you do it, you know.
You don't do that's like, hey, you want to go out on a date?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, hey, you
weird.
yeah, and I felt like I was just being judged, like, to be in a job interview. So I was just like, from that moment on, that must have been around 2008, 2009, I think.
So that was before I even met you, probably.
Yeah, I think before you met
Because I think I met you in 2009 or 2010.
Yeah. I was still young. I was only like 37, 38 at that time. I was like... and she still works there. She still...
Well, she came to the club.
Yeah.
Well, this is when I didn't know about this, but you told me this story when she showed up at Barbarella when it was at the pickleball place.
Yeah.
Because I didn't really know her.
Yeah, you didn't know her.
Because she doesn't come out that much. And you told me that story, and I was like, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, you didn't really know.
Because you were kind of like, hey, because she was kind of like, hey, blah, blah, and I'm like, who the fuck is that?
So, yeah, I dated her. She didn't know who she was.
No,
well, she knew who she was. She knew it was Tracy's friend, but she didn't...
Yeah, because I know Tracy, obviously. I've known her forever, but, like,
yeah,
I didn't really know her. She doesn't come out much.
And the thing
if you don't come out, I don't really...
And the thing is about Kristen is Kristen's cool. She's nice. It could have worked out. Had I not gone on a date with her, had I just fucking hung out with her at a club, it'd been like a natural thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I think she got mad that I didn't want to see her.
Well, there is something inherently unnatural about it.
It's just too fucking unnatural. I felt it was like, you know, I was like... And I could sense that she was fucking watching me and judging all my reactions and shit. And I was just like, man, I'm like a performing monkey. You know, fucking if I say or do the wrong things, then, you know, and I'm like, what? And I started fucking shaking up, like, what the fuck do I care? And I was like, yeah, she's cute and everything, but I don't really care. You know, but then afterwards I was like, she put me through that shit. And I don't even know why she had me at the fucking mall. A mall is neutral ground. What, she afraid I'm going to do something to her? I've been hanging out with her at a fucking club.
That's what I mean. It's like, I can see if she didn't know
had
you,
never met
and she
me,
just
yeah.
met you online and she never met
yeah.
you in person. Yeah, I mean, generally that's the safe thing to do. It's like meet in the middle of the day, like in a coffee shop, and there's a lot of people around so they don't murder you and stuff.
Yeah.
Because you got to watch out for that kind of crap. But,
should have had me meet her at a cozy ass fucking restaurant.
But she already knew you.
Yeah, which I was just like,
so
what the fuck?
I met you at Ibar, the old Ibar.
Yeah.
When it was downtown.
Yeah. We hung out for fucking weeks.
And I was never scared of you. I didn't really get... I didn't get any vibes off you like you were going to do anything bad.
Jen was fucking hot on me when she first saw me, though, when she was married.
I was
like,
kind of...
I was like, she's cute. I was like, this chick's pretty cute. You know, and I could sense it. But then I didn't see her after that. And then she'd come back sometimes, you know what I mean? But then when she got single, we hung out a little bit. And then she fucking disappeared, and then she came back, she was fucking 90 pounds lighter.
Yeah.
And it seemed like it was overnight.
I mean, it was several months, but yeah.
But from my point of view, it seemed like it was overnight.
Yeah.
I was dating and stuff. And she came back, she was totally different looking. And she was cute before. But she got even better looking, though. You were almost too light, though.
Yeah, I got too skinny.
Yeah, I think
because
so,
honestly, I starved myself down to
she's moved out from
much skinnier than
moved
I
out
should
from
have been.
from her house and got her own apartment and everything, and
Got my own car.
Yeah.
And
restarting her life and shit after her divorce. Yeah, because I guess that was after that divorce. All that weight came off. You fucking lost all that weight.
I mean, me and my husband were still living in the same house, but we were living in different rooms.
Yeah.
So I had started losing weight before then because I was like, man, I was just like, I'm too fat. I need to get this fucking weight off. So I started not starving myself, but severe calorie restriction because that's the only thing that works to get weight off of me. Same with my entire family. You just have to not eat. That's the only way you're going to get weight off. Exercise doesn't do anything. Nothing does anything. You just have to not eat. So I did that, and then I was looking for a job in Orlando, and I was looking for an apartment in Orlando, and I finally got one. So I ended up moving over there. So I got an apartment over there. But by the time I think that I got down to 118 pounds.
Yeah. You actually looked at the best when you were like 140, 135.
Yeah,
there.
my ideal weight is 135, 140.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. You picked up some more muscle now.
Although, that was before I got muscular.
So
but
that was that. Yeah. So
I thought I looked my best because 118. I was excited that I got down to that skinny, but I was just everybody was like, you look kind of sick.
I think you're gonna look best at fucking a stacked 145.
And that was before I got my boobs done too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because my boobs were big before when I was heavy, but then when I lost 90 pounds, they kind of deflated. Mm-hmm. So they were just they didn't look that bad, but it went down from maybe a D cup to a B cup.
Yeah.
And they were a little bit flabby, slightly. Not
it wasn't that bad. It's just,
it wasn't.
It's just that you went because you see, here's the thing. I slept with her when she was chubby.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call you fat. You were just chubby.
I mean, I called myself fat.
You still kind of had a cute figure though.
Because I'm mean on myself.
You still kind of had a cute figure. You're a little blocky in the back because you didn't really have any waist.
Yeah.
But you did have big boobs and you had some booty, and but really your personality and everything I loved your personality.
I mean, I'm delightful.
Yeah, she was fun, and she was real affectionate and fucking would listen to you and everything, and real attentive to what you were saying, and she was the perfect girlfriend, really, personality wise. I don't think I've ever told you that, did I?
No, I don't think you ever have.
No.
I'm tearing up a little bit.
Yeah. No, you were kind of like the perfect girlfriend, in personality ways and just the way that you did things and everything. Yeah. Well, that's why we could never really be apart. We started to become fucking buddies, best buddies.
Yeah. Like I said, even when we were dating other people.
Yeah.
He was coming over to my house all the time.
Yeah.
Cooking food for me.
Yeah.
Then he'd sleep over.
Yeah.
I was going over his house. We were going to the club together all the time. Like I said, I would go out on a date with another dude. We'd go out to the bar, and they would get mad because I was talking to him all night.
Yeah.
Which I guess was kind of
Or sometimes she'd get off a date, you know what I mean, and then, she'd be like, you up to the club? Yeah, I'm at the club. Okay, I'm on my way.
Yeah.
And then she'd come hang out with me. And it wasn't really a sexual thing. It was looking back on it, I'd say it was romantic, but at the time it was just more like friendship. I valued her friendship more than anything else because I was getting laid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then, but over time, what happened over a period of, I guess, a couple of years, other women started to drop off. You know what I mean? Why am I hanging out with this one? Or why am I fucking with that? Why am I bothering, and it was just me and Jan. And then we're like, you know what? We're a thing. We're like, yeah, I guess we are a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And every single person we knew were like,
well, fucking finally, yeah. Because to everybody else, we were already a couple, probably for a couple years before.
I think probably. Yeah.
I think for a couple years, people considered us to be a couple, even though it wasn't official.
Because we were together all
the
time.
Fucking time.
All the time.
All the fucking time. Anything happened, I'd call her, and she'd call me. Oh, you did this? Yeah, okay. And we were actually started businesses together. It was club promotion. We weren't a thing. No, we were starting to become a thing. I don't remember how long it took.
Yeah, it was kind of like a weird, slow process.
Yeah.
It wasn't just like a mark where... I said, I don't even think... There wasn't even a point where we were like, oh, we're a thing now, or do you want to be a thing?
What happened is that we were at this other club at one time, and I was talking to somebody else, and I says, "This is my girlfriend Jennifer," and she goes, "Oh, we're a thing now," and I went, "Yeah."
And then after that person left, I was just kind of like, "Well,
so am I your girlfriend?" He goes, "Yeah, yeah."
Do you know you just said that?
Yeah, yeah.
And I was like, "So."
So yeah, you're my girlfriend. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, "All right."
And it just happened naturally.
That was a Venue 13. I remember.
Yeah,
We were
yeah.
on the back patio.
Yeah.
I don't remember who we were talking to. It was somebody that we didn't know. Like we were introducing
Yeah.
ourselves.
It might have been fucking Ben V from fucking
I don't think, was it Ben
Ludovico
V?
Technique.
I thought we knew him before that though. I don't remember who it was.
He was around that night. I thought, and maybe for some reason I'm gonna say Ben V.
It might have been, or it might have been somebody in Ben V's
In his circle. Yeah. Something like that.
I'm kind of thinking maybe it was.
Yeah.
Because I thought we knew Ben V before that.
Yeah, Ben V is a singer of a band called Ludovico
Technique.
which is a very good
Yeah, they're good
industrial
actually.
band. Real
They're-
good.
If you're into industrial music, they're a good.
Yeah. But no, I said yeah, we're a thing, and then we started making out a little bit, and then we just went right back to just our normal fucking shit in the club. But then we'd hang out, and the hangout energy was better.
Yeah.
From what I remembered it.
Yeah.
Because it's like I finally admitted to myself that this is my girlfriend.
Yeah. You were very resistant.
Yeah.
You were very resistant.
Yeah.
Because we talked about it.
Yeah, I was fucking skeptical, I guess you could say, of just relationships in general at the time.
Yeah, you were.
But I realized, like, what am I fucking scared of a relationship with? I'm in one.
Yeah.
I'm having a good time. What's the problem? You know,
Yeah,
so
you're like,
just-
she's not scary.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like that. Yeah.
It's like we've already been doing this for a little. It's
Right,
like it's
yeah,
not
yeah.
gonna be any different. You know. And it wasn't any different. And honestly, it's like I kind of feel like even we've been together a long time.
Yeah.
Like I said, we got together in 2011.
Yeah.
So this will be 14 years this summer.
Yeah.
And
it got better.
It did. That's what I was gonna say.
It got better. It's better now. It's probably the best. We had a lot of fun back in those early days.
Oh yeah,
Shit
we
ton.
yeah,
we were younger and we would go out like sometimes we'd go out every fucking night of the week.
How the fuck did we do that?
I don't understand how we did it.
And we weren't that young. I was in my late 30s,
Yeah,
early
so was
40s.
Yeah, I was
Yeah, I was in my 30s or 40s, late 30s.
Yeah, I was
40s.
in my early 40s. Yeah.
And we went out every
fucking
night.
day.
And went to work the next day.
And yeah. That went on for months.
Yeah, I don't know how we did that.
I don't know.
Now we just go at one time and I'm just like, I need like 2 days to But yeah, it's like even when I was like 38, 39, 40,
Yeah.
we went out every single night. And I went to work the next day. So I was
And we were
going on,
always
like,
together.
3 hours of sleep.
So everybody was like fucking, y'all are boyfriend, girlfriend. No, we're just friends.
Yeah.
No,
Everybody's like, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, we were. we were.
Yeah.
We were dating other people, but sometimes. But yeah, we were boyfriend, girlfriend.
Yeah.
It just didn't. It took a while for it to solidify. Maybe on my end, I don't know. Although that other dude that you were dating though, he was good. He was cool.
Yeah, I liked him a lot.
Cool, yeah.
I liked him a lot.
I just enjoyed Jen's company and her personality. Fucking. And I think what the deal was is that I had associated things like fucking heavy commitment or anything as losing a person because you'll fuck it up. So,
you told me that multiple times.
Yeah.
You're just like, man, we have such a good thing. I don't want to fuck it up.
Yeah, I thought I was going to... Yeah, that's how I looked at it.
Yeah.
I was like, we start going out, it's not going to be the same, and fucking, you're not going to like me. That's what I'm thinking, But no, it got better. We've had some rough spots, but they didn't last that long.
No, not really.
And a lot of the rough spot was tread.
Yeah, that was a big rough spot.
Yeah.
That was probably the worst of it there, I think.
Testosterone crash. That was probably about 5 years back.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I was like, I'm dying.
Yeah,
I'm
that
dying.
that was kind of rough. But like in retrospect, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I didn't know what it was. See, that's
Yeah.
what brought me to all this shit. I didn't know what it was. It was androgenopause, male menopause.
Yeah.
It hits you, and all of a sudden, you just feel like shit, man.
Yeah, because man, you used to tell me all the time, it's like, I'm gonna die.
I'm through
I'm
anyway.
like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I didn't want to go out. I was like, nah, I'll be all right.
Yeah, you were just like,
I don't have much longer left anyway.
Yeah, like depression.
Yeah. And for no reason. It was just because my fucking
I hit male menopause. The testosterone levels fucking plummeted. Just injected that shit back in there, and it came right back. Fucking like, yeah, put more. Yeah, more.
Yeah, you've been allowed.
Put a bunch in there. Yeah. Next time, then I became Venom. You know.
Yeah. Well, and like
Livers,
I said,
spleen, heads.
We've gotten like a lot more.
Yeah.
I think as we've gotten older, and like I said, I guess we've kind of solidified the relationship more and like gotten more confident in each other.
Yeah.
I think it's gotten better in that because we can open up about a lot more stuff. Like I can tell him a lot more stuff that I would have probably been afraid to tell him before.
The sex is a lot better.
Maybe. Oh, for sure.
Sex is a fucking lot better.
For sure. And
that was fucking test.
Yeah.
It was like overnight.
Yeah. It made a huge, huge difference.
Yeah. Your dude's sex drive just go back to where you're like fucking 20. You're like, oh yeah. So now you want to do shit that you really didn't want to do before.
Right.
You know. You're like, oh well. Gotta have sex.
I mean, it wasn't that bad before.
But it's got that.
I mean, we had sex a lot back then, too.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like it wasn't quite as...
Well, it got hard.
Freaky. It wasn't like we didn't get into weird shit. We didn't like really...
It got hard, though, after that fucking male menopause.
Yeah.
That's when I was like, oh, man, you know. But I was, you know, but that didn't last long because I went on test.
Yeah.
I said, something's wrong. I was like, something's wrong with me.
Yeah.
So I started doing research and fucking I said, oh, this testosterone thing, this male menopause thing, says that's probably what it is. So I go down to the testosterone clinic. They fucking draw my blood. My shit came back like 145 nanograms per deciliter. The doctor's laughing at me. He's like, damn, dude, you're almost a woman. And I said, yeah, I feel like shit. They started fucking bagging me up with testosterone within 3 days. Well, fucking weird thing, I fucking got my fucking injection. Because the first couple weeks they were giving me injections. I said, no, I'll do it myself. I started injecting myself. But first time they gave me injection, that night I slept like a baby. I hadn't slept that good since fucking 10 years. I was just like, God, man. I felt so well rested. And it's because fucking, if you're as your testosterone starts to lower off if you're a man, you just don't sleep very well. You don't rejuvenate or you don't heal up from your sleep. You sleep, but you wake up and you're still fucking worn out and tired.
Yeah, which means you
didn't
sleep
no
very
healing
well.
happened.
Yeah, which means you were probably waking up a bunch of times during the night without realizing it.
Yeah. Well, when a man's asleep, if he's dependent on his naturally produced testosterone, that's when you get your dose, is when you're asleep. Your body makes it. And what it's doing is trying to heal you up while you're still and inactive. It's trying to do all this maintenance. But if you're not making any testosterone, the maintenance never happens. So you're constantly worn out.
Yeah.
Well, fuck, man. They gave me 200 milligrams of that shit, man. So I spiked up all the way up to like 950 nanograms overnight. You know what I mean? Just that. So, you know, when I woke up that next morning, I was like fucking stretching and going, oh, man, I feel so much better. Eating, you know what I mean? Fucking I can feel it, you know, something happening. I feel like I'm growing back, like all that fucking muscle, that tissue's growing back. 2 weeks later, I was banging on fucking all cylinders. I felt like I was a fucking V10. I was like, oh, yeah. I'm growing. I could feel it, you know, growing. And you're just like, everything's coming back. 18 months later, I was unrecognizable.
Yeah, like I said,
18 months, that was it.
Huge difference.
Yeah, I picked up in 18 months, I probably picked up 15 pounds of muscle. Probably about that. I was lifting during that time, but I was also eating. Then it started trailing off. Now I can probably only gain about 2 pounds a year in muscle. But still, I don't want it anymore. You know, I'm almost 200 pounds. I'm only 5'6".
Full Metal Nosferatu says, my fiance and I both worked at the same Halloween theme park. She was dating another dude I knew, but we had hung out and eventually became a couple. Here we are, nearly 14 years.
Yeah, same kind of situation.
Yeah, it's the same kind of thing. It's just kind of feel like if you're going to be like a serious relationship, you better like that person.
Yeah, you better be friends.
As a person.
Yeah.
So that's why I kind of feel like it's better, because I kind of feel like a lot of the mistake that maybe like a lot of younger people make too is that, oh, well, this is a hot person or a person I'm sexually attracted to, which is good, you need that, but that's kind of like the main thing. And then after you get sick of that person, however long later, it's like you realize, I don't like this person. You know what I mean? Because most of a relationship is doing boring shit. It's like, is this a person that I just want to go grocery shopping with? Is this a person that, I want to buy a house with? Is this a person that we're going to, like, if bad shit happens, we have to deal with it to, you know what I mean? So it's like, you better fucking like that person and, like, have a solid foundation with that person. Because you're mostly just going to be doing boring shit.
Nosferatu said he went from 275 to 220. Currently close to 230 pounds. Hoping to put on muscle. I don't know. You must be on test. He's talking about that. Testosterone made you lose weight.
Oh, and Well Hello There said Tom played hard to get.
No, I didn't play hard to get.
Yeah, he wasn't playing. It's just that...
It's just the way it was.
Yeah.
He was real gun shy.
When it came to serious relationships.
Because of his past experiences.
Yeah.
Which I understood that.
I came from a real ruthless fucking dating environment. You know what I mean? Fucking, I didn't really take women seriously what they said. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I kind of...
So meeting somebody like me who's just kind of like completely...
Real honest and shit. I knew she was honest.
Yeah.
I knew you were honest.
I don't make shit up. I don't lie about nothing like that. But so... If I say something, I'm going to do it,
Yeah.
But I guess a lot of people aren't like that. Disappointingly. Disappointingly.
Well, in a weird way, I almost saw that as a weakness.
Did you really?
Kind of. I was like, I don't want to take advantage of her. She doesn't know how bad I really am. It's that kind of thing.
You did tell me that a few times.
Yeah.
But then I'm not dumb though,
right.
And I was just kind of like, you're not as bad as you think you are.
Yeah.
Too.
That was the self-image I had of myself, though.
Yeah, but your self-image was not. I understood that there was like a little bit of a disconnect between what you thought about yourself and what other people saw in you.
I'm harder on myself.
Well, everyone is.
Yeah.
I am too. So I don't really have any idea like how other people see me really. Like I just kind of do my thing and let the chips
I got a huge
fall
ego.
where they may.
I got a huge ego. I come off as very arrogant, which in some ways I am. But the reason why I'm like that is because I'm extremely hard on myself.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. Like I get that.
I'm never good enough. I know it could. I could always be a little bit better.
Yeah.
I could always do. I'm real exacting and demanding of myself. And I'm constantly disappointed. Like, I fell short. Fuck, you know what I mean? When I should be happy because I'm killing it. I'm killing it. For my age, my fucking height, fucking what my physical performance is like, fucking my dick size or whatever. I'm in the fucking top 1%.
Well, yeah, you are.
Physically, I'm in the top. Globally, I'm fucking in the top 0.02% of most dudes 55 aren't built like me. They don't do what I do. I checked all that shit out through Grok 3, and I gave it all my specifications. I want to know how rare, and it goes, oh no, you have the specifications of an elite athlete or a professional bodybuilder or an amateur bodybuilder. I think it's and then. So, well, how many guys like me exist in the United States at my age? And it gives me an impossibly low number. I'm like, damn. So, why am I fucking beating myself up all the time?
Well, see,
because
I think that's why, because you come at it from a different way.
Yeah.
But I think that's why I kind of vibed with you, because I'm also the same. Like, I'm super, super hard on myself. I'm always like, oh my god, you suck, you're so stupid, blah, 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 and all this other kind of stuff. Like, I know I'm not.
Bitch is genius.
But it's like, I'm always kind of like, it's not good enough, it's not good enough, it's not good enough.
Yeah.
So you're always like beating yourself up. I don't compensate by being arrogant, though. I compensate by being self-deprecating.
Yeah.
But it's the
same thing.
It's the same thing. It's just like a different strategy of like dealing with it.
My arrogance is a way of firing me up.
Yeah.
I'm trying to motivate myself.
Yeah.
It's kind of like in a way of faking it till you make it, but I'm not faking it in a way.
Right.
Because I have kind of made it. I actually, if I went back 5 years ago and saw myself now, I'd be like, oh god damn, that's me. I made it. I did do it.
Yeah.
So, but you don't feel that way.
No.
when
like,
you're there.
well, I never feel like
I
that.
look in the mirror, and to me, I
either.
look the same.
I never feel
But
like
I know
that
I'm not
again.
the same, but I look the same in the mirror to me, and then I feel
Yeah.
the same. No, I don't feel the same. I have the same. I'm just as hard on myself now as I was back then. That's the
Yeah.
weird. That's the thing that I think was weird. I thought I would go, no, I'm good now. I can
it's-
relax. No, you're constantly fucking.
You have the
"Well, I gotta do
same,
this,
like I
gotta-"
said, you have the same thing that I have.
Yeah.
We just react to it in a different way.
Yeah.
Because I'm exactly the same. It's like I'm always just kind
Yeah.
of like, look at this, look at that, look at. It's not so much like it's sometimes physical, but I'm more mind oriented.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just kind of like it's like why didn't I do this
Yeah.
good enough? Why didn't I do? Why can't I finish
Yeah.
this? Why can't I do that? So it's just kind of like I wanted to do this and I didn't finish it, and I want to do this and it's like you know what I mean. So it's just kind of
Yeah.
like. So I'm always beating myself up. So I'm always trying to like talk myself down. It's like, look, you've done this, you've done that, you've done that. It's like it's fine, like nothing bad's gonna happen. But it's like a constant struggle. Like I'm
Yeah.
always beating myself up. But like I said, I don't. You know, you go like the overconfident route, whereas I go the self-deprecating route. But it's the same root. You know what I mean? That's causing.
Yeah.
And I think I saw that very early.
It's not really overconfidence though, because what it started in military academy, but it really the army, army infantry is when all this shit starts, where everybody you know
Man, I gotta pee
is
again.
psyching themselves up to do some shit that's gonna suck.
Okay. You're gonna be out there for fucking weeks in the pouring rain. It's gonna be cold and shit. You're gonna have a fucking 60-pound fucking rucksack, maybe more. You're gonna be carrying close to 100 pounds of shit. Fucking, if I was a 60 gunner, I had all kinds of shit. In the winter, my winter packing list was fucking enormous. I'm in Korea, climbing up and down fucking mountains and shit. In the middle of the winter, fucking snow everywhere, man. Fuck, below freezing. It's like Siberian fucking winds are blowing off fucking Siberia and hitting you, and everybody's constantly talking big shit to psych yourself up, you know, because you can't be fucking, oh shit, you know, you can't be down about it. You have to be very fucking positive, because it's gonna beat you to death. That's what's gonna happen. You're gonna be out there for fucking 2 or 3 weeks in that fucking living outside, climbing up and down the mountains with all that weight on you, conducting infantry operations and shit, turning the fucking top of a fucking hill into a battleship with a fucking E-tool, which is little collapsible shovels we had, digging fight positions, fucking filling up sandbags, making overhead cover, putting out concertina wire, putting out fake mines, sometimes real mines. And then got you wet, putting up fucking machine gun stuff, you know, doing range cards. And then you got fucking a whole NCO corps fucking with you, constantly telling you that you suck. So you're constantly firing yourself up. And you're firing yourself up to try to... Really, you fire yourself up because you're painting yourself in a corner so you can't fail. After you talked all that shit, you can't fucking quit. Because you said all that shit in front of your buddies.
Yeah, see, now you're gonna look like
So
a chump.
Now
if
you're gonna
fucking-
look like a chump. Okay? So you get in the habit of doing that, and you do it to yourself around other people. Oh, fuck this shit. Stand back. You know what I mean? It's just
Yeah, I get
and
it.
it's all rednecks, you know what I mean? And rednecks of all different colors. You got Mexican American rednecks, black rednecks, white rednecks, and they're all in the infantry and shit, talking mega shit. Oh, that's it. This ain't nothing to me. You know, yeah, you're fucking suffering, man. Hadn't slept in 3 days, you know, fucking 45 minutes of fucking sleep, fucking at a time, you know. Fucking funny shit, you know what I mean? Drive you crazy. Only thing close to it would be long haul trucking. And I don't even know if they allow that anymore. Some of those dudes getting white line fever, drive you fucking crazy.
Man, they're all on fucking drugs too, like to
Yeah.
stay awake.
What used to drive us crazy is if
You
you
have to be, kind of.
moving in a fucking file, in a ranger file, through the fucking brush, when it's fucking wet out, not even raining, just wet, and you're constantly being hit in the face by limbs. Bam, bam, bam. It's just over and over for hours and hours and hours, and then days and days. You're sleeping sometimes. You're sleeping in between, and you're being hit in the face and in the chest by fucking wet limbs for hours. It drives you fucking crazy. If you ever saw the movie Predator, remember when the fucking two special forces, ex-special forces guys, you know, fucking, what was his name? Jesse the Body. And then had the black dude, his buddy there. And he goes, boy, if you lose it out here, you'll be in a world of hurt. He goes, yeah, the place makes
this place makes Cambodia looks like Kansas because it was just fucking hot and fucking all this vegetation. And that's, if you lose it, if you fucking lose your mind out here, you will be in a world of hurt. That's what they're talking about. Because you're almost losing your mind like white line fever. Just from walking. And being hit by limbs. It's fucking, you have to be there to understand it.
Well, no, I mean, after a while, anything that's that tedious that just keeps going on and on like that,
and
that
you're
will
carrying
drive,
so much weight.
that will drive anybody crazy.
Yeah, and you're carrying all that fucking weight. And I was not nowhere near as strong back then as I am now. I weighed maybe 150 pounds, 155 pounds. You know, and I was, you know, in my 20s, early 20s. So I hadn't built up a lot of muscle tissue. And then a lot of the shit, you get kind of wiry, but a lot of it tears you up. Like just the other day, Chafino, one of the buddies out, he fucking called me, says, "Hey, can you witness for me for the VA, man?" He goes, what happened? He goes, just, you know, fucking hurt my back, fucking got all busted up with that fucking rucksack. He was a dragon gunner, carried a dragon missile on his back. I said, "Yeah, I'll witness for you." And he works for Department of Homeland Security, and he's getting ready to go on disability. Just fucked his back, his shoulder, and his neck up, and his knees. Now, he was like my fucking brother, you know, brother from another mother. Miguel Chafino, Mexican American guy from Southern California, and I was originally from Southern California, so I knew where he was coming from. He put on a lot of weight when he got. He's a little short guy like me, but he put on a lot of weight when he got out. But he ended up still spending his whole life in government service. If I was around him, I'd have put his ass on fucking test. He looked like he needed to get back in the gym and fucking get him. Because when that bitch is in good form, he's got great genetics. It's just got married and had a bunch of kids. You know what I mean? Fucking cute little fat Mexican American wife and shit. You know, just that was the lifestyle that he lived. But it's now his health has caught up with him. I see that shit now, and I'm like, damn. People I know are fucking getting old, and some of them are dying.
Yeah.
It fucking gets to you. You're like,
it does, yeah.
Shit. That's why I went back into training. I was watching my dad die. I says, man, fucking that was preventable. I'm gonna try to become a fucking specimen of physical excellence. Fucking superhuman shit from biotechnology. I'm gonna cheat my fucking ass off. Because cheating's in the rules. So people say, man, taking all that shit, that's cheating. I go, well, no, it's not cheating. That's in the rules. Cheating is in the rules. That's what the rules says. It says you cheat. There's no such thing as rules.
Nobody's
no rules
telling you can do that or can't do that.
There's no rules.
You're allowed to do whatever you want. As long as you're not hurting anybody. Like
if you're using technology and shit that's available, then that means wiping your ass is cheating. You're not supposed to be wiping your ass. You're supposed to have a bunch of dingleberries and shit on it there, just like they did back in the day.
Or just wipe it with a pine cone.
Just wipe it with a pine cone.
Like God intended.
Don't use toilet paper. Yeah, don't use toilet paper then. Don't brush your fucking teeth then.
Yeah, it's all cheating.
Yeah, if you lose your leg, don't put a fucking false leg on there or fucking crutches. Just fucking hop. You know, that's cheating.
Deal with it.
Shit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's dumb. That's
how you do it.
That's a super dumb mindset.
Fucking stupid idea. Got these guys. Oh, don't take that shit. That's cheating. Man, get the fuck out of here. You're going to be fat and dead anyway by the time you're my age.
They're just jealous. Well, hello there said, any chance of you reviewing some 80s era Twilight Zone episodes? Like Night Gallery, it's very uneven with some genuinely great episodes. I might get around to that, actually. I do have to finish doing Night Gallery, and I have to finish doing Thriller, the Boris Karloff show. Yeah. But I did think about doing some Twilight Zone, because I love Twilight Zone, to be honest with you. I love all the... I've been watching Ray Bradbury Theater, and I was thinking about doing my review of that, but I was just like, maybe I'll think about that later. I'm trying not to... I have a tendency to be like, ooh, I should do this, and ooh, I should do that, and then I'm just like, oh my god, I have so much shit to do. So I have to, like, focus just on one thing at a time. I have a hard time. Because I have so many good ideas of stuff that I want to do that I get, like, overwhelmed, because I'm like, oh, I have to do this, and I have to do that, and, it's, you know, I have to, like, not do that. You know what I mean? But that's just kind of what I'm like. Tickly2 says, I'm hard on myself, but it's because I have really hypercritical parents. Yeah, that might not. I mean, my parents were very chill. I just do it to myself. It's my own thing. It's like one is a narcissist with borderline personality disorder, and the other has strong narcissistic tendencies. Yeah, I kind of feel like that does happen a lot to people with those kind of parents. Like I said, my parents were very chill. They were just kind of like, whatever you want to do, it's fine. And they knew, especially my mom. She's like, we always kind of knew that you had a good head on your shoulders, she said. Like, I never got in trouble. I always did really good at school. And she's like, we knew you were smart, and we knew that you kind of had your shit together. My mom would never say that. She doesn't swear. But, like, you know what I mean. She's like, we knew you had your shit together. So, she didn't worry about me. And she didn't get on me for... She's just like, whatever you want to do is fine. She didn't get mad when I goughed out or nothing like that. She did think that I was going to grow out of it, but she didn't get too disappointed that I did. I'm just like, nope. Decades later, and I'm still doing the same shit. But she's cool. But yeah, I don't know how fucked up I would have been if my parents had been like that. Because I'm like that to myself. But like I said, that's not from my parents. I don't know where I got it from, to be honest with you. But I've always been like that. And I don't know. I guess that's just me. It's just like a genetic thing. I'm always just kind of like, I have to do this thing. And it's like, if it wasn't perfect, then I would get really, really stressed out about it. It's like, I can do better than that. I can do better than that. You know what I mean? Always. And it would always fucking make me super anxious all the time. Because I knew that wasn't quite what I wanted. That's why it took me so long, incidentally, to publish any of my writing. Because I would write something, and then I would read it back, and I'd be like, that's horrible, and I would throw it away.
Yeah. I made her do that shit. No, you already published one.
I had already published
one. Yeah.
But it's I finally got to a point. You know what changed my mind? This is gonna sound crazy. Stephen King wrote a book called On Writing, which was part biography and part like writing advice. And the shit that he said in there really kind of changed my whole mindset about it. Because I had been... Here's the thing. I think this happens a lot with kids that... Because I was one of those kids that, like, they pulled me out of 3rd grade or 4th grade or whatever, gave me the IQ test, and then put me in the gifted classes. And it was a new thing then. This was, like, back in the 80s.
They did the same thing to me, but in the 70s.
So it's just kind of like...
California. Late 70s.
Yeah, so this was, like, I was, like, early 80s. When was I in 4th grade? Maybe it was late 70s. I don't remember. But yeah, because I was born in 72, it would have been early 80s. So it was kind of a new thing. They didn't even have like full-time gifted classes. They sent us to another school a couple times a week, like bus us to another school, because that was the only school that had that. And then eventually they had like full-time, and they'd send you off to this other thing. And I think something that happened, because I've heard this from other kids that grew up in that way, that because a lot of stuff was so easy for you early, because I found like a lot of schoolwork that was very easy. Math was easy, English was easy, it was all easy. So when something was difficult, you'd get really, really frustrated because it's like, this should be easy, like everything else is easy, so I must be stupid. And I kind of feel like I've talked to some other kids that grew up in the same environment, they kind of had the same kind of thing. So it's like, so you end up really, really hard on yourself. It's like, why can't I get this? Like, I got all of this other stuff, like, super easy. Like, it came super easy. I didn't even have to think about it. But then this one thing, you have to, like, expend some effort. And you're just like, what's the matter with me? You know what I mean? So it's just kind of like, I had that a lot. And the thing about it, too, was that when I first started doing my horror writing, like, sometimes I would write this stuff, and I would like it when I was writing it. But then, like, when I read it back the next day or a few days later, I'd be like, this sucks, and it's like, no one would ever want to read this is stupid or whatever, and I would just like tear it up and throw it out. So it's like, I probably threw away like several novels worth of stuff.
High Desert said, I was in the gifted class too. That was the gifted program too. It's such BS. It depended on where you were.
I had a good time in mine. Yeah, mine was actually really good.
In California, what it would do is just separate the smart kids from the fucking dumbass kids, and the dumbass kids would fucking hold you back. Just from bad behavior. So they just started separating the smarter kids from the dumber kids.
I mean, I liked it.
Yeah, I liked it.
I liked it. Because the thing about
the shit that they taught you was more interesting.
It was.
Yeah.
I still remember when I was in 5th grade, That was the first year that they did full time, and they had 2 gifted classes. They had 2 female teachers, and the classrooms were attached, but there was like a wall in between that you could take out. And they're like, well, you guys already know all the basic shit, so it's like, let's do more interesting shit. So it's like, so we would do all kind of crazy. Like, we did a whole project where we had to get into teams and think up an entire civilization, an ancient civilization. You had to make one up, and you had to make archaeological artifacts and bury them, and then the other teams had to dig them up and figure out what your civilization was based on all of your artifacts.
Yeah.
That was so fun, and I still remember that nowadays. That was a great fucking project. We had a fucking blast. They taught us French and Spanish. They taught us to clog dance, for Christ's sake. It's like there was all kind of, because they're like, you guys already know how to do basic shit.
See, I only had 3 years of gifted program. It was 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade. And after that, I went to military academy for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Right? Yeah, I think. Yeah. No, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th in military school. And that whole school was gifted, so it didn't matter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was harder, but more interesting.
Yeah. I had a lot more fun.
I learned more in fucking military school than I did in high school in a lot of ways. You know, there was more history. You know what I mean? They fucking taught. They did the shit that they had in the high school that I went to. That was better or more advanced than what I had in military school was the biology. So we were doing vivisections. That shit was, I loved that shit.
Yeah, we did that too.
And then we did dissection first, and then the vivisection on the fucking turtle.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
We did a turtle. We did a turtle. We did a baby pig. We did a baby shark.
And then drama. I love fucking drama class.
I did choir.
The rest of the shit, man, I fucking hated algebra, man. I was shitty at it.
Oh, I was good at it.
I just fucking hated it. I was not very good at math. And because I never got high in algebra, I never qualified to do physics or chemistry.
Okay, I did. Yeah,
I never got to do any of that.
I did both of those.
But the rest of the shit in high school is bullshit. Like stupid social studies classes and just shit.
I mean, I liked those. I liked
bullshitty,
English.
you know?
I liked English and social studies the best. But I didn't mind math. I actually did pretty well in math. I think I got up to. I did physics for sure.
Yeah.
I can't really remember. But I didn't have any problem with algebra. Actually, I tutored some of my friends in algebra because they didn't understand it. So I tutored them in it as well. Because I didn't find it difficult, but I can understand how some
another good one in high school was when I was in high school in Brazil. The English lit class was good. I thought the history class there fucking sucked. It wasn't as exciting as it was in military school. I think because military school they were big into like fucking medieval stuff. And
I liked my world history class for that reason.
Medieval stuff.
Because it was mostly focused on medieval.
Yeah, it was mostly European stuff.
In SCMA or Southern California Military Academy, that's where I went. Have you guys ever seen the fucking Sylvester Stallone movie Over the Top? He picks up this little boy from military school. That was the school I went to. It was in a movie. It's kind of like something out of fucking Omen or Evil Speak or something. Even though I like that movie, even though it's kind of fucking hokey.
It's pretty hokey.
Yeah,
it is kind of fun.
No, military school was fucking fun. People thought that shit was for punishment or something. Oh, you're gonna go to that military school? I fucking begged to go, and so did most of the day students begged to go. Now they had some of the students that were like the overnight students that were like the fucking boarding. They were boarding there. I think their parents might have been trying to get rid of them. I don't know.
Probably, I think there was.
Yeah, they were trying to get, but they were rich kids. They were trying to get rid of them, but they still had fun. They had fun. No, it was fun. It was a real fun school to go to. No girls though, but I think that was good because there was no distractions and girls advanced faster than boys during those periods.
Yeah.
During that age group. So the girls would have been ahead of us anyway on a lot of stuff. They'd have been better. So they could just focus on educating boys. And the classes didn't last long. Because we fucking... Too much energy, man. You can't stay in a classroom all the time. So the classes were short.
We had lots of them. It was kind of like high school. You had to go to different rooms and shit. It was like that. You had a schedule. But they weren't long. I think a fucking class might have only been 30 minutes.
You know, that was as long as y'all could sit still.
What's that? Yeah.
That was as long as
yeah, little short. And we had like a lot of them. And a lot of sports and fucking going to chapel. That's where you go in there and sing some fucking Christian songs and shit. We liked that too. Just anything. It's kind of like a Cub Scouts in school mixed together. Yeah, we liked it. And I didn't really think about girls that much. Right up until maybe like 8th grade. So I started to be like, man, them fucking girls are looking pretty good. And they up the street they had a Catholic schoolgirl, girl school called St. Mary's, and we could barely see them. They'd be fucking on a chain link fence waving and shit. We're waving back to them and stuff. Just funny, you know. They were segregated us. Although that school wasn't related to ours, it just happened to be a Catholic school, Catholic girls' school up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not far, a couple 100 yards probably. You can see them in their little green skirts and shit, white shirts.
Yeah, Heides was saying, in my school, the dumbass kids got admitted when their parents bitched. I heard about that happening. We didn't really have that happen where I was. Honestly, the classes where I was, and even up until high school, because I was in the classes up until high school, they were pretty small. I think like my English class was maybe only 12 kids, 12 or 15 kids, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe not even that many. But yeah, as far as I know, they were pretty good about not letting dumbass people. Because everybody in there was. But I did notice that, like you said, because you were like, you went to some of the academic meets and like the winners were almost always from the rich schools. Most of the kids in there, I'm gonna say, were upper middle class.
Yeah. I
was pretty much the only trailer trash that was in there.
That was one thing I noticed about the gifted class. Looking back on it, fuck, class divisions fucking happen.
It did, yeah. Like I said, I felt a little bit weird because, and I'm lucky because, like I said, I grew up quite poor, but my family were very they were very supportive, and they were just kind of like, we need to get her the best education possible. So it's like they were always like maneuvering and trying to get me the best shit I could. But in a lot of ways, like I would end up, I didn't feel too left out, but it was kind of weird. Like sometimes you'd go to like a slumber party at some girl's birthday, and it was like some huge fancy house, and I'm just like, I'm living in a trailer or something like that, and I'm just kind of like, okay, like this is a little strange. But yeah, so it was a little bit of a division because I think I was the only one. I'm trying to think of like the other people. I think I was the only one in there that was like not.
Second, third grade, you know, fucking after we got fucking, because you know we'd all hang out on the yard together anyway, you know, during the schoolyard, you know. But yeah, the dumber kids, especially the boys, they just wanted to either play, fuck around, or fight. They weren't interested in any of that. They couldn't sit still. And that was a weird thing about me when I went into the gifted program. I remember, fucking, I was in there. It was mostly girls.
Yeah.
A lot of the boys didn't make it.
Well, we girls tend to be a lot more. That's why they do better. They tend to be better academically because they take it more seriously.
Yeah. Well, they're also the brains develop faster. Yeah.
And even like me particularly, like from a young age, like I love to read. Shit, I could just like sit for hours and hours. I would disappear into my room and like read for like 6 hours. They'd be like, "Where's she at?"
Yeah.
I was in there reading for 6 hours.
Even in that program, I had problems with like fucking sitting still for too long, and you just like, you know, like this is just getting boring, you know, just it's like that. But the girls would just love it.
Yeah.
But boys are more physical.
I didn't mind it.
Our brains don't develop the same way in childhood. You're more like, you have more in common with a dog than you do a human, I think.
True.
We used to run around with packs of dogs, like fucking feral kids over here. Yeah, bring the dogs in. We had like 4 or 5 dogs going down to the fucking flood control systems and shit. But no, we understand the dogs more than girls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said,
because there's a lot similar pack animal mentality. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're not like that. We just we take shit a lot more seriously.
Yeah. Oh man, it was so fucking. We'd had little girls fucking getting crushes on us and shit. Me and other guys, you know, I love you. Oh no, you don't love me. No, you're nasty. Oh, and the poor girls start crying and shit. I felt fucking guilty feel guilty for sometimes making those little girls cry because they love you and shit. You know what I mean?
I mean, you were stupid. You didn't know any better.
What's that?
You were stupid back then. You didn't know any better.
Yeah. Oh, that's terrible. But then, like sometimes though, I'd break down and go, yeah, I love you too. Just shit like that, you know. You're a little kid, you know.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything too egregious like that happening. I did have like crushes on boys and stuff when I was younger, but
yeah,
I don't really remember acting on them or anything. And the weird thing about it is
they
that
blow kisses and stuff.
Yeah, like shit like
kisses,
that.
They try to give you a piece of paper with a heart on it.
They give you like a
that.
Valentine.
I don't want that.
At
you know what I
Valentine's
mean?
Day.
And then she get her feelings hurt, you know.
I never had anything that bad.
And then the one that I'm talking about, her name was Kimberly Parks.
You still remember that? That's
Yeah. She was cute as shit.
Yeah.
Cute as shit. And fucking, she loved me. Like in 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade and shit. She was cute though. I liked her. And my friend who lived next door to me, fucking Jim North, I was talking to him. He's now a California Highway Patrolman. This was years back. It was like fucking 10, 15 years ago last time I talked to him. Maybe 20. Oh, 20. More like 20. And there was another one named Julie. I forgot her last name. Julie somewhere. And Julie was another one that fucking was cute. All the little boys had a crush on her. She was Filipina. And I said, whatever happened to Julie? She said, oh, Julie, yeah. Boy, wasn't she cute when she was looking at us? Yeah, she goes, yeah, she's fat now. She weighs about 300 pounds. And I was like, no shit. She goes, oh yeah, she was fat by the time she got out of high school. She was huge. And I said, oh shit. He goes, you know who's hot? And he goes, who? He goes, Kim Parks. And I says, really? He goes, oh yeah, she works at lives in another strip club. She's fucking gorgeous. Fucking, it's just really, yeah, she's got big implants. Fucking, her body's fucking amazing.
And you went and looked that up immediately.
Like, no, it was like, it's up in L.A. She goes, she's like the fucking featured dancer at fucking something. I says, no shit. So the girl I was fucking picking on ended up being like a featured dancer in L.A.
Yeah.
In one of their high-end fucking clubs.
I feel like that happens a lot.
What's that?
I feel like that happens a lot.
Yeah. Says, yeah, she was cute in high school. She was flat-chested. Says, yeah, she had a great body. She's flat-chested. And then she got these huge implants and became a stripper. Says, really? Oh, yeah. She's one of the top featured girls that fucking. I go down there to see her. She goes, really? Because all the cops hang out there. He went to high school. He went to school with her and high school.
When you said about being somebody flat-chested, it just dredged up a memory.
Yeah.
From either elementary school or junior high. And I remember I didn't participate in this because I'm not an asshole, but there was a girl. And she was perfectly cute. She was perfectly fine. She's a little tomboyish, but that's about it. Yeah. And I guess she was a little bit flat-chested. I don't know. I wasn't really looking at it. But all of the boys decided that it would be super funny to call her Plywood.
Yeah.
And they formed a club called People Against Plywood.
Yeah.
So it's just to fuck with her.
Yeah, it's fucking.
And I was just like, wow,
girl.
that is really shitty.
Another one I feel bad.
I wonder does she still remember that? Because I still remember, and I didn't even participate in it. I just heard about it.
Horrible. Another one I remember. It brings back bad memories to think about her, but it probably wasn't as bad as I remember it. There was another girl that fucking. We used to go to the same babysitter's place after school for a while, if I remember correctly. I think we had the same, but I definitely knew her from school. Her name was Andy, and she was kind of had blonde hair. It was kind of spiky, but down. It went down, and it was kind of like ragged at the end of it, like somebody just cut it with a little fucking razor blade or something, you know. And she had fucking freckles. Lots of freckles across her face and little buck teeth.
Aww.
She was cute as shit, and we used to fucking tease the fuck out of her. We used to call her Andy the Flea. Because she had cooties. She had fleas. And
Aww.
it wasn't just me, it was fucking Jim North, too. You know, Jimmy North. Fucking, and we would pick on her because she was cute. And she was nice to us. That was the thing, you know what I mean? She started crying, you know what I mean? And I was like, you know, just, I don't know why little boys are mean to girls.
Because they suck?
When you're like fucking 2nd, 3rd grade, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they don't know how to deal with their fucking emotions.
Yeah. Well, girls have cooties.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that was the thinking at the time.
I
mean,
don't
the
understand
thing about it is that
but we thought they were cute. I don't understand, but we couldn't admit it in front of our friends.
I think
too.
that's what it is.
I think it's part
it's
of
like
it.
you're trying to.
Yeah, it's part of it.
You're trying to be like Danny Zuko in Greece, where
Yeah.
he is trying
Something
to
like that.
pretend like he's
like
cool to
exactly.
go out with the virginal Australian
Yeah,
chick.
exactly. I think that's what
And
it
he
was.
has to put on that whole persona, and she's like, "Who the fuck are
Andy
you?"
the Flea.
But yeah, see, well, because I didn't get picked on for my looks, because I was actually, if I do say so myself, I was actually a pretty cute child. But I got picked on for other things. I got picked on mostly for being poor and for being like kind of shy and bookish.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I was, I was smart and I was always reading and I was kind of quiet. So I got picked on for that. Because, they'll pick on you for anything. Because they're just looking for weakness. That's what they do. That's what children do.
We only picked on cute girls.
Yeah, so it's like, so I feel like I
thought you were cute, too.
Yeah, I found out later, like I didn't know this at the time, but I found out much later, like some people that I went to school with told me, it's like, oh, hey, this dude really liked you. Like, I'm like, really? Okay. I never saw that coming, because, he was either a dick to me or he just, like, ignored me entirely.
Yeah, no, little boys pick on girls that they think are cute.
Yeah, so it's just kind of like, but I mean, at the time, it doesn't feel like that. It just feels like some asshole being an asshole to you.
Yeah, no, and I look back on it and I'm like, man, we were fucking meeting these little girls, little innocent
And the
little
thing
girls
about that's shitty is that it stays with you, forever.
That's the thing does it stay with them? They does stay with them, huh?
Yeah, because I still remember shit that people said to me from back then. Man. Even though I know it doesn't matter, like everyone was little kids, but it's still back there. Yeah. It's still back there. Like I still remember.
It makes you feel sad because fucking we were.
I still remember shit that people said to me back then. I still remember, like, they used to make fun of me because I didn't really like PE. Like, I could do the stuff, kind of, but it's like I wasn't really a PE person. Like I said, I was kind of a bookish little girl. I wasn't fat when I was a kid. I was a little skinny. I was a little skinny girl. But I didn't really like sports, and I didn't really have any interest in it. So it's like when we had to do sports, like softball or whatever the fuck, and I'm just like, oh, Jesus, here we go. And when I would go up to bat at softball, they thought that the look on my face was so funny that they started calling me Determination, because they thought that the look on my face was hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, you look so serious, like you're just gonna do, because it's like, we know you suck at softball.
Yeah.
And it's like, so they made fun of me like that for like years, and that like really fucking, I still remember it. And that was like when I was little. That was at like elementary
school.
Well,
man, look, as a fucking little boy who used to fuck with, tease girls and fucking make fun of them and shit like that, we did it to girls we thought were cute.
Yeah, like, I know that now.
Yeah.
But, like, back then, you don't know that.
Yeah.
Like, because you're just a little kid, too. Like, it's like, why is this bitch being mean to me?
Yeah, and it only goes on, I think, for a few years. By the time fucking 6th, 7th grade comes around, you're not like that anymore.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, like, I left around probably by 4th, you're not like that. 5th, I think it's not the same. Because most of that shit that I remember is, like, from fucking 2nd and 3rd grade. You're a little kid at that time, you know what I mean? Like, what do you know? And you're a boy. When you're little boys at that age are like little animals, like they're more like a dog than anything else. Like,
they are.
Little monkeys. Okay, look, it's getting late. We should shut this down.
It is. Holy shit, it's almost midnight.
Yeah.
Well, we had a good time, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought. Must have been. We just went on and on. And it's like we didn't realize what time it was.
Yeah.
All right, so we are going to wrap it up for this evening. I'm not promising anything, but we might do a stream on Sunday. But we'll see. Yeah. Like with Anastasia here.
Yeah, if she's here.
If she's here, and if we're not too hungover, we'll see how we feel.
See what time she's.
Because, like I said, we're going out Saturday night,
yeah,
and we don't know what's gonna happen. So anything could happen. We could be totally hungover the next day, and who knows what's gonna go down. So we might do that, but like I said, I'm not promising anything. But if we don't do that, then obviously we're gonna be back Monday night for the movie review. I have no idea what movie we're gonna do yet, because I never know. But we'll see. We'll see how it happens. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us on this Friday night and probably having a drink with us or whatever it was you were doing. Have a good rest of your evening wherever you are, and have a good weekend. We'll see you again on Monday or maybe on Sunday, but we'll see. Good night.